for the City Council, March 1st, 2022. Would you please join and rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I
Recording in progress.
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I'm going to ask you to remain standing. Council members Harmon and Oscar Gutierrez have requested a moment of silence for our friends in the Ukraine. Thank you. Be seated. Madam Clerk, would you read the first item, please?
Yes.
Oh, with roll call. Let's do the roll
Mr.
call
Mayor,
first.
roll
What the
call.
hey?
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Snedden.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Jordan. And Mayor Rouse.
Here. Thank you. Now would you read the next item, please?
Yes, we have one ceremonial item. Employee Recognition Service Award pins.
Ms. Bjork?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. At the beginning of each month, we like to recognize our employees who have made 5-year increments of service to the city. And this month, I'm happy to recognize Natasha Schalker, Administrative Specialist with Public Works Department, Renee Irely, Environmental Services Manager in Sustainability and Resilience Department, who is currently acting as our interim Assistant City Administrator. Letitia Boyd, Public Safety Dispatcher 2, Police Department. Michael Krzyzewski, Maintenance Supervisor 2, Public Works Department. Macon Beer, Electronics Communication Technician 2, Public Works Department. And Matt Ward, Water System Manager, Public Works Department. And I'm sorry, I screwed that up. We had those with the first 2 or 5 years, Natasha and Renee. Letitia and Mike Krzyzewski were 10 years. And with 15 years, it was Macon and Matt. So sorry for that, just jumping over the years there. Thank you. No changes to the agenda.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to public comment. That's 3 minutes per public speaker on any issue that is not before the council on this agenda today and was within the jurisdiction of this body. May I have the first speaker, please?
Mayor Rouse, we have no raised hands currently.
Okay.
Oh, we have one hand that was just raised.
Okay, we'll go to that hand, please, the speaker.
Aaron Ashland, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, Mayor Rouse and City Council. I just wanted to call and make you guys aware of some things. First, I wanted to say how ridiculous I think it was that the city tried to do something downtown and didn't even ask any of the stakeholders. We've kind of been over that, but the thing I want to bring up was that Bob Stout has opened so many businesses and helped so many people get a start in this town, and no one thought to even ask someone who's been working really hard to make the city better for like 20 or 30 years. And so I just think it's kind of arrogant for Mr. Harris or Mr. Henske or anyone else for that matter in the city to have not asked them or talked to them about his business and what he thinks about downtown. Number 2, I think it's a little ridiculous that our police officers don't have electric bikes, but 10-year-olds have electric bikes. So I imagine it won't be very long before criminals are using them to basically run around town and do whatever they like, and we won't be able to chase them, or our police officers won't be able to chase them. So please find some money to do that. We're an extremely well-off town. We should be able to do that. I want to thank you for the additional police I've seen downtown lately. Officer Casper, I believe, busted a guy on a bike with a bunch of fentanyl the other day, and another officer was at the corner by Haleen Strait looking for people speeding, it looked like, on his motorcycle. I really appreciate that. I think they are real safety concerns. I believe that number 5, inflation, I believe, is going to crush our firefighters and our police officers and their ability to afford to work in the city, and especially to commute, since they can't afford to live here, most of them. Gas has gone up an extreme amount, and I'm concerned that we're making working for the city even more challenging. And I don't know if we can give them raises to match as fast as inflation is rising, but it's something we should probably talk about. Maybe there's banks that could help them get no down payment loans so they could live closer, or maybe the city could subsidize the down payment if they've worked for the city for 10 or 20 years or something. But I think it's still ridiculous that the people that put their lives on the line for us every day aren't able to be our neighbors. 6, I think we should have a video like Solvang in Los Angeles. Where's the marketing department for the city? I don't know if it's Visit Santa Barbara. I'm not sure exactly who should do this, but we should be running ads in markets that Southwest flies to now and other places in California to attract more people to our beautiful city and to help raise money for things that we need to do. 7, please reject the idea that you can make things fair. You didn't cause COVID, so you can't fix it. I want to submit that if you insist that you can make things fair, please start by writing me a giant check for millions of dollars, because I never got RRF. And while Mr. Patrick likes to spout out numbers and millions of dollars that people got, I would argue that that's because they were doing millions of dollars in sales before, and that's really just a fraction of what they lost if they got money from the government. But I didn't get that, and so I will be fighting for every inch and every dollar for the next 15 or 20 years as I'm down here, and that's kind of my job as I see it. What you can do, I think, to learn from COVID was that we can maximize outdoor space for residents, businesses, and visitors. If we learned anything from COVID, I think it's that people love to eat and shop and be outdoors, especially in our beautiful city. I hope we learned that local businesses are more important than businesses that aren't headquartered in our city. But unfortunately, I think that carving 20 feet out of the middle of the fire lane is going to actually make non-local businesses thrive, like institutions anymore. But hopefully that's just an unintended consequence of Mr. Henske's not asking the businesses what they thought. I think I'm pretty much out of time. I'll have to save my last comment for next week. Thank you all for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We have Rachel Sim as our next speaker. Rachel Sim, you may unmute yourself and speak. Rachel Sim, you may unmute yourself.
Thank you. In light of the ongoing housing crisis in Santa Barbara and the urgent need to address the displacement of long-term working class members of our community, I urge the City Council to enact a right to counsel program for tenants facing evictions. Simply put, a right to counsel program would grant tenants who are being evicted access to legal representation. Currently, tenants are represented only 3% of the time in eviction proceedings, and landlords are represented 81% of the time. This reinforces the power imbalance between tenants and landlords. Tenants rarely have access to the legal knowledge and power afforded by legal counsel and are vulnerable to unjust evictions and manipulations. For tenants, paying for legal representation is often prohibitively expensive, especially as rental costs increase year after year. Several cities around the country have already enacted the right to counsel programs, including Baltimore, New York City, Cleveland, and San Francisco. Numerous studies have shown that cities save more than they spend on right to counsel programs by avoiding costs associated with healthcare, shelter services, and other social safety net costs. Reducing displacement as a result of evictions is a massive good. Displacement disproportionately affects people of color and women. And reducing displacement also reduces houselessness, keeps kids in school, keeps people employed, and keeps people near their families, doctors, and communities. The right to counsel also discourages bad actors and slumlords who hand out frivolous evictions to intimidate tenants, engage in mass evictions rather than expend the money to maintain their rentals, and engage in illegal evictions. And studies have consistently shown that 1/3 or more of families stay in their homes, and 80 to 90% of represented tenants avoid an eviction judgment. Those that do leave are also significantly less likely to have an eviction record, which can have huge impacts on a tenant's ability to find housing for years after the eviction, whether that eviction was illegal or not. Research has shown that the right to counsel programs are supported by over 80% of voters across the country, including 87% of Democrats, 73% of independents, and 70% of Republicans. if city council cares about the tenants that make Santa Barbara the vibrant city that it is and that attract the tourists that we all love so much, I urge you to consider enacting a right to counsel program in the city. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further public speakers?
There are no further public speakers.
Okay, very good. We'll go on to the consent calendar. Do we have items that we need to read, Madam Clerk?
We do. We have 4 items to read. Item 3, adoption of ordinance amending Municipal Code 28 to accept California Coastal Commission modifications regarding accessory dwelling units. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by adding Chapter 28.86 to regulate accessory dwelling units in the coastal zone and include additional amendments to Chapter 28 to be consistent with this intent. Item 4, introduction of an ordinance amending the municipal code to regulate sidewalk vending. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Title 9 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by the addition of Chapter 9.49 to regulate sidewalk vending in accordance with state law. Item 5, introduction of an ordinance approving the 2019 to 2022 Firefighters Association Bargaining Unit Memorandum of Understanding. Recommendation that council ratify the Memorandum of Understanding between the city and the Santa Barbara Firefighters Association by introduction and subsequent adoption of, by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting a Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara Firefighters Association for the period of July 1, 2019 through June 30, 2022. Item 6, adoption of resolution for a lease amendment with the State of California State Lands Commission to allow unused wastewater outfall pipeline to remain in its current location for the remainder of the lease agreement. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing the Public Works Director to execute an amendment to lease number PRC 4924 with the State of California State Lands Commission. And that concludes the items to read into the record.
Very good, thank you. Does anyone need to pull any item on consent? And there any public speakers on these items?
Let me check, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull an item.
Okay, which item is that,
Number
Mr.
10,
Jordan?
please.
I'm sorry?
Number 10?
Number 10. Did we read number 10? No, let's read number 10, please.
Item 10, memorandum of understanding with County of Santa Barbara to provide parking at City Parking Lot 6 in support of Dignity Moves project.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you. Several weeks ago, I had a real productive meeting with Terry Nisich, second in charge at the county, regarding the Dignity Moves project and the idea or concept of the county making sure that as part of the consideration for people being placed in that project, that there was a look to city residents and in particular downtown corridor homeless residents to make sure that there was an avenue to get them into that project. She agreed that that had merit and suggested at the time, since literally the day before the supervisors had signed off on their half of the MOU, that the county staff and our city staff would work on just a simple letter detailing out their intent to facilitate local homeless persons into that project to the best extent they can. Staff's been working on that with city staff for a couple weeks and I don't see any pending doom here, but that letter has not appeared yet, and we're about to make a $300,000 commitment in like and kind services with our garage to that project, and I'd like to ask that we wait another week to give staff an opportunity to get that letter in place.
Ms. Bjork.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, if you would like to defer that a week, that's very easy to do.
Okay. Pleasure of council.
So if you'd like a motion on that, I just move that we continue item number 10 until next week's consent items.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Sneddon, first by Jordan. Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, the motion is to continue item 10 until next week's consent calendar. Roll call vote, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon,
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
and Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Okay, that passed unanimously. Anybody else have an item to pull off consent to speak on? All right, very good. Do I have a motion for the balance of the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Jordan, second by Friedman for the balance of the consent calendar. May we have a roll call vote?
Yes, Councilmember Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon,
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez,
Yes.
and Mayor Rouse.
Yes, very good. That also passed unanimously. Thank you. All right, very good. On to the next item. May we have that item read, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have, the next item is a public hearing, item 17, public hearing and adoption of Home American Rescue Plan Funds Allocation Plan.
Very good. Ms. Stotts?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. My name is Elizabeth Stotts. I'm the Senior Community Development Program Specialist, here to talk about the Home ARP program. Next slide, please. The American Rescue Plan, which was signed into law last year, appropriated supplemental funds through the Home Investment Partnership Program to carry out activities that primarily benefit qualifying individuals and families who are homeless, at risk of homelessness, or in other vulnerable populations, such as persons fleeing domestic violence. Because the city is a participating jurisdiction that receives annual home allocations, the city has been allocated $1.8 million in home ARP funds, which will be available for use until September 30th, 2030. Next slide. The eligible activities, there's 4 of them that can be used with this funding. First one is development and support of affordable housing. This includes acquisition of property, rehabilitation, or new construction. Tenant-based rental assistance, which pays for a portion of a person's monthly rent for up to 2 years. Third one is provision of supportive services, such as case management, employment assistance, food, life skills, mental health services, and such programs to help persons obtain and maintain housing. Fourth one is acquisition and development of new non-congregate shelter units. This is defined as a shelter that provides individuals with private rooms as temporary shelter and does not require the signing of a long-term lease. Next slide. The Home ARP program will be administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which oversees other federal programs such as the Community Development Block Grant Program. HUD is requiring recipients of Home ARP funds to submit an allocation plan which describes the plan used for these funds, which is what we're adopting today. HUD has also instructed recipients to do a substantial amendment of their 2021-2022 annual action plan for use of CDBG and home funds to incorporate the Home ARP allocation plan. Next slide. The allocation plan has several components, which I'll describe in the next few slides. The first 2 are consultation and public participation. So consultation with local jurisdictions and service providers, and we did that by consulting with the Santa Barbara County Continuum of Care, as well as the Elected Leaders Forum to address homelessness, to solicit their feedback. We also emailed organizations that provide services to persons experiencing homelessness for their input. That included organizations like SB ACT, the Salvation Army, CityNet, Legal Aid Foundation, Independent Living Resource Center, and the like. We had a public participation process, which I'll describe further down in this presentation. Next slide. So the major component of the allocation plan is the needs assessment and gaps analysis, which includes a description of home ARP qualifying populations within the city. And in this case, we are adopting HUD's full definition of qualifying population. This is persons that are homeless, at risk of homelessness, fleeing domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, or human trafficking, and other populations who are considered at greatest risk of housing instability due to previous history of homelessness or households that pay disproportionately high share of income towards the rent. We are recommending applying the broadest definition of eligible populations due to the urgent need among all the aforementioned groups and to maximize our flexibility in funding activities. The assessment of unmet needs and qualifying populations and assessment of gaps in housing and shelter inventory, the availability of services and prevention services was also analyzed. And we did this by researching various documents, including the 2020 point-in-time count, the Santa Barbara County Home ARP Plan. This contains significant data from the Homeless Management Information System, the Vulnerability Index Service Prioritization Decision Assistance Tool, also known as the VSPDAT, as well as the Santa Barbara County Community Action Plan to address homelessness, real estate data, and the city's housing market analysis. Next slide, please. The allocation plan is required to have a summary of the planned use of home ARP funds, which I'll describe in a few further slides, an estimate of the number of housing units that will be expected to be preserved or produced with any possible projects, and a description of any preferences for individuals and families in a particular qualifying population. We are not recommending any particular preferences, as I stated earlier. The number of housing units, we estimated a range of between 10 and 30. Next slide. Some of the key findings of the needs assessment are things that are not new to any of us that have been doing this for quite some time. At 48% of the countywide homeless population, the city of Santa Barbara has the highest population of persons experiencing homelessness. As we all know, there is a significant shortage of temporary and permanent housing beds to house all the persons experiencing homelessness across the South County. Next slide, please. The city has few direct, readily available resources to assist persons experiencing homelessness. And in your staff report attachment 1, I included a list of all the homelessness and funding and housing funding available to the city. And of course, the feedback that we received overwhelmingly was, during the consultation, was to prioritize funding for supportive services, specifically for persons that have been placed into housing so they can remain housed. And the second most common theme was for the supportive development of housing for units for persons experiencing homelessness. Next slide. So in the chart above, you can see what staff is recommending to prioritize. Allocating $600,000 for supportive services. There are 15% that is allowed for administration and planning. That's capped at 15%. That would be for the duration of the grant up till 2030. And the remainder, $982,863 for development of affordable rental housing. Staff prioritized these two activity categories for a couple of reasons. One is because the city has greater access to leverage funding to support the development of affordable housing. Given our limited resources, we thought it would, and of course the high cost of development, we thought it was strategic to leverage as much funding as we have available. Additionally, the city makes the majority of its regular home annual allocation available to support TBRA activities at about $500,000 a year. So there wasn't much demand for TBRA to add more to TBRA. And additionally, as stated earlier, the development of affordable rental housing has been deemed as a high need. And providing the supportive services was one of the ones that received a lot of community support that doesn't have a lot of funding sources available for that kind of service. So allocating it for that would be a wise investment. Next slide, please. The adoption of the plan today does not commit the city to funding any one specific activity, and any specific commitments would be presented to council at a later date for approval. Staff has the option to conduct a request for proposals to select a qualified service provider or any development projects. We also have the ability to consider written formal requests from partner agencies such as the Santa Barbara County, the Continuum of Care, or the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara. We also have the ability to amend the allocation plan in case our priorities change between now and 2030. Next slide, please. So the city did receive a request from the Santa Barbara County Housing and Community Development Department for $600,000 to leverage home ARP funds to provide support services to persons placed into housing with emergency housing vouchers, which were allocated to the city through the American Rescue Plan. The $600,000 request is for fiscal years 22-23 and 23-24. And the $600,000 is for both years, it's not per year. The county has provided funding towards this effort for the first 2 years of services and has asked for contributions from all cities countywide, a proportionate share of contributions. The county's proposal is in line with the city's priority needs with the home ARP funds, and the county's proposal has received support from the Elected Leaders Forum to address homelessness, but we're still evaluating the request to make sure it meets all home ARP requirements, and that we have an approved allocation plan accepted by HUD before coming to council for an actual recommendation. Next slide. So the draft home ARP plan was made available for a 30 days public review period. It was longer than the 15-day required because our citizen participation plan dictates 30 days. That was from January 27th through February 26th, and we received no comment. The plan was posted on the city website homepage, and we published a notice in the Santa Barbara News Press, and today we're having the public hearing. Next slide, please. And before I conclude my presentation, I'll go over the recommendations for staff. We asked council to conduct a public hearing to obtain input on the city's Home American Rescue ARP allocation plan, to adopt the city's home ARP allocation plan to submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, to approve the substantial amendment of the city's program year 2021 annual action plan to include the home allocation plan, and to authorize the city administrator to sign all necessary documents to submit the city's home ARP plan to HUD. And I'm available to answer any questions.
All right, very good. Ms. Kovacs, are there any speakers on this item?
There are no hands raised for speakers.
Very good. Questions from council? Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Ms. Stutz. How are you? Couple questions on that slide. I think it's slide 10 that shows, well, first question, there's a lot of detail in here for also then saying that there's no commitment being made. And I want to make sure that that's really true. There's no commitment being made. We'll get to see each one of these actions again and opine on them before it actually turns into what's on this piece of paper. That's right?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, that is correct.
All right.
There's no commitments happening today.
And so then I wanted to talk a little bit about the lack of funding going to non-congregate care shelters. And I'm having trouble reading that first paragraph that's after that in the staff report. And I'm presuming what you're meaning there when you say that the city has access to more funding sources that support the development of affordable rentals than it does non-congregate shelters. I'm assuming what you're really meaning there is the money that we use is leveraged, whereas there's really no leverage money for non-congregate care dollars. Is that really what's behind the scenes there?
That's correct.
Okay. So I guess I'm looking to flesh out your opinion on this, because to me that says, yep, there's money to chase, but on the other hand, that means the money, any available money to build not the first step non-congregate, like a Dignity Homes project, let's say, non-congregate project, there's just no money for. And we're also not going to put any money into that. So how does all that play into that? And is that really a discussion for the future when you come back and say, I want to obligate any of those lines?
So Lots of thoughtful questions. The Dignity Moves project, unfortunately, is not eligible for this because there are requirements of a minimum 15-year affordability restriction, and from my understanding, this isn't going to be a 15-year project, so.
Okay, so, but a Dignity Moves style project that we did, that we would want to do, would also have that same requirement.
It would have to have a, at minimum, 15-year. And
Okay.
if we apply the city's own affordabilities, which is usually 90 years, it would require a significant long-term commitment. And I'm not 100% sure if tiny homes are eligible. I'm still reading the regulations, and I would have to consider what the regulations allow.
So that line that does say acquisition and development of non-congregate shelters, what does qualify for that? What's
That
an
would be,
example?
Like a Rose Garden Inn, buying a hotel
Okay.
where it's an individual room as opposed to a tiny modular unit.
Okay. And so say, for example, a dilapidated long-term construction project that's not going anywhere, and if we had an opportunity to pool money out of this pot, potentially, that could be a potential too.
That would be the example of
And
a
that's just
non-congregate shelter.
And that's just a discussion to have as you get further into this, but just get this plan done now and get it approved, so we're in the pipeline, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
If there is a viable proposal for non-congregate shelter, we could come back and amend our plan. We just have to, we kind of struggled, went back and forth with HUD on how to discuss this. And internally, the leveraging makes sense. We have the leveraging funds to develop affordable housing. We don't have the leveraging funds to build non-congregate housing.
And this funding is like till 2030?
2030.
Okay, so so if you had a pot of money, let's just say $1 million, that rental housing line of money, you had $1 million and you needed 3 or 4, you didn't know where you were going to get it, you still have 8 years to worry about the rest of the money conceivably too, right?
We have until 2030 to expend the
Okay.
funding. If, we have to be careful with development of housing because they do take a long time. If the money's not spent by September 30th,
Right.
2030, it's gone.
I got it.
I probably we should clarify that non-congregate shelter, we could leverage Project Home Key funding if we had a viable project and if we were awarded.
Okay.
But that one's a very,
And then my only other question is on the county ask. So that is, what you're referring to subsequently is that supportive services line there for 600,000 on that graph, right? So, the hard discussion, I think, for me in that regard, and I'm wondering just what happens at the staff level, is that's a commitment for $300,000 a year fiscal years, right? And so we have the highest localized number of homeless people in the county. And we're not a social service provider, but the county is a social service provider. And so what type of discussions are we having with them when they come and they see that we're getting this money that's targeted in this area and they ask for some of that money? How is that relationship equaled out with the county's money that they get that we don't have, we're not the recipient of, but they serve as a distributor of, and the way they're distributing it throughout the county? Are we getting the largest local count of homeless people, supportive services in the county from their end too? Are those the type of conversations we're having with the county when we have these requests to give up some money back to the county?
yes, that is one of the conversations we have. And I sit on the COC board, and geographic distribution is something that is considered carefully when funds are allocated, and it is based on data and numbers. The county did leverage their own funding to support this effort because the emergency housing vouchers is an excellent opportunity for us as a community to, countywide, to make sure that people that are placed into housing remain housed. So we do consider, that they are leveraging other funding and that we are
So-
working together. An example right now is the Encampment Resolution Program grant, which the county did obtain $2.5 million. They're coordinating with the cities, including us, to make sure that we're part of that, that benefit from that.
So just using the vouchers as a simple example for me, simplifies it. there were a certain number of vouchers available for the whole county. The city received the majority of those vouchers.
I believe it was 215 countywide, and I believe we got 85. Don't quote me on that. I can look into that and get back to you,
Okay,
but I
so
believe
that's kind
those
of the
were.
relationship I'm talking about in the conversations with the county, because we bear the impact and the numbers of the most in the county, and when they're making the decision on where to put their bucket of resources, are we really having those conversations that, deserves a terrible word, not deserve, that it's appropriate for most of for that percentage, that higher percentage of resources to come to the city to serve the greater numbers there. So that makes sense to you, right? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just had just a clarification. I noticed it in the staff report, and then you had it in the PowerPoint. But you write that the city of, in page 3 of the staff report, the city of Santa Barbara has few direct, readily available resources to assist persons experiencing homelessness. I'm just wanted to get a clarification, because we do have a lot of services, but is this the city of Santa Barbara specifically, exclusive of our nonprofit partners? Because if you factor in the nonprofits, I just want to make sure that it's not being said that we don't have very many services for our homeless.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, no, directly, the city does not receive a significant amount, but there are a lot of service providers countywide.
Okay, perfect. So it's just a clarification, the city as an entity doesn't provide them, but, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I had some follow-up questions along the lines of Councilmember Jordan also, and about the county. So I understand that they're asking each city for their proportional share, but I do have the same question if we get our proportional share back in kind, and I'd actually be of the mind to ask the county for more funding to come this way, rather than to allocate funding and then us to give funding back. And some specific, I'm just wondering if it could go directly to the embedded social worker at the library, or maybe now embedding a social worker also somewhere else, or something where it isn't going back, but we could negotiate for it very specifically being for the city. Is that, you answered already that it's in conversation, but maybe a little bit more specificity on that.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, thank you for that feedback, and that's why I haven't brought it to you before for full adoption, because I'm still evaluating the impacts of the request, and I think you all make very good points about how we can make sure it's a reciprocal relationship.
Thank you. I think that's something in our history that maybe we want to be sure to hold a hard line on, that we really need our allocation in proportion to the impacts. And then the question about development of affordable rental housing. It doesn't seem to be enough money to actually develop a development, and so I guess I'm wondering how does that work? How do those funds actually go towards supporting development of affordable housing?
It could go to assist with the cost. Of course, $982,000 is not going to be enough, but we could leverage that funding. So to acquire property, for example, we've done that in the past, where Transition House is an example project where the city did give $450,000 to acquire some housing that got turned into affordable housing.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Are there any further questions, staff? If not, I would entertain a motion on the recommendations. Do we have public comment now?
We have no public comment on this item.
The text already. Okay, with that.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Moved by Jordan,
I'll second it.
I have
second by Friedman.
a quick comment, if I may.
Comment to the motion.
Ms. Stutz, I think you can see there's a increasing desire to become more conversant in the relationship with the county. I'm sure you see that all the time in our little meetings here and there. And to better understand as Councilmember Sneddon calls it, a proportional relationship of our problem inside the county proportional to their support and resources that's given to us. Personally also, I'm less optimistic about providing services as I see, although it's a chicken and egg thing, I understand that the services you're talking about here are to ensure that people who are somewhere in some facility are staying there, so it's helping them. But it's kind of a chicken and an egg, starting to be a chicken and egg thing for me, and I'm particularly more focused on structural assets that we could chase and put into place. And those serve two purposes. One, I mean, we just did a $3 million experiment where at the end of that, there was really no next step up viable spot for those people in the Rose Garden Inn. There was a kind of a lateral horizontal move for many of them, but not a next step up. And I increasingly see the need for that, as that seems to be the next barrier, whatever you define as bridge or transitional housing to get eventually to some kind of low-income housing. And so we end up either keeping those people too long in that status and costing more money because there's nowhere to go, or we just don't have it at all and the people go back out on the street. And the example you gave of find a hotel somewhere or two is starting to appeal to me more and more, because we can pursue that, use that, and heaven forbid we solve enough of the problem that then we're actually left with an asset we can turn into capital A affordable housing, not a homeless bridge piece of housing. We've actually got an asset in the game there, rather than an endless stream of spending money on services without seeing an asset or a tangible reward. So I know this isn't anything new. I know every time we get to see you, we talk about this kind of stuff, but those are just kind of my thoughts on the relationship. Every time we see this, we see $1 million here or $2 million there, that there's probably just going to be more scrutiny and more questions on it. So thanks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Mr. Jordan, does your motion remain the same? Okay, very good. Ms. Kovacs, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Freeman to support the staff report. Councilmember Sneddon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon?
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. All right, thank you. As we get ready for the next item, I'd like to invite both the Ordinance Committee and the Finance Committee to report out, since that wasn't on the agenda earlier today. So let's begin with the Ordinance Committee. May I have the report, please?
That would be
There
that
was
mystery
no
meeting
ordinance.
that we didn't have today.
No, there was no ordinance
Okay, then
committee.
Finance, take it away. I thought you guys both had them.
All
What are
right.
you doing anyway?
So at the Finance Committee, we did a review of the second quarter financials, which were on today's agenda on the consent. And then we had a really good discussion on the second tranche of the American Rescue Plan Act funding, which was $10.9 million, and we had a number of funding options. And we got through it and came with a package of recommendations that will be coming to council, I think next week, but as part of our budget discussions, recommendations on how to use that second tranche, along with a couple other minor recommendations for the budget.
All right, very good. May we have the next item, please, Madam Clerk?
Item 18, annual update on bicycle share pilot program.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, council members. My name is Sam Furtner. I'm the mobility coordinator with the Public Works Department. And I'm here today to provide our first annual update on some of the challenges and some of the successes in our bicycle share pilot program. Next slide, please. Just as a quick summary before we get into some of the details, the bicycle share pilot program launched in January of 2021. So about a year from that time, we've implemented around 50 docking stations, and we currently have about 140 pedal assist e-bikes in service throughout the city. In that year since launch, about 15,000 B-cycle riders have taken over 81,000 trips on B-cycle bikes and covered over 320,000 miles here in the city of Santa Barbara. That being said, there are future efforts that will be needed to expand the program to full capacity. The 3-year pilot program will ultimately be comprised of 250 e-bikes and over 500 docks located throughout the city, building the bike share network. As staff and B-Cycle work to expand the program, there will need to be future efforts to monitor ridership, assess demand at different station locations, and adapt to some of the challenges that I'll cover later in the presentation. Next slide, please. So just as a reminder, bike share has been a requested commodity in the city of Santa Barbara. It's in numerous planning documents. It's been listed in the general plan for over a decade. It was a requested transit option in the 2016 Bicycle Master Plan. And the intent of looking at this from a planning perspective is to provide a more sustainable public transportation option here in the city. And really, council gave direction to start off bike share in the city of Santa Barbara around the time that we had a number of unpermitted scooter launches back in 2018. And at that time, we heard direction to regulate shared mobility here in the city of Santa Barbara and to try bike share and see if it could fit here in our city. Next slide, please. This is a quick timeline, and I apologize for how dark some of the icons are, but as I mentioned, late 2018, early 2019, we heard direction from council to go ahead and regulate scooters here in the city, hold off on them for the time being, but to also implement a bike share pilot program and to enact this community requested service here in the city. With that direction, staff went forth and prepared a request for applications, to which we received 3 applications to be a permitted operator here in the city of our pilot bike share program. With the help of a selection committee comprised of members from UCSB, the City of Goleta, and our partners at the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, B-Cycle was selected and recommended for the 3-year pilot program permitted operator position. From December 2019 through 2020, city staff and B-Cycle worked on program design, navigating some of the permitting challenges, and ultimately in January of 2021, January 28th to be exact, B-Cycle launched here in the city of Santa Barbara. Next slide, please. Bike share is meant to be a public point-to-point transportation option that has the potential to reduce traffic and parking demand for those that prefer to drive, can provide access to key destinations, is affordable, is a great choice when it's a little bit too far to walk, but maybe also too close to drive. And it's unique in public transit in the fact that it's also an active form of transportation, which is an added benefit here. Next slide, please. B-Cycle was chosen as the permitted operator really because of the unique package of what they proposed for the city of Santa Barbara. With the 3.0 docking system, they brought a low-profile, aesthetically pleasing system that blends into city infrastructure a little bit better. It, in a lot of ways, looks like a bike rack that you might see on a city street. Additionally, the B-Cycle bikes and the fleet that they brought is all electric, and these are pedal assist e-bikes with a number of safety features, constantly illuminated front and rear lights, and they are actually governed to a 17-mile-per-hour pedal assist, which is lower than most off-the-shelf e-bikes available in the state of California. Next slide, please. When looking at potential locations for the installation of bike share, we try to maintain 3 key parameters. One, to ensure that we have sufficient pedestrian through zones on our city sidewalks. We aim to provide at least 6 feet of right-of-way when we install bike share. We like to mount to existing hardscapes, generally in the right-of-way, and we like to provide access to a key destination. So you might even have preferential parking in using bike share. We aim to do that in looking at bike parking locations as well throughout the city. And I'd just like to point out that every station selection site is a little bit unique. On the lower right-hand side, you can see an image of the station down at the Santa Barbara Harbor. Definitely a key destination, We were excited about identifying that. We had it scouted, and we discovered that there was a utility buried about 4 inches below the asphalt surface here. So we went back to B-Cycle, and we were actually able to install this location on a base plate, which is a freestanding weighted base plate, essentially, that can allow docks to be placed without being affixed to asphalt or concrete. Next slide, please. This is what a typical installation diagram looks like. On the right-hand side, you'll see the results of scouting of city staff and B-Cycle efforts. Again, you can identify that the 6-foot through zone is maintained. I see an 18-inch curb setback and the general station footprint. At this stage, we vet stations with our traffic engineer to ensure that we don't have any sightline or visibility issues. And at that point, we would begin community or public outreach to notify people, hey, this is coming to your neighborhood, this is coming adjacent to your business, and hear any operational concerns that might come up. On the left-hand side, you can see a as-installed graphic. And this is helpful for our record keeping because it shows the orientation the docks were placed at, the number of bikes, et cetera. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we've had really good ridership. With the 140 bikes in service, we've had over 320,000 miles ridden, but that's not the complete story. One of the things that we look at in bike share is who's riding and what their behavior looks like. And to kind of suss out the difference between potentially a tourist rider or a local rider, we look at the proportion of single or walk-up users as compared to membership users. And in the year since launch, we've averaged about 68.5% member rides in the city of Santa Barbara. There's more to the story to that, but it's important to note that we do look at these membership versus walk-up rates and use them as a point of assessing ridership behavior. Who are the frequent users of B-Cycle in Santa Barbara? Next slide, please. Black icons on the screen indicate locations that have already been installed in the city, and you can see the beginning of kind of the core of the network taking shape. We've had a number of COVID-related microchip delays that have pushed the implementation of a number of docks here in the city. That being said, the magenta locations have been scouted and vetted by the traffic engineer, and the moment we have those docks in stock, hopefully in March at this point, we hope to be able to start community outreach and go ahead and install those stations. And then we have further stations expanding the network from this point on that are also ready to go once we receive more docks, hopefully in April later this year. Next slide, please. This is just a reminder on system pricing. B-Cycle offers 3 different levels of membership, an annual and a monthly membership, and then we also offer a low-income annual membership. So if a user is eligible for SNAP or CalFresh benefits, they can qualify for a $25 a year B-Cycle membership. Additionally, there is a walk-up or single ride cost, which is $7 for every 30 minutes. And just to put this into comparison, most bike rental shops here in Santa Barbara charge around $20 to $25 an hour for an e-bike rental. And I'll get into the relevance of that a little bit more in the next slide. So prior to bringing bike share to Santa Barbara, we knew there were some barriers. Some of the early shared mobility created sidewalk clutter. There were definitely aesthetic challenges to some of the dockless systems. We knew cost could be a potential barrier. And ultimately, the question of how well bike share would fit in the Santa Barbara city was really what drove us to move forward with a 3-year pilot program. It's enough time to get the program fully developed and really give it a fair shake to understand how well bike share fits here in the city. Next slide, please. Current challenges that we face in implementation have really been focused on city review and the permitting processes, as well as really significant business and neighborhood outreach for every station that's been installed. These are really time-consuming, big staff efforts, and it's taken us a while to develop a system that works well. Bigger picture and beyond the scope of bike share is an emerging conversation about e-bikes and bicycles in general that have gained such popularity during the pandemic, and understanding how to adapt to that sudden increase in ridership, especially along the State Street Promenade and Cabrillo Beachway. Next slide, please. Other current challenges that we face on the operational front, theft and vandalism. Out of those 320,000 miles that have been ridden on e-bikes, we've had about 100 incidents where a B-cycle bike was either not parked correctly, was in some cases abandoned, and in a couple of circumstances was actually deliberately stolen. Of those, we've had 3 that were not recovered. And that's one thing that I'd like to point out here is that the numbers that we're seeing for theft and vandalism are pretty standard across bike share, but Santa Barbara has a higher rate of recovery than most other bike share systems do. And I owe that to the responsiveness and dedication of B-Cycle and their staff in getting out and recovering these bicycles. Additionally, we've had 11 batteries that have been actually cut off of B-Cycle frames, and we've had around 50 other bikes that have suffered some form of more minor damage, ranging from slashed grips to broken taillights or stolen parts. Additionally, we have had some software issues. The 3.0 dock is a relatively new technology, and we've had a couple instances where the system has crashed. B-Cycle, again, has been very responsive in these instances. And I would like to point out here that as a form of public transportation, it's not uncommon for bus or train to be delayed. So we view this as kind of a similar form of delay. But again, part of the pilot program, we're assessing this and seeing how this performs over time. Out of the over 81,000 trips taken on B-Cycle bikes, we've had 3 reported collisions. So that's also a concern that we're paying attention to. And lastly, these 2 components are kind of moving targets right now, but we've had continued delays as a result of semiconductor shortages in the global marketplace. Right now, we assume that we should be getting a batch of 65 docks in Santa Barbara this March, with another batch that should be coming in April. But again, that's a moving target, and it has been changing. And lastly, the bigger question remains in Santa Barbara. A lot of other jurisdictions and municipalities have been really reliant on advertising to support their bike share systems. And the question remains of whether bike share can fit in Santa Barbara without that sponsorship or that marketing advantage. So that remains to be seen at this point. Next slide, please. Staff have reached out to 6 bike retail shops and 2 bike rental companies in the city of Santa Barbara to get feedback on bike share. Generally, the bike retail shops were ambivalent or supportive of bike share. 2 of the shop owners that I spoke with actually mentioned that they had sold electric bikes to former B-Cycle users that were more interested in getting an e-bike that fit their needs. On the other side of the coin, 2 of the bike rental shops that I spoke with mentioned that they had perceived a dip in shorter duration e-bike rentals when B-Cycle launched. And they both felt that B-Cycle and their pricing structure undercut e-bike rentals here in Santa Barbara. To that end, this sticker was affixed along Cabrillo Boulevard in July of 2021 in front of a bike share location, essentially saying, you know, bike share is for locals only. If you're a tourist, please support your local bike rental shop. So again, hinting at some animosity from the bike rental community. Next slide, please. Moving forward, the initial steps are going to be to continue to expand the network and continue to expand the pilot program to its full capacity of 250 e-bikes and 500 docks. Additionally, we've been in very preliminary conversations with some regional members about the potential for a regional bike share system in the South Coast. And to that end, staff and B-Cycle will continue to monitor ridership, assess demand, adapt to challenges, and come here to provide annual reports to council on the performance of the program. Next slide. This is a heat map showing all riders from January 2021 until January 2022. Darker colors indicate a higher density of riders. And what I'd like to point out here is you can see the core of the system that we've been building in the bike share network, but you can also see a lot of ridership to areas that are not served by B-Cycle currently. The Mesa is that kind of blip in the center of the screen. You can see a lot of traffic down to Coast Village Road area. And from a regional standpoint, it's important to point out that although faint on this map, there is ridership that's going as far north as Goleta and Isla Vista and as far south as Summerland. So there is the potential for a regional program, and there's certainly regional demand. Next slide, please. Just to remind everyone, this is a 3-year pilot program, and to date, the city is pleased with the ridership numbers that we're seeing, but it is important to point out that those numbers are very unique to Santa Barbara. It's only been about a year since launch, but we are still at about 50% capacity for the system. And a lot of the initial focus, as you could see on the previous screen, was to build out the downtown core and some of the key destinations along Cabrillo. That will need to be expanded, and some of the development into neighborhood areas will be more challenging and time-consuming. Staff will continue to evaluate station performance and to monitor membership versus walk-up rides, as well as continue dialogue with stakeholders to inform the progress of bike share here in the city of Santa Barbara. Next slide. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. And I'd like to point out that we were planning to have Jesse Rosenberg, who's the general manager of B-Cycle Santa Barbara, here with us today, but due to an unforeseen medical issue, she could not be in attendance. So any of the more technical questions I might have to table and get back to you with responses. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Snedden?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. And thank you for this update. I have a few questions. One, just quickly, how much does it cost the city to maintain this program?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Snedden. So in short, the city pays a per bike fee for administration of the program, but all other costs are attributed to B-Cycle. So this is essentially a no-cost program for the city of Santa Barbara, with the exception of some administrative time.
Okay. That's actually really helpful, thank you. And then for the freestanding base plates, those are really appealing to me, and I'm just wondering what are the considerations for that, and if we're, well, I'll get to the State Street Promenade, I guess, in a minute, but just why would we not always use those, or where are those most attractive to use?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Snedden, great question. Short answer is base plates are fairly expensive, and they limit the ways that bike share docks can be oriented. Additionally, they have a set spacing, so you can't adjust the station to fit the surroundings, if you will. You're dedicated that we have X number of bikes, and it sits on a base plate, and there it goes. With that being said, we wanted to install a base plate location to test how well it works in Santa Barbara, and that location has been very successful. And initial conversations about the State Street Promenade had been looking into base plates, especially along the brick areas along State Street.
Thank you, and I'm going to get to that too. So if a business that was further out that is not currently served wanted to invest for themselves, say, I can't even think of an example, the YMCA, I don't know that they want this or not, and they don't have anything there. If they wanted to invest, is that something that could be possible with base plates and buying into the system?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Snedden, that is correct. There are sponsorship possibilities, especially in areas where B-Cycle has determined that there might not be sufficient demand, given that this system is being operated at relatively low cost to the city, and it is being entirely run by B-Cycle. they do have some say in where they deem would be a successful bike share location. So we try to work together on that and evaluate stations for demand. At that point, though, I would also say that we are interested in expanding the network and would be very amenable to recommendations or solicitations from businesses that might be interested.
Great, I think that's actually really interesting. And then, looking at the expansion map, there's some areas that stand out to me. The zoo, the Cabrillo Rec Center area, which, you know, is an exercise facility also, and Coast Village Road, which isn't really regional, it is part of the city, that don't seem to have anything. And then the Mesa also, but it looked like that was maybe going to be expanded. But if you could speak to the zoo and Coast Village Road and the rec center.
Of course. One of the things that we do in looking for potential locations is establish a demand, establish a customer base, and all of the locations you mentioned would make ideal locations for bike share. That being said, some areas of the city are very geographically limited as far as sidewalk widths, access to good bike infrastructure. There's a number of different parameters that we look at in addition to the three that I mentioned. But we do continue to work with the Parks Department to look at, you know, places that are adjacent to areas where people recreate. And we are hearing a lot of demand to add bike share stations, you know, further along Cabrillo Boulevard. The zoo obviously is a great location. And additionally, we do have a number of stations that we have lined up and are vetted internally along Coast Village Road, but there's so few areas along Coast Village Road that we want to be sure that when we launch and we bring bike share there, we can have enough of a density of bikes to actually allow it to be a reliable transportation option. And I think at this point we only have 3 stations right now. So we're waiting on that for the time being. But the Mesa, we will be moving forward with some installations, including a slightly larger installation on Cliff Drive, again, to account for the fact that, you know, the initial density we thought we could have of 2 or 3 dock station every couple of blocks is not going to work on the Mesa.
I see. And then also you have City College students there, that might be a larger market also. I do want to keep Coast Village in the, I think that might be one of those candidates for the freestanding base plates as it's sort of reconfiguring with parklets and moving into their future too. But I think it'd be great there. And then I guess onto State Street and the Promenade, was at the time and am still really concerned about the mixed messaging of having docking stations on State Street that's now a promenade, and we don't really want people riding that fast on their e-bikes on the promenade, and where we might go with that. I think when we initially launched, we talked about maybe having them on side streets or maybe in parking structures or different places, and I'm wondering, now that the promenade, you know, has been around for a little while, feedback on that, on if it's still a good idea to be having docking stations right on State Street.
Councilmember Sneddon, through the mayor, I'm Jessica Grant, interim Public Works Downtown Manager. That's a great question. It goes beyond the public bike share system of just a larger discussion with our overall network. State Street is the spine network of the city, as indicated in the bicycle master plan. So when we were citing that it made complete sense to have it on our spine network, unfortunately there isn't other, we have space constraints on the 0 blocks to put additional stations there. And there's also for parallel facilities for our circulation right now outside of State Street. It would not be recommended due to the high speeds of the adjacent parallel streets. Bigger picture for
with respect to Vision Zero pre-pandemic, State Street, we had a high number of collisions, vehicles versus peds, vehicles versus bikes. And during the pandemic, those numbers have significantly decreased. So it is an area at this point in time that is, from a collision safety perspective, is a safe place to ride.
Okay, thank you. And I suppose I'd just like to reserve that topic for the council also to be considering as we're moving into the future about the role of e-bikes on State Street and State Street as the spine. And I realize that's a bigger conversation, but a lot has changed since this was launched. So thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. Just a few questions. In the staff report, it mentions that part of the constraints are the length of the size of the docking stations. You can only have a certain number, but we're going to need to expand. How much larger are they going to be, and how many docking stations are typically in a location now, and then how far are we going to have to expand them?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman. Currently, we aim to keep a smaller feel with bike share. We've been trying to avoid the bigger municipal feeling, 50 docks lined up in a row. And initially, we had thought that more dense, smaller station locations would still serve the same effect as one larger grouping. We're finding that not to be the case. The reasoning being is that if you have a two-dock location, there needs to be one dock open to park a bike should you be returning to that location, and there needs to be one bike available for somebody to take it into town, for example. So effectively, that station is always half empty. And we see that when stations are smaller, they are more unreliable, and we feel that the regular commuters are less likely to use those stations because there's a higher likelihood that the station would either be full or there might not be a bike available for them to take to their destination. So that being said, we have continued moving forward with our typical 6-dock installations. That's kind of the standard throughout the city. And we will be looking into a potential 10-dock location on Cliff Drive, just to see how well that works. Again, we don't have anything that size right now, but given the geographic constraints that we're facing on the Mesa, in an effort to get enough bikes up there to actually have it be reliable, we'll have 2 separate stations, one a 10-dock and one a 6-dock.
In particular, in the northern, that's helpful. So we're going to try a 10-dock station pilot program. I noticed pretty quickly that there were some around, say, On Terre, and then there was the others on Hope and State, and those are generally smaller. Are we looking to expand those as well? Because I think as we're getting into the outlier stations where we're trying to get people, perhaps they're commuting from there to downtown, if you only have 4 bikes or 5 or 6, I guess in this case, and you go and everyone's trying to go downtown at the same time, you might not. So are we going to look at expanding to at least one of those in that area to 10?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, we analyze station performance on a monthly basis, and then we also we got our first annual report that shows a complete breakdown of every station's performance. Additionally, B-Cycle is in the field every day, and they're very well versed with some of the user behavior at different stations, especially with more regular users. I can tell you that State and On Terre and the upper State area does get a lot of regular usage, and both those stations could qualify for a potential expansion. With that being said, we prioritize expansion, especially given some of the dock delays that we've had. We are trying to build out the network a little bit more, and we want to ensure that we can serve areas that might not have as much access to bike share. Again, we'll be piloting a larger station on Cliff to open up the Mesa a little bit, and we've actually been contemplating a station expansion at Amtrak as well in order to provide a little bit more access to bikes adjacent to the Funk Zone.
That makes sense, since you already have it in one location to try to expand it to the others. And I like that we're going to Amtrak. Speaking of expansion, and you mentioned there could be like a regional network in areas outside the city, because we've seen some go to Isla Vista, Goleta, and whatnot. But being that we're trying to go into the Mesa, one of the obvious ones, especially with the new bike path on Las Positas, is the Royal Borough Beach. But that is county, but there are areas of the city just outside the parking lot and others. Is there the potential to add any spaces to add a Royal Borough, either with the county through some type of agreement or just outside of it on city property?
Councilmember Friedman, through the mayor, absolutely. And I know that B-Cycle has been in conversations with the county, with a number of other regional partners, City of Goleta, certainly UCSB, as well as City College, to pursue the potential for adding bike share in those locations.
Great. And then I just have two more questions. The first is the issue of the kiosks. From what I read in the staff report was that because of a chip shortage, as I understand it, the kiosks were never installed at this point, but they're still looking to install them. But based on the program and the success that we've been having in expanding it, do we feel there's still a need for the kiosks? Because that was one of the more controversial aspects of when we were starting it, due to the size of the kiosks. So is there still a need for the kiosks? Are we reevaluating that? Or are we still going to go forward with the kiosks?
To back up a little bit, the kiosks were not installed because we felt that the priority was to expand the bike share network instead of focusing on installing those two kiosks. As the network continues to grow and develop, we will certainly revisit that conversation. And I think that you raise a very good question in, given the success of the program to date, are those kiosks necessary? We've been having those conversations with B-Cycle, and I think at this point, the approach right now is this is a pilot program. Let's keep working on building the network, and let's keep having those conversations moving forward. To me and to our team, it seems more important to get bikes on the ground than to worry about a potentially contentious installation at this time.
Well, I support that approach, so thank you. And then this kind of leads to my last question, is the impacts to the rental businesses. And when the kiosk, I think, could actually exacerbate that, possibly. And how are we, there's been a couple that have reached out to us, but how are we working with those businesses that see an impact? And you mentioned the pricing structure. When you look at it, it's $7 for a half an hour, so you basically get an hour and a half of a ride if it's $20 at the other place. So, which is more than enough time to go downtown or whatever, come back, and pay a little bit of the difference. So, how are we working with those entities that were impacted?
Councilmember Friedman, we have been reaching out to bike shops and will continue to have those conversations. But I would like to point out that years ago now, in a previous council iteration, we received direction to actually increase the cost of bike share from the proposed $5 for 30 minutes, which is what B-Cycle does elsewhere, pretty much throughout the country, to a $7 per 30 minutes cost for walk-up users, in an effort to be more competitive with the bike shop rates in town. And one of the challenges with public bike share and the discussion between that and a private bike rental shop is that it's not really an apples to apples comparison. These are different services, and from an equity standpoint, certainly making public transportation more expensive has some challenges. So I think that the best we can do at this point is to continue our dialogue with those stakeholders and to better understand who is riding B-Cycle. As I mentioned in an earlier slide, we currently have about 68% of riders that are members in the city. And we've seen that number grow from about 40% at the program start, which to me is indicative of more regular usage. So
Yeah.
I
Thank
hope
you
I
for
answered
that.
your
Yeah,
question.
That's helpful because as that number grows, those are people who are going to naturally use it versus the walk-up, which would be the other market. So, well, thank you for answering the questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I go through my list of questions, I think we're missing Jessie Rosenberg today a little bit, so hope she feels better. And a suggestion I would have too is many of the questions you've heard here today that are kind of like not really answerable. I don't really want to wait a year to hear the answers to them again. Maybe if staff could just review this and then just maybe shoot us a memo responding to some of the questions or concerns they heard today. I think that would be a great idea. On that discussion on rates and the 68% of member rides versus 31%, did we ever have targets when we were going into this on what we potentially wanted to be for membership versus walk-up? And are we if so, are we in line with those targets, or do we need to improve? Or I'm saying that from the assumption that we want the highest percentage as we do, but how high do we want our membership percentage to be versus how low do we want our walk-up rate to be?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, we did not have previously identified goals for that membership rate. And that conversation is a little bit more nuanced in that it's difficult to extract exactly who might be a local and who might be a tourist in this example. So we look at increasing access into neighborhoods, and we monitor station performance and membership and single-use rides at every station. So what that helps us identify is if we have, for example, a station on Upper State Street that's getting 90% membership rides, and they're all happening at 7:30 in the morning and 5:30 at night, we can assume those are commuters.
Yep.
That being said, we do want bike share to be accessible for somebody like a tourist who comes into town and wants to just check a bike out and cruise down, Cabrillo Boulevard or something like that, go explore part of the city and drop it off at another location, and might not want to coordinate that with a bike rental shop.
So the way you just described that, the nuance of where it happens and what type of user, do you guys track data that would further skew those percentages in that you may have 68.5% member rides, but based on you have some percentage of walk-ups taking place on Upper State Street at 7:30 in the morning that would lead you to believe that 90% of your ridership is local versus tourists?
Again, it's difficult to really extract that with any confidence. And part of the reason is that we did actually look into tracing billing addresses and area codes of anonymized users to see if we could, who's an out-of-towner? How many people with a non-805 phone number have checked out B-Cycle bikes, and what did their membership versus single ride use look like? But the reality is that a lot of people that live here have out-of-town area codes and have out-of-town billing addresses. So there's a number of assumptions that are involved in looking at the data that ultimately we can't have a lot of confidence in that.
I share that concern on the walk-up pricing, but I also hear one of the things you're saying is the more spreading out into new neighborhoods helps minimize the potential of locals using the walk-up $7 an hour rate and eroding the tourist rate with our existing local vendors too. I too am getting increasingly tired, been tired forever, but I'm getting increasingly tired with being chased down by bikes going 17 miles an hour downhill on State Street, sneaking up behind me. If I decide to take a right-hand turn all of a sudden and realize I should have looked. And I agree with Ms. Sneddon that that should be a bullet on the ad hoc committee. Happy to support that. But I've always heard that we could geo-restrict e-bikes also. So I don't know if these are capable of, but I know in other cities, scooters or bikes, they can actually geo-restrict those to either a speed or actually no e-bike benefit in a geo-restricted area. So have we looked into perhaps in some of these problematic areas, whether it's State Street itself or Cabrillo Boulevard or Shoreline Park area on the Mesa, have we looked into the availability of being able to geo-restrict and actually take away the e-bike capability in those areas and have it come back on when you're out of those areas?
Councilmember Jordan, the short answer to your question is we have not looked at that. And part of the reason is that on city streets and even on Class 1 bike facilities, you are allowed to go 20 miles an hour with an e-bike in the state of California.
Unless we say you're not.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
I guess that's what I'm
But
saying.
that's part of a
is-
bigger conversation.
Right, so, but do you know whether these particular bicycles that are used have the ability to geo-restrict in certain areas, or if they're just not capable?
We have not had that conversation with B-Cycle.
And then, when you're talking about the logistics of sites, others were talking about this too. In particular, when I look at some of the neighborhoods where we have visitors that aren't in the downtown core, where we have the local vendors, so say the zoo was mentioned, I'd mentioned Fest Park, whatever we're calling Fest Parker now. That's a bunch of hotel rooms in one place with a lot of parking lot, private property. West Beach, confluence off of Cabrillo Boulevard, but back into West Beach, you know, in the area between West Beach and Montecito Street. Have we looked into, or have we asked B-Cycle to look into partnerships with private property owners like that for placement for their guests that would potentially normally get in a vehicle and, let's just use the example you've already heard, drive from West Beach to the zoo, where instead they could, right there in the parking lot of the lodging facility, get on an e-bike and go to the zoo and come back?
Councilmember Jordan, through the mayor, the short answer is yes, we have looked at potential locations for private property. In this pilot, the main focus has been citing locations in public right-of-way as our first phase, probably second phase, and then it's from there, maybe looking at other private properties for other potential. Again, just as we had to go through permitting for the coastal zone, private properties would have to go through a level of permitting as well, and finding locations on private property that doesn't conflict with other zoning regulations. It's not
No
as
good deed goes
easy as it
unpunished, right?
sounds, yes.
All right. I get asked this all the time in that particular industry group, like, they don't want to bear the expense of bikes that get trashed or lost or stolen or whatever, and they love the idea of an electric bicycle program, and they see the convenience and the effectiveness of where it is, but it's not there. And everybody wants to tell you what else you should do up here today, right? So a couple others on my list are, same thing too for city parking lots. When you're struggling for places that you can, I'll stand right there and argue with that other department with you that there's some nexus between losing a parking lot or parking space or two and providing an alternative to those people who, instead of driving from one parking lot to another parking lot in the city, have the option to leave their car in one and go that direction. Known student areas, I think this was mentioned again too, particularly when I'm looking it up on the Mesa, further down Cliff Drive, City Colleges kind of place, college students that would be going downtown. And then the last, just 2 cents, is also just anywhere there, Mr. Friedman talked about this, but Arroyo Burro, but I would talk about anywhere there's beach access. So whether that's Shoreline Park, Thousand Steps, Mesa Lane Steps, those are all heavily impacted areas and neighborhoods by cars. And we will not have people availing themselves of the B-Cycle program to go there as an alternate until we have a site for them to dock and charge and get back from. So straight into comments, as I'm prone to do, but those are kind of the areas I see as importance too, rather than just normal neighborhoods. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Kovacs, do we have public speakers on this item?
We have 2 public speakers.
We have the first one, please.
The first is E. Howard Green, who will be followed by Anna Marie Gott. E. Howard Green, you can unmute yourself and begin to speak. E. Howard Green, you can unmute yourself and begin to speak. Looks like he's having some difficulty. I have allowed you to speak and asked you to unmute.
Now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, I couldn't find the unmute button. Thank you. I have several comments on this. I'd like to perhaps ask if the city clerk can put the map back up of the future, the ones that had the, I think, violet or purple color. I'm unable to find the staff report because there seems to be a problem on the agenda. Does not allow me to read the report. I think that my most important recommendation would be to have a fee structure that provides something like the MTD 10 ride for seniors or for anyone really who wants to spread out their usage, not in a commuter type of monthly or the unlimited all-you-can-eat annual plan. I don't know whether membership continues after the period of time ends. I've signed up for a couple of things like Valentine's Day freebie or something, and I don't know whether I'm counted as a member or not. De La Vina, Upper De La Vina is a very prime location, and I'm wondering why that has not been discussed. There is a question in my mind, are you allowed to put bike stations on private property with a waiver of the property owner? I can think of things like Trader Joe's parking lot would be a great place, give up one space and get 5 bikes. The map that is on B-Cycle map has a number in the pin for the locations. Is that a number of bikes available or number of slots to return to? And can we have something that shows both? Lastly, for those who like GIS systems, the city has a great one. I would hope that there would be a GIS layer for bike locations to be included. And do the bikes fit on MTD bus bike racks? That might be a helpful solution. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie, you can go ahead and speak now.
Council members, there were 2 accidents with head injuries, and there's no information to actually explain why the accidents occurred, such as the first time using an e-bag, was it speed, or was it something else? We need to get this information. As a reminder, 15% of the population in the United States at minimum does not have a smartphone. That number could actually be greater here in the city of Santa Barbara. This population cannot access the program, all because the promised enrollment kiosks have not been delivered. And I want to point out something. Your staff report states that it was because of supply chain issues. However, your staff member giving the presentation today, quite frankly, said no, it wasn't because of that. It was because staff didn't want to put out the kiosks. They felt putting out bikes was, going to be the most effective thing to do. So your staff lied on the report, or they deliberately misled the public and you. So I want to point that out because this is not the first time that this has happened. And I want to make a big deal about it because we should actually be putting these kiosks on the east and west side where people are going to have less access to smartphones. Why would we put a kiosk down at the waterfront where we are experiencing a greater incidence of tourists who are going to have more access to smartphones? It just doesn't make any sense. So I would ask that you require that the kiosks be moved, one to the east side and one to the west side immediately, and that they be placed within 60 days. Regarding the reports, to staff's suggestion that, the billing data would probably be inaccurate regarding tracking tourists versus residents. Well, that's true, but it's going to be off by a very small percent compared to an area code. So what we really need is a report that has the number of monthly members by trips, the number of reduced monthly membership trips, the number of daily trips by zip code. And that would give you a much better idea to find out, hey, is, 80% of the trips actually being, consumed by tourists, or is it residents? Finally, regarding, advertising, I don't believe that Santa Barbara is the right place to have advertising on e-bikes. And we should not have larger bike docks except for maybe over at Santa Barbara City College and maybe over at the Mesa shopping areas. And you can limit the speed of bikes by requiring a maximum speed of 12 miles an hour, which would be helpful in reducing accidents and conflicts with pedestrians.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Kovacs, are there any further speakers for this item?
There are no further speakers.
Okay, very good. Thank you, staff. Any comments come from council? Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and staff for that report. I know that there are at least 2 charging stations on San Andreas on the west side. There might be a 3rd one, but I do notice that whenever I drive by them, there's never any bikes there, meaning that, they're taken. So maybe adding a few more would be useful because, I've tried to take my friends bike riding with me, and whenever we drive by, they're just always gone. So, which is a good thing, but if there were more, that would be great. Thank you.
Very good, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So just in comments, I would suggest to keep working on building the network and put off the kiosks on the waterfront or consider east side and west side. I think that is actually, we discussed that a lot at the original council meeting, and that would be maybe a helpful place for kiosks at the maybe east side library was one of the ideas that we had talked about, but continuing that conversation. But I think it might be worth coming back to council if we were going to place kiosks so that we could approve those locations. I think would be a good idea since it was quite contentious when it came up before. I do like to consider continuing to work with the maybe Coast Village Association and considering expansion to Coast Village. There is a bike lane that goes between the waterfront and Coast Village, and then that opens it up to the markets there and residents in that area as well. I like the idea of business entities being able to expand the network by buying into it and having maybe the portable stands and considering looking at that. I like the affordability of the membership. I think it is very difficult to separate out between locals and not locals, and my personal comment is I'd rather err on the side of having it be affordable for locals. So I don't know how the rest of council feels about that. We've had some rocky starts talking about the kiosks in the coastal zone and the placement in El Pueblo Viejo, and that was really successful, going back and walking with members of HLC to help with the placement of that. I do think we need to address e-bikes in general, maybe at the State Street Ad Hoc Committee, and get input on that because of these different speeds, and it's just a different world than it was when we initially started placing them there, and the circulation patterns have changed. So looking maybe more closely at that there. Overall, I would say people love them. I love seeing people riding around on them. I do think it helps with that last mile traveled and the expansion at Amtrak or in public transit areas. I think is a great idea and consideration. It was rocky at the beginning, and this is a pilot, and I think we've learned a lot, and you've been very flexible in moving and reconsidering places if they're not working, and I really appreciate this update to council, and I think it's a successful program, actually much more successful than I initially thought, I will say that. And I'm also want to keep considering those areas of expansion that both Councilmember Jordan and Friedman mentioned to waterfront areas and working. I realize that Hendry's Beach is not in our jurisdiction, but that does seem like a good option to keep people from parking and filling up those parking lots too. So thank you.
All right, very good. There is no action to take on this item, and we do need
Mayor
to take...
Rouse, I think Councilmember Gutierrez has her hand up.
Oh, she does. I didn't see her up there. Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I want to thank staff for the report. And like Ms. Nedden said, it was a difficult start this pilot program. We have difficulty with change, especially we've had a lot of it lately. I have seen a lot of my community members take advantage of the bikes. I would actually like to see more in my district. I do want to suggest that we are mindful of the businesses that have been here before, the electrical bikes that provide these type of services. I know we said it before we launched the program that we weren't going to have them near these shops that provide bicycles for the tourists and the people in the community. These businesses have been around since I was little. So I really want to be mindful that we don't have them in those areas. But I really encouraged them more on the east side and west side. I have family that live in the west side, and just like my colleague said, there's never bikes available. I would like to encourage the company to, I did meet with a representative last year to encourage more community outreaching, because I know they have programs for people that are low income to be able to access these bikes. And those are my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Once again, there are no actions to take on this item, so we do need to take a short break for our interpreters. So we'll see you back here at about 4 o'clock. Madam Clerk, will you read the next item, please?
Yes, item 19, public hearing to consider declaration of a public nuisance resulting from the operation of a drive-through at the restaurant located at 3707 State Street.
Thank you. Okay, this is a hearing regarding the Chick-fil-A restaurant and the staff on Upper State Street. I'm going to explain a few things, a few rules of the road, because this will be a slightly different type of hearing than we do with normal residential property appeals. So I've got a script here. I'm going to go over this, and hopefully everybody will get this. It has to do with how we proceed. I want to explain how we're going to handle the hearing today. Legally, we're going to do what's called a quasi-judicial proceeding. What that means is the councils were required to operate like judges in addition to being the community's elected legislators. There are several fairness safeguards the city council needs to respect, and I need to enforce for the benefit of both Chick-fil-A and the affected public. First of all, in a quasi-judicial hearing, the city council must make its decisions solely on the basis of the evidence it hears and reads as part of this hearing. We are required to read and listen to what is presented and then consider the legal requirements before reaching a decision. This means that even if we hold strong personal opinions about an issue, we must put those views aside and make our decision based on the evidence. Our own council rules say that we must rely on the kind of evidence that responsible persons are accustomed to and relying upon in the conduct of serious affairs. We can't base our decision on fear, conjecture, or bias. When we put this on the calendar back in February, the council decided to give both staff and Chick-fil-A additional time above and beyond our normal limits. In addition, I want to make sure that the owners of the Chick-fil-A are given a chance to participate if they are present today. So our hearing is going to follow the following procedures. First, city staff will open up with their presentation of up to 30 minutes. And then the property owners have requested a time slot, so they will have 10 minutes to present their evidence. After that, the Chick-fil-A operation will then have 30 minutes to present its evidence. After that, we will take public comment. We anticipate a fair number of speakers, so we're going to limit public comments to 2 minutes per person. After the public comment, council will have the opportunity to ask questions of both staff and the Chick-fil-A. We want the council to identify any questions or concerns at that time so Chick-fil-A and our staff have an opportunity to respond. But this is where it's going to be a little bit different. We're going to follow a slightly different format on council questions than we normally do, again to ensure fairness to all. I won't say that. I would like my council each to ask their questions, but instead of having them answered one by one, I'm going to direct city staff and Chick-fil-A to respond to those questions during the response and the rebuttal period. All right? So make your questions, track them, and ensure that they're answered in those responses. Finally, Chick-fil-A will have up to 20 minutes to respond and rebut. The property owners may have up to 10 minutes if they desire, and finally, we will have a staff response of up to 20 minutes. So the two main players, Chick-fil-A and staff, are going to have a cumulative 50 minutes, which they can utilize at any time during the hearing. I would strongly encourage people who speak not to repeat the comments of others. If you agree with the previous speaker, you can just say that, and we will value and pay attention to your views. Because this is an evidentiary hearing, the City Council is required to disclose any substantial information or contacts concerning this case that it received outside of this hearing. Each council member must state for the public record the nature of any substantial communications they have had. Council members must indicate the person or persons with whom the ex parte communications were made, then also provide a brief statement as to the substance of the communication. I will ask for those statements in just a few moments after finished with the laying out of the ground rules. The reason we disclose ex parte communications is so that staff, Chick-fil-A, or members of the public may offer rebuttal evidence to anything we may have heard outside of this hearing. And this is to create a level playing field for everyone. So this is a hearing based upon city staff alleging that Chick-fil-A is creating a public nuisance. City staff, therefore, has the burden of proving that a public nuisance exists. We do not have the formal rules of evidence like a court. However, our rules do state that any relevant evidence may be considered if it is the sort of evidence responsible persons rely on in the conduct of serious affairs. Lastly, I really want to emphasize to my colleagues that any decision or decisions that we might make today need to include clear findings of fact that explain the evidence and the reasoning. We will engage the city attorney to prepare those findings in our review, but we need to give him as much direction as possible. Please direct your findings to Mr. Kahlon because the city attorney's office has established an ethical wall to separate the staff seeking the public nuisance determination from our legal advisor. Okay, very good. So, with that, we will begin the proceeding, and by kicking it off with, 1 minute, Mr. Kahlon.
Honorable Mayor, I think this is the time for disclosure of ex parte contacts.
Oh, thank you very much for doing that. Okay, are there ex parte contacts to disclose? Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I received a number of emails from constituents, unsolicited, but in particular, I need to reference one as it's a little different than the others. So as the mayor described, all of the council members are required to disclose ex parte contacts that influence our decision-making with substantial new factual information about a matter. And like I said, I've received a number of emails from constituents, and those are unsolicited and those are typical. But on Sunday, February 27th, I received a communication that I have been advised to disclose because it could be viewed as a source of bias in my own thinking. I received an email from a Ms. Rhonda Hobbs that threatened me with a recall drive if I do not support a finding that Chick-fil-A has created a nuisance. I want to assure the community, city staff, and Chick-fil-A that my oath of office compels me to ignore that email, and I shall do so today and base all of my decision-making upon the facts that are presented. Any actions or decisions that I support will have a sound factual basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there further disclosures of ex parte? I will say for the record that I had the exact same contact with the exact same person, Rhonda Hobbs, that Mr. Friedman had, and my statement remains the same. I won't repeat it, but it is the same. We will not consider those statements in our deliberations. Okay, and that's it for ex parte. Okay, we'll continue on. We will start out with a presentation by city staff. Up to 30 minutes. We will be tracking time. So at the end of the presentation, you may end up any time, and then we will allow you the remainder to use for the rest of your presentation. So city staff, and I believe I see Mr. Bailey up there to start. Mr. Bailey, sir. And would the clerk start the clock, please?
Mayor, House Council, good afternoon. My name is Derek Bailey. I'm with the city's Public Works Department, and I'll be leading this presentation. With me are Chief Malakian of the Police Department, Renee Brooks, City Planner of the Community Development Department, Dan Henschke of the City Attorney's Office, and Michelle Sosa Acosta of the City Attorney's Office. And next slide, please. It is staff's recommendation to declare operation of the drive-through restaurant at 3707 State Street, also known as Chick-fil-A, a public nuisance, and to order the abatement of the nuisance by cessation of the drive-through operations. And next slide. Here's the purpose of today's action. Staff will provide you with evidence that the operation of the drive-through restaurant has adversely affected traffic operations on State Street. And based on the evidence we present, determine whether the operation of a drive-through facility has created a public nuisance. And if council determines a public nuisance exists, it may order the abatement of the nuisance, and abatement could include alterations to the drive-through's operations or revocation of the non-conforming use status of the drive-through. Next slide. This is an outline of the information that we will present. First, we'll show that queues from Chick-fil-A drive-through persistently back up onto State Street. And the reason queues form is the customer demand exceeds drive-through capacity. In other words, the drive-through cannot process customers fast enough to prevent queuing from forming. Then we will show how drive-through queues have a negative effect on traffic safety and mobility on State Street. And the drive-through queue also blocks access to neighboring businesses. Next slide. Third, will show that there have been attempts to address the drive-through queue. For the past several years, Chick-fil-A has been operating the drive-through with 2 lanes instead of 1. Yet the drive-through queue continued to spill out onto State Street. And more recently, Chick-fil-A has been operating a 3-lane drive-through, plus a security guard directing traffic, plus very diligent staffing of the drive-through, which has reduced the queuing. However, with the 3 drive-through lanes, access to parking spaces is blocked, and we have observed some customers parking in neighboring private parking lots and walking to Chick-fil-A. It's clear that since council set this hearing date, Chick-fil-A has put a lot of effort into addressing the drive-through queue. And we'll go into more detail in the upcoming slides. And finally, Chick-fil-A has submitted a development application to the Community Development Department to convert the single-lane drive-through to a permanent 2-lane drive-through. And staff does not believe the proposed site alterations will eliminate the queue. Next slide, please. Before we begin to discuss the drive-through queue, here's some basic background information. This image shows the location of Chick-fil-A on Upper State Street, just east of Hitchcock. And note the area on eastbound State Street where queues form. It's immediately adjacent to Rusty's Pizza, Educated Car Wash, and Jack in the Box. And queues from the drive-through routinely block access to these businesses' driveways. Next slide. It's important to point out that the drive-through queue is not happening on just any old street. It's happening on State Street. And State Street is one of the city's most important streets for moving people and goods. State Street is a principal arterial street, meaning its purpose is to provide the highest level of mobility. And on the map, the red lines indicate the principal arterial streets in this area of Santa Barbara. You can see that there are very few principal arterial streets in the city, and State Street was never intended to function with significant blockage. Next slide. It's also important to understand why queues form. As I mentioned, queues form because demand exceeds capacity, but what factors go into capacity? For drive-through facilities, this includes site layout. For example, a 1-lane drive-through, 2-lane drive-through, how much stacking space is available from the street to the ordering station and between the ordering station to the pickup window. Staffing is very important. Is there adequate staff available? How well trained is the staff? And how well is the staff performing? Also the facilities, for example, the capacity of the kitchen to create the product. And any one of these can create a bottleneck in the operation. You'll see later in the presentation that simply adding a drive-through lane in itself won't fix the problem. Next slide. So moving on to our engineering evaluation. To evaluate the drive-through queue effects on State Street, again, one of our most important streets, traffic engineering staff collected data. We needed to know more information about the queue, such as when the queue typically forms and for how long. We installed video recording cameras facing the drive-through queue. And the image shown on your screen here is from one of the recordings. So starting last spring, we recorded for 2 weekdays plus a Saturday every quarter. So spring, summer, and fall. So we got a very good data set. We then replayed these recordings and noted when the queues formed, when they ended, and the queue length. Next slide, please. So using this information, we determined the effect on traffic safety and mobility, safety for cyclists, safety for pedestrians, access to nearby businesses, and transit operations. And this is the information that we provided in the technical memo to council dated January 11th. Next slide, please. Based on the information we gathered, we determined that the total duration of time that the queue blocks State Street averaged 70 minutes on weekdays and 92 minutes on Saturdays. The maximum we observed was 91 minutes on weekdays and 155 minutes on Saturdays. These are significant amounts of time for a major street to be blocked. Next slide. This graph shows that the queue from the drive-through can happen throughout the day. During a typical weekday, the queue is most likely to form at lunchtime and dinner times, but we observe queues forming as early as 9 a.m. and after 9 p.m. And in fact, some of the longest queues we've observed were after 9 p.m. Next slide. So based on the data that we've analyzed, we've learned several things. First, the drive-through queue is persistent and recurring throughout the day. The drive-through queue is present for a significant amount of time, 70 minutes on weekdays and 92 minutes on Saturdays. And the drive-through queue is affecting operations on one of the city's most important streets, State Street. Next slide, please. So I will walk you through the effects of the queue. One of the negative safety aspects is unexpected stops. When the drive-through queue backs onto State Street and blocks the curb lane, drivers have to make unexpected stops. This was the cause of a rear-end collision reported to the police department in 2018. Next slide. We've observed drivers performing erratic maneuvers, including last-second weaving, to avoid getting caught behind the queue. And these erratic maneuvers increase the likelihood of rear-end and sideswipe collisions. And we've observed frustrated drivers honking their horns as they pass by the queue. Next slide. We've also observed backing onto State Street. Some customers will begin turning into the Chick-fil-A driveway, realize how congested it is, and then back out onto State Street, which is not a safe maneuver. Next slide, please. So in addition to blocking the traffic lanes, the drive-through queue also blocks the sidewalk, so the pedestrians have to weave through vehicles blocking the sidewalk. We've even observed pedestrians walking out into the street because the vehicles are so tightly packed across the driveway. And this creates especially challenging conditions and dangerous conditions for Santa Barbara residents that use a mobility device like a wheelchair or blind residents. Just imagine a wheelchair user or a blind resident trying to navigate through the queue shown in the photo on your screen. Next slide. Cyclist safety is negatively affected by the drive-through queue. The queue blocks the bike lane, forcing cyclists to maneuver through the queue area, and as this cyclist is doing in the photo, this increases the risk of collision and serious injury. State Street is one of the city's most important cycling routes, as the 2016 Bicycle Master Plan identified State Street as the spine of the city's network. And in this area of Santa Barbara, there are no convenient parallel routes. So it's likely that some cyclists have stopped using State Street and possibly stopped cycling altogether because of the dangerous conditions created by the drive-through queue. And again, just notice how the sidewalk is blocked in this photo. Next slide. The drive-through queue is blocking access to neighboring businesses. And this graphic shows that a queue about 5 vehicles long will block the driveway for Rusty's. Those are the vehicles in blue. This happens about 15 to 16 times per day, and longer queues block the driveways for Educated Car Wash and Jack in the Box. Next slide. This is a photo showing that the queue is blocking the driveways for Rusty's Pizza, Educated Car Wash, and Jack in the Box. Notice that the bike lane is impassable because of the queue. Next slide. This slide shows how many times per day the queue blocks access to neighboring businesses. And as I mentioned, Rusty's Pizza is the most affected. Next slide. The drive-through queue negatively affects transit operations. There is an important bus stop on the southeast corner of State Street and Hitchcock Way, as shown in the image. After buses pull out of the bus stop, they're often faced with the rear of the queue. And bus drivers have to either find a gap in traffic and they can maneuver their very large vehicles around the queue. Otherwise, they get caught in the queue and that slows down transit service. And changing lanes in a large vehicle can be very challenging. Next slide. And these photos just show buses maneuvering around the queue. Next slide. We've even observed the armored vehicle that services Chick-fil-A stopping on State Street, blocking traffic and the bike lane. Presumably, they do not want to get caught in the on-site congestion with their valuable cargo. Next slide. So just to recap, the queue is persistent and recurring. The drive-through queue is present for a significant amount of time, spilling onto State Street an average of 70 minutes on weekdays and 92 minutes on Saturdays. Traffic safety is negatively affected. We've observed unexpected stops due to the drive-through queue. We've observed erratic lane changes to avoid the drive-through queue. And we've observed frustrated drivers honking their horns at the queue. And we've even observed drivers backing onto State Street out of the Chick-fil-A driveway after they realized how congested it is on site. The drive-through queue blocks the bike lane, creating a dangerous condition for cyclists that have to maneuver through the queue area, increasing the risk of collision and serious injury. The drive-through queue creates a dangerous condition for pedestrians that have to maneuver through vehicles blocking the sidewalk. And this is especially challenging for people that use a mobility device or are blind. Customer access is blocked to nearby businesses by the drive-through queue, with Rusty's Pizza being the most frequently affected. And the drive-through queue negatively affects transit operations. Bus drivers are forced to maneuver their large vehicles around the queue or risk getting stuck in the queue. And getting stuck in the queue slows down transit service. So based on this information, we believe that a public nuisance exists. Next slide. I'll now move on to previous attempts to address the queue. Here's another photo showing the drive-through queue. And on either side of the Chick-fil-A driveway, signs have been installed warning drivers that it's illegal to block the street. And these signs were installed in early 2013, shortly after Chick-fil-A opened. So this condition has existed for nearly a decade. Next slide, please. This image is zoomed in on those signs that say it's illegal to block the street waiting for the drive-through and do not block the sidewalk. But obviously the signs have not eliminated the queue. Next slide, please. In 2019, before the pandemic, the city contacted Chick-fil-A and we let them know that the drive-through queue is creating a dangerous condition and must be eliminated. Next slide. And in response, one of the things Chick-fil-A did, was to begin operating a 2-lane drive-through. And you can see in this photo, the lane on the right is the second drive-through lane. And this lane is normally used to access parking spaces, but is currently being used for a second drive-through lane in an attempt to reduce the queue. And despite operating with a 2-lane drive-through, the queues persisted during all of our observations last year. Next slide. More recently, a security guard has been added to direct traffic. Next slide. And also recently, there's been a third drive-through lane added. If you notice the orange sign, there are 3 lanes forming behind the restaurant near the pickup window. And to our knowledge, both the security guard and third lane have been implemented since council set this hearing date. Since this hearing date was set, Chick-fil-A has definitely stepped up their efforts, not only with 3 lanes plus a security guard, but it appears that staff have sped up their operations. We're very happy to see that Chick-fil-A is taking action to eliminate the dangerous condition, although these steps would have been welcomed several years ago when the city brought the dangerous conditions to their attention. Next slide. Based on some limited observations, it appears the queue has been reduced since the hearing date was set with the use of a security guard, 3 drive-through lanes, and very diligent staffing of the drive-through. Chick-fil-A staff really appear to be hustling, and that's great. While the recent changes to the drive-through operation has reduced the queuing onto the street, a number of lingering concerns remain. The queuing's not been completely eliminated. The on-site parking spaces are essentially blocked. They're using all available space for stacking vehicles for the drive-through, so customers cannot access parking areas without joining the drive-through queue. Even to back out of a parking space, you have to wait for someone in the drive-through queue to let you out. Because of this, we've observed some customers are parking at Rusty's and walking to Chick-fil-A, so their business activities are not being contained to their site. Is this diligence sustainable? No doubt that Chick-fil-A has stepped up its efforts and the staff are working very hard in this season to minimize the queue, but can they keep it up indefinitely? And finally, the sidewalk blocking has not been eliminated. Next slide. Chick-fil-A has been working on a permanent solution to address the queue. After the city community, communicated its frustrations with the dangerous queuing condition in 2019, Chick-fil-A proposed a permanent 2-lane drive-through, and that proposed site plan is shown on your screen. Chick-fil-A has submitted a development application to the Community Development Department to make these site modifications. Next slide. This is a rendering of the 2-lane drive-through that was submitted as part of Chick-fil-A's development application. And notice, notice the 2 permanent ordering stations. Next slide, please. This is another perspective of the proposed 2-lane drive-through. Notice the 2 ordering stations, and there is enough room for a 3rd drive aisle to access parking spaces. Next slide. Regarding this proposal, staff does not believe the proposed site alterations to create a permanent 2-lane drive-through will eliminate the queue. We believe this for several reasons. First, Chick-fil-A has been operating a 2-lane drive-through for several years, and we have good documentation that the queue was significant despite operating a 2-lane drive-through. Even Chick-fil-A's consulting traffic engineer reached the same conclusion that provisions for additional queuing above and beyond what is shown in the proposed site plan is needed. And regarding the proposed site plan, their traffic engineer reached this conclusion just in the past several weeks after Chick-fil-A has been working on this since 2019. And the modifications that their traffic engineer is recommending is even different than the most recent application that Chick-fil-A has submitted. More recently, Chick-fil-A began operating a 3-lane drive-through. That's 3-lane drive-through plus a security guard plus very diligent staffing. And this appears to be getting closer to satisfying current demand. The proposed site plan provides a separate lane to access parking areas. And this is important. Without a lane to access the parking, dine-in customers get caught in the queue. And because of the queue, we've observed some customers will park at neighboring businesses and walk. The additional lane will also give Chick-fil-A's armored vehicle a place to pull out on site, because that activity needs to stop happening on State Street. So just to summarize points 2 and 3, to come closer to satisfying current demand, it would likely take 3 drive-through lanes plus a lane to access the parking area for a total of 4 lanes. And that's a significant intensification of the site. There's a concern of latent demand. And you'll notice that earlier I said that the 3rd drive-through lane is closer to satisfying current demand. The principle of latent demand means that some potential Chick-fil-A customers will likely avoid Chick-fil-A because of the queue and on-site congestion. If the drive-through capacity is increased, these potential customers are more likely to come Chick-fil-A. So I say this just as a caution that simply satisfying today's demand does not ensure long-term success. So just to repeat that, satisfying today's demand does not ensure long-term success. We could attract more customers to the site. Finally, simply increasing the number of lanes will not satisfy demand. Chick-fil-A would need to continue this high level of diligent operations, and we doubt this level of operations is sustainable. Next slide. And at this time, I would like to invite Police Chief Malakian to talk about the use of police resources.
Thank you, Derek. Mayor and members of council, one of the most common questions in response to dealing with the queuing that Derek described was, well, why don't we just go out and write tickets and enforce what's the existing law? I thought I would share some brief data points with you. Over the last 3 years, there have been 24 traffic collisions in the 3700 block of State Street, of which 11 of them occurred at or in front of Chick-fil-A, and 3 additional occurred in the parking lot of Chick-fil-A. We have launched enforcement efforts over the years. Most recently, intensive one was in 2018. We made 71 enforcement stops in front of or around 3700 State, issued 17 citations, and of note is that about 40% of the people that we stopped were from out of the area. 60% were local residents. This becomes relevant because, as described in the Vision Zero document and other enforcement-related documents, the 3 E's of traffic enforcement are essentially education, engineering, and enforcement. How do we get the public to change their behavior? How do we redesign the businesses and the streets to make changes, et cetera? And in this case, it's obviously fairly difficult. One of the legal realities of the queue is that from a technical perspective, the only vehicle that is in violation of the law is the first vehicle in the street that has not entered the driveway. Everybody else is simply stacked up behind that car. And so from an enforcement perspective, we would have to assign, we'd have to work with traffic engineering and essentially assign people to that location for multiple hours of the day in order to keep traffic moving. I will say that I'm encouraged. One of the things we have suggested for quite some time is the stationing of a security officer at the driveway entrance, essentially when the cars in the lot, in the drive-through lanes have backed up to a certain point, most likely, or most meaningfully to the driveway apron, but before they get onto the sidewalk, at that point, a security guard should simply continue to move traffic along in the street until there's an opening. But as Derek's talked about, the sustainability of that is rather challenging. That's my remarks on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And Council, we also have Renee Brooke, our city planner, is available just in case the council has questions about the development process or concerns about a significant intensification of the site. Next slide, please. And I'd now like to turn it over to Dan Henschke for our city attorney's office.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Honorable mayors, members of the city council. The question, of course, is what is a public nuisance? Because that is the first question that the council is being asked to decide. Is the operation of Chick-fil-A a public nuisance? I'd like to just quote in part from the Civil Code, section 3479, which defines public nuisance and it's anything which is injurious to health or is indecent or offensive to the senses or an obstruction to the free use of property so as to interfere with the comfortable enjoyment of life or property or unlawfully obstructs the free passage or use in the customary manner of any public park, square, street, or highway. A public nuisance is defined in the next section of the Civil Code and is basically one that affects the entire community or a neighborhood or a substantial number of people, although the effect on those people may not be equal in scale or effect on each one of those. So that's what a public nuisance is. Dating back to at least the 1920s, courts have recognized that the operation of drive-in restaurants can be a public nuisance. And there are a number of reported decisions where the courts have determined that the operation of a drive-through restaurant is a public nuisance because of such factors as noise, hours of operation, activities of patron, criminal activity, and other factors. And so what we've presented to you here today relates to another factor, which is the operation of a drive-through in a manner that causes chronic and persistent traffic backups on a major arterial within the city.
Thank you today. Appreciate all your help.
There,
good. Yeah, I was kind of curious what Tony picked up as far as pictures. and
Joshua, I
video
think your
and stuff.
microphone is needs to be muted.
I've stopped
Thank
the
you.
time.
I wanted to also go on to point out that there's no vested right to operate a business in a manner that creates a nuisance. And I want to quote again from a 1971 court opinion, which also dealt with a drive-in restaurant. And just a very short couple of sentences where the court said, quote, "It is recognized that a business which, when established, was entirely unobjectionable, may under changed circumstances become a nuisance. Accordingly, a business which is not per se a nuisance may become one in the manner in which it is conducted. Thus, it has been held that a drive-in restaurant, although not a nuisance per se, because it is a lawful business, may become a nuisance because of the manner of its operation." Could I have the next slide, please? So what we're here today to discuss, and the staff recommendation is obviously to conduct a public hearing to consider the declaration of a public nuisance. the city is empowered to do this under the government code and the Constitution and its charter to declare what may be a nuisance. And that's what we're asking you to do. And then if you do decide that the operation is creating a nuisance, and we believe we've demonstrated why you should find it, then the next question is a separate question, and that is, what should be done to abate the nuisance? And that is a separate decision that you would make once you determine that there is a nuisance. And there are a variety of different methods. Staff is recommending abatement by cessation of the drive-through as a method for distribution of the Chick-fil-A product. The council may consider other options for elimination of the nuisance, and I'm sure that Chick-fil-A and the property owners will suggest potentially other methods for abatement of the nuisance. And then we do ask that you would direct the city attorney to prepare appropriate findings, as the mayor indicated, and to present to you an ordinance for introduction and subsequent adoption that would both declare the nuisance and order the abatement of the nuisance in an appropriate manner as determined by the council. I would like to point out that the record of this proceeding includes all of the information that was included in the CAR, the testimony at this hearing, and also all of the public comments that have been received by the city council and the city clerk and have been included in the reading packet. That concludes the staff presentation, and we don't need to reserve the final 50 seconds.
Thank you very much. I'll confirm with the clerk. I have that you have 1 minute 57 seconds left. Does it look like you, Madam Clerk? Is that about right?
I had just over a minute.
Well, I'm way off then. Okay. I'll take your word for it since you were paying attention. What is your exact time, Ms. Kovacs?
It was 1:03.
1:03. Okay, very good. That is the time remaining. Very good. At this stage, per our agreed format, we will go now to the property owners. You have 10 minutes. Please track your time. I'll let you know if you get close to running out. You can begin at any time.
Can you see us?
Yes.
On video. Okay, and I'd just like to, I think I see the Chick-fil-A PowerPoint up. Just want to confirm that I'm representing the property owner and not Chick-fil-A, and I have no PowerPoint. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. I'm Joe Billings for the law firm of Allen and Kimball here in Santa Barbara. I'm here to speak on behalf of the owners of the property at 3707 State Street, where the Chick-fil-A restaurant is located. Property owners asked the City Council today not to declare the drive-through a public nuisance and not to take away the owner's legally permitted drive-through. We acknowledge that the traffic on State Street related to the drive-through has been an inconvenience to many at certain times of the day, and it creates legitimate safety concerns. We know that the traffic issue needs to be fixed, but we urge the city to not take the drastic step of declaring the drive-through a nuisance and taking it away because there are better ways to fix the traffic concerns. Declaring the drive-through a nuisance and taking it away would create a dangerous precedent for several reasons. First, even though the drive-through is the property owner's entitlement, the city has consistently failed to notify us of issues related to the drive-through, raising legitimate due process concerns. Second, as proven by its popularity, the drive-through is a valuable asset to many members of the community, and steps should be taken to improve it, not remove it. Third, Chick-fil-A and the local operator have been working diligently to fix the traffic issue. The transportation official acknowledged this already. Those measures include submitting planning applications to improve the drive-through and these interim measures that by all accounts are working to lessen traffic congestion on State Street. Now, I'd like to offer a bit of background on the 3707 State Street property and its owners. My clients, they're members of a local family who live in and operate small businesses in the city of Santa Barbara and surrounding communities. Their family purchased the property in the early 1950s when it was just a vacant lot. In the late 70s, the family developed the property as a fast food restaurant and received a permit for the drive-through. Today, it is only one of a handful of legally permitted drive-throughs in the city, making it a hugely valuable property right to my clients. Even though the drive-through is owned by my clients and not Chick-fil-A, the city has made no efforts to include us in any discussions or efforts to lessen traffic congestion related to the drive-through. The property owners were completely blindsided when in late January of this year, they learned through local news reports that on February 1st, the city council would start a process to declare their drive-through a public nuisance and take it away. Until then, the owners were under the impression that Chick-fil-A and the city were working together cooperatively to resolve the issue of cars queuing onto State Street, including processing a planning application to redesign the drive-through. In fact, the city's evidence in support of the proposed nuisance declaration includes letters from city staff to Chick-fil-A regarding the traffic issues. Property owners were not copied on those letters, and they never even saw them until they were attached to the city's agenda report for the February 1st meeting. Even though I raised this lack of notice issue at the February 1st meeting, the city has continued to fail to notify or include the owners in important discussions regarding the drive-through. For example, the city attorney's office did not even mail notice of today's hearing to one of the owners, an elderly woman, as required by its own resolution and the municipal code. Neither did the city attorney's office reach out to the property owners or me to invite us to a pre-hearing conference it held with Chick-fil-A's attorneys just last week. It's disappointing and it's confusing that the city has never included the property owners in any discussions regarding their drive-through. And the city is now attempting to take it away permanently based on evidence of traffic congestion during a pandemic when drive-throughs experienced a surge in importance and popularity. We know that some members of the community want the drive-through taken away, and we understand their concerns as they relate to traffic on State Street. However, as proven by its popularity, the drive-through is clearly a valuable asset to thousands in our community. The restaurant provides jobs to over 100 local community members, and as one of the few permitted drive-throughs in the city, it provides necessary services to many, including but not limited to families with small children and people with disabilities who need on-the-go food service without leaving their cars. The value of the drive-through to the community only increased during the COVID-19 pandemic. The city should continue to work with Chick-fil-A and should involve the property owners in order to preserve the drive-through that many community members clearly value so much. Again, we understand Chick-fil-A and the local operator have been working to diligently fix the issue. In a move welcomed by us, the property owners, Chick-fil-A recently hired a team of local professionals and consultants to develop measures to eliminate queuing on State Street while the drive-through redesign application is in process. By all accounts, those interim measures have worked by greatly reducing traffic congestion on State Street, and this is even without the benefit of an improved drive-through. The recent improvement in traffic congestion calls into question city staff's conclusion that declaring the drive-through a public nuisance and taking it away from the owners is the only way to eliminate the drive-through traffic that has in the past queued on State Street. That's just not true. But declaring the drive-through a public nuisance and taking away the owner's permitted drive-through in the face of these successful mitigation efforts and without processing Chick-fil-A's permit application would set a dangerous precedent that the city may punish local property owners for having a commercially successful tenant, and they won't work with the property owners or their tenants to find achievable win-win solutions. Declaring the drive-through a nuisance and taking it away really is unprecedented in Santa Barbara. We all know about grocery stores, restaurants, coffee shops, farmers markets, and even schools that cause traffic congestion on major city streets at certain times. This issue is not unique to the Chick-fil-A drive-through. However, to our knowledge, the city has not taken steps to declare any other local business or property use a nuisance or tried to take away those property rights. Instead, the city has worked with those businesses and property owners to find solution to traffic issues caused by their popularity. As set forth in the briefs submitted to the council, and as Chick-fil-A's attorneys will explain later on, the traffic conditions related to the drive-through do not meet the legal definition of nuisance under either the city's municipal code or California law. Further, if the city orders the drive-through shut down, then it will have taken valuable property that will require compensation to the property owners. Here, that compensation will be substantial, considering the owners have a vested right to one of the only drive-throughs in the city of Santa Barbara, which again is a hugely valuable property right to my clients. We sincerely hope that you do not declare the drive-through a public nuisance, and instead direct staff to work with Chick-fil-A and the property owners to collaborate on ways to fix the issue, including processing Chick-fil-A's pending application to redesign the drive-through. In closing, I'd like to remind you that at the February 1st meeting, council members and Mr. Kahlon assured us that today's hearing is just the beginning of discussions on how to abate traffic issues related to the drive-through. So a decision should not be made today to take away the drive-through. Thank you for your consideration. I reserve the remainder of my time for rebuttal, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. I have a minute 50 left on the time if you need that for rebuttal. Okay, very good. We will go to the representatives from the Chick-fil-A.
Can you see me? Yeah.
Yes.
Mayor Rouse, council members, my name's Beth Collins. I'm a land use attorney from Brownstein representing Chick-fil-A. First, I want to thank this council and staff for their and your careful attention to this matter and for listening. This presentation is about 30 minutes of the 50 that we have allocated. And so we'll reserve the rest for rebuttal at the end. Next slide, please. So here's our project team. These are the folks you're going to hear from today. In addition to me, Beth Collins, you'll hear from Travis Collins, our local Santa Barbara owner-operator of the Chick-fil-A restaurant. He's no relation to me, but you will hear from him next. You'll also hear Jennifer Daw, Senior Real Estate Representative from Chick-fil-A Western Region. And then you'll also hear from Kyle Mayberry. He's a managing principal at Linscott Law and Greenspan. He's a traffic engineer with lots of experience working on drive-throughs. And he also worked with a third-party count company, an independent third-party count company. And he studied the site, and he's going to provide information both about the interim measures that we have in place now and how that's working, as well as information about our proposed plan. Next slide, please. So our request today is a couple of things. One, first and foremost, we ask that this council not declare this valuable community business a nuisance. And we'll explain to you why we think that's a really important piece and honestly supported by the evidence. Next, we're asking this council to direct staff to work with us over the next 90 days and come back. We will come back at the first meeting in June and talk to you about how the processing of our proposed plan, which by the way, has been in process with the city over the last 14 months. We will update with you on how that processing is going, and maybe more importantly, update you on the continued success of the interim measures that we have in place. So next slide, please. This is a kind of outline of what you'll hear from us today. First, you're going to have an introduction from Travis. He's going to talk to you about the site. Then we'll also talk to you about the interim measures. It was already mentioned by Mr. Bailey that we have just 2 weeks ago put in place a traffic control officer. We've also implemented many other interim measures over time and put together. You'll hear how those interim measures are currently working. And then also we'll talk about the proposed plan. Honestly, we disagree with staff. It will work. We believe the proposed plan will work, and we'll provide you information as to why. And then finally, we'll talk a little bit about the history. First, from the first call that Chick-fil-A received from the city, concerns about queuing, all the way to today. So with that, I'll pass it on to Travis, our local operator.
Thank you, Beth. Good afternoon, good evening, Mayor Rouse, members of the council. As Beth said, my name is Travis Collins, and I'm the local owner-operator for Chick-fil-A here in Santa Barbara. My time today, I want to speak and address three things. One is our ongoing collaboration with the city. Two, our commitments to solve the problems at hand. And three, our plan of action to go forward and how we think that will be solved. Next slide, please. First, let me introduce you to my family, a bit about me and the business. So my wife, Kristen, and I moved here to Santa Barbara in late 2019. We, with our 11-month-old son, Caleb, have recently become homeowners in this community. We're grateful and look forward to not only establishing roots for a long time, but to raise a family here locally. Prior to becoming a Chick-fil-A owner-operator here in Santa Barbara, I was an executive director at Chick-fil-A in Downey, California, which still to this day is one of the largest and busiest restaurants in the chain. Throughout this year, I've heard some chatter that I and/or Chick-fil-A do not care about our community. Let me begin by saying that could not be further from the truth. Our family chose this opportunity because we love the city of Santa Barbara. We have family who've lived here for years, and we intentionally came here to make a lasting, long-standing impact in this community. So on behalf of myself, Chick-fil-A, and the many team members, we sincerely regret that this traffic situation has come to this point, and heartily wish to work in good faith with the city to resolve this matter once and for all. We believe that we do have solutions, in fact, several of them. We also believe that the interim plan we put in place has been working. Mr. Bailey alluded to that. We believe that with leadership and oversight of the City Council, the patience to move through this city process that we're in, both the company, my small business, the city of Santa Barbara, our guests, and the community members will all collectively reach a win-win. This is in fact our genuine desire. Next slide, please. As a business, we care and we are about family. We are far more than simply providing a hot, fresh chicken sandwich. Back when the pandemic hit, I made a personal commitment that no team member would lose their job due to COVID-19. I'm honored to say that not one of our team members lost their job or lost income, even when we had to close our doors for over 2 weeks because of a COVID outbreak in our restaurant. Next slide, please. It has always been and will continue to be our commitment to give back and contribute in positive ways in our community. We've partnered with dozens of local organizations seeking together to make this place the best city and place possible. I want to highlight one here that is really near and dear to our hearts, CASA, which is serving children in the county foster care program. We actually have one of our directors, her and her husband just adopted their son a few months ago and worked very closely with CASA. This month of March, we're doing a big fundraiser for them, supporting these little ones as they await their future and forever homes. Our commitment to our community is so much more than serving a hot, fresh chicken sandwich. Next slide. With all that's going on and even all that's been spoken tonight, I think we have to stop and look at the effects and consider the effects the pandemic has had in not only our business, but many like ours. Prior to taking over this business in February of 2020, community members and the city made me aware of this growing concern of traffic. In late 2019, I was able to participate in some of these meetings between Chick-fil-A and the city, considering various options to how do we solve this problem. But once I did take over, I immediately went to work finding operational solutions. Although within a month of taking over the business, our dining room was shut down due to COVID. The next day, we became a drive-through only business, and yet we were deemed essential by the government. Within a couple of weeks, our drive-through business boomed. In fact, it more than doubled. Our parking lot flooded with guests seeking some sense of normalcy, seeking to leave their house, come someplace, get in the city, and have something to eat. However, the fact that the stacking has not been worse than pre-pandemic is actually testament that we have improved operationally to address the issues at hand. We've learned how to keep cars moving more quickly, all while volumes of our business are much higher, more than double than that of 2018, 2019. The pandemic of these last 2 years has made for unusual times for all of us and should not be considered part of the time continuum of our efforts to resolve this situation. Not only have we lived through the uncertainty of the COVID pandemic, but what came with it was this national hiring crisis that has greatly affected the food industry, the service industry, and specifically our business. Over the last 2 years, the times when our lines have been the longest and out on a state street have been a direct correlation to the times that our business has been hit the hardest by the pandemic. We, like many other businesses, have struggled in the past with staffing limitations. This last year, this last spring, in fact, exactly the time that coincides this study was done, any given day or week, our business was understaffed by 26 team members out due to COVID protocols. Mr. Bailey even alluded to it. People, our team, is a vital part of this business running efficiently and effectively. I'm grateful to say that today we have over 110 team members as part of our business. I think the first time since I got here in 2020, that's near the appropriate amount of what we need to serve our guests. In the last few months, we've begun to emerge from the damage done by COVID-19 as a business. There have been marked and noticeable differences in our drive-through lines. Today, about 30% of our guests are choosing to park and come inside, eat while inside, and or grab their food to go. So that's remaining about 70% of our guests are still choosing the drive-through option. We don't know where this is going to end, what the new normal is going to be. We are beginning to see this number decline slowly over time. And so my request today is that as you evaluate our business, you do so once we have emerged from the grip of the pandemic. With the operational lessons we've learned, the improvements we've made over these past 2 years, we will continue to show you how much progress has truly been made. I'm going to draw your attention to some of the things that we've done operationally to solve this issue. We've had Chick-fil-A experts, expertise in drive-through consulting come and spend time in our business. Our business is a game of seconds, right? We've had them help us find areas and places that we can gain back seconds to move these guests through our parking lot more efficiency. I just spoke to it. Staffing has been critical in part of these operational changes. If you look at this picture here in front of you, you're going to see State Street on your right-hand side. It's already been mentioned a couple of times. Up in the top center around that in that red circle, you're going to see a traffic director. It's somebody we brought in this last month. They have multiple responsibilities, one of which is inviting people to come off the street. The second is if and when there is a car that's queuing out onto the street, we have them go up and have them move on and come back when there's more room in the lot. We've also added on the left-hand side of this picture, you're going to see these little tiny yellow circles that represents our team members. Now that we're a healthy staffed business, any given day we will have between 7 and 11, and to be honest, on weekends it's closer to 15 team members outside walking with these cars, making the movement that much more efficient. We were unable to do this last year because our staffing numbers were so low. We've added additional kitchen equipment to meet this demand, but actually kitchen equipment that far exceeds the need and the demand of our current business today. The bottom of the screen here, you're going to see this green little box. We've reserved specific parking spaces that if and when a guest's food is not ready, when they get to the front of this line, we ask them to park in one of these designated spaces, allowing all the traffic behind them to keep flowing and moving on through. Next slide, please. Because of the operational changes we have implemented, there has become no material queuing out onto State Street. Both the data and our experience shows that they're working. And that what we are doing now is truly sustainable. Next slide, please. In January of 2021, Chick-fil-A submitted what was our third option to the city. What we believe is the long-term permanent solution to the problem once and for all. By significantly redesigning our parking lot and addressing the remaining site constraints in a major way. So if I kind of walk you through and point out a few of these things, you're going to see on the left-hand side the entrance of our lots. It's very narrow. It is way too narrow for the traffic that we have. And like I said, there are 30%, and this number is growing, of guests who choose to dine in or take their food to go, not wanting to do the drive-through. Right now, because this is so narrow, they are forced to get into the current drive-through stacking queue. To the right of that, you're going to see the ADA parking spaces. It happens on a daily basis. Individuals who park in one of those spaces attempt to back out, causing traffic to back up behind them, not allowing them to get off of State Street onto our lot. And then over to the right, although we've had signs up for quite some time that encourage all of our guests to turn right only, many of our guests will stop there waiting for traffic both directions to slow down, attempting to make a left-hand turn. On a daily basis, you will see traffic from that exit all the way, inhibiting guests who are ready and willing to leave the lot to do so. Next slide, please. So this new site proposal drastically addresses these issues I've just mentioned. Opens up the entrance, creating greater ease and greater flow. That 30+% of guests now have this continuous all the time pass-through lane. No longer being inhibited by the ADA parking spaces. Those have been moved to the front of the building, to the right side of this image, which is actually the closer point to the order point that the guests are ordering from. Also, you're going to see just to the right of that, what we've proposed is a forced right turn, no longer allowing the stacking to back up through and affect drive-through operations. On the next slide here, you're going to see a simulation that's been made of what these changes will look like in real time with actual real numbers that we use from our business. And so the actual order time, actual food delivery time, and this model here is done at 85% of the current demands. Next slide, please. You want to click next slide and it'll play. Unlike what some have proposed, this is and will create a significant difference. Next slide, please. So in closing, I hope that you can now see not only have our interim measures worked in the business. This new site revision is significant and will drastically improve our ability to serve guests and will solve this issue once and for all. Next, I'd like to hand it off to Kyle, a consultant from LLG, who's going to comment on their observations and traffic studies that are done both of the interim measures and the additional proposed site plan. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Travis. My name is Kyle Mayberry. I'm a principal with Lynn Scott Long Greenspan Engineers and a registered traffic engineer in the state of California. Our firm has a significant amount of experience preparing queuing studies and traffic studies for fast food, coffee shop, drive-through projects such as In-N-Out, Starbucks, and Chick-fil-A. So we are very familiar with these issues. I have some experience in Santa Barbara. I worked on the Val Verde project in Montecito in the county. We were brought on to conduct an evaluation analysis of the interim and proposed conditions. And as part of our analysis, we retained a third-party traffic count company that we often use to conduct queuing observations, which documented the maximum queue, 5 minutes, during lunchtime from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and to capture the dinner traffic 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. And we did that on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, February 10th, 11th, and 12th. The results of the existing survey observations showed that there was no material queuing on the State Street, which is contrary to the information in the staff report, which reflects past conditions. At this point, I wanted to talk about what queuing is in the terms of our report. And for clarification, we define queuing as the number of vehicles that are stacked from the drive-through window to the last vehicle that's stacked. Next slide, please. As it relates to our evaluation of the proposed plan, the traffic analysis slide shows the specific results of the queuing analysis, which is reflected by different colors on the plan. So the green vehicles reflect the 85th percentile queue, which is 16 vehicles, and that was the maximum queue that occurred up to 85% of the time. The additional 3 vehicles in red reflects the 95th percentile queue, which is the maximum queue that occurred 95% of the time. The 85th percentile queue is really a design standard. However, Chick-fil-A, in our experience, wants to use the 95th percentile to make sure that almost all the time, the vehicles are contained within the design drive-through lanes, which is the 2 lanes they're proposing. There is a 5%, the remaining 5% of the time where the maximum queue is reflected by the blue vehicles, which was 24, and that occurred twice on a Friday for less than 5 minutes. So all of the queue, including the contingency queue, is expected to be contained on site. It's also important to note that the drive-through lane that Travis spoke about will not be impeded by the drive-through queue, as you can see, such that people wishing to drive through, to park, or pick up will never be delayed by the queue. As a result, it is our finding and expectation that the drive-through queue will occur on site going forward. And in our experience, there is no basis to indicate that latent demand will occur. Thank you, and I'll introduce Jennifer Daw of Chick-fil-A.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of the council. My name is Jennifer Daw, and I am the West Region Senior Real Estate Representative for Chick-fil-A. I have been with Chick-fil-A for almost 9 years, servicing the West Region on both new and existing restaurants. We have a West Region office in Irvine, California, and our headquarters is in Atlanta, Georgia. I first want to stop and thank staff for all their work with working with us over the past 2 years. There have been these comments that Chick-fil-A doesn't care about the community. As Travis, our operator franchisee, said, this is furthermore than the truth. In fact, when we received the initial call from the city attorney in August of 2019, our legal team and I immediately returned his call and scheduled our first legal conference meeting on October 2nd of 2019. I attended all the meetings with the city since 2019 and have been working with my team, finding solutions and working with city staff. Next slide. And next slide again. And apologize, next slide again. At the October 2nd, 2019 kickoff meeting, we clearly expressed that we, Chick-fil-A Corporate, wanted to collaboratively work with the city to find solutions. The meeting concluded that we would continue with monthly legal conference meetings, finding solutions to address the situation. Next slide. On November 20th, 2019, our second meeting, we proposed option 1. Next slide. Option 1 increases the drive-through queue to 36 cars, wrapping the drive-through along State Street and containing the drive-through queue onto the property. This is twice as many cars as our current proposed plan. And this would be our ideal plan. And in fact, when we actually lay out new restaurants, this is our standard design because we like to have the drive-through wrapped around the building. But this plan was turned down by the city, citing the municipal code of no drive-throughs fronting on the street and the necessary landscaping along State Street. However, there is precedent for the street drive-through frontage. Next slide. The McDonald's on the Mesa has a parallel drive-through. And then if you go to the next slide, please. The Jack in a Box on State Street also has a drive-through along State Street. However, our option 1 was rejected by staff. Next slide. On January 21st, 2020, we met with city staff again and proposed option 2 since option 1 was rejected. Next slide. Option 2 increases the drive-through queue to 12 cars. Staff at that meeting provided us some zoning requirements, and we scheduled our next meeting on March 24th, 2020 with the city attorney and various representatives from the city. March 24th, 2020 was virtually due to COVID and ended up being our last legal conference meeting. We continued working on various options, finding solutions for the site improvements, the guests, the operators. And if you go to the next slide, on July 1st of 2020, we presented our last option, option 3, which we feel addresses the drive-through operations. Next slide, please. Option 3 widens the driveway entrance, provides the dual drive-through stack, relocates the ADA spaces, and creates a right turn exit only. It provides a 19-car stack from the pickup window to the entrance of the site. And this is consistent to what our traffic consultant found on his traffic analysis. And we believe that these major improvements will help the site. Next slide, please. From July 1st, 2020 to January 9th of 2021, we emailed the staff as we waited for their initial comments to the proposed plan. We wanted to make sure that option 3 was solid so that when we fully submitted, we can continue the process with the city. We submitted on January 9th of 2021 after staff directed us to submit the plans. Next slide, please. On May 25th of 2021, we received our first incomplete letter. It took the city a while to provide us comments as the city attorney needed to weigh in on the proposed changes due to the legal non-conforming matter. And this actually surprised us considering the city attorneys attended all the meetings we had with them to discuss this legal non-conforming use of the project and understood the changes that we were making to the site. Next slide, please. From May 25th to February 1st, we had several meetings with the city addressing planning comments, resubmitted for second round of plans in January of 2022. So therefore, on January 27th of this year, when we received the hearing notice indicating a public hearing on February 1st, this completely surprised us as we had been collaboratively working with the city since August of 2019. And on February 1st, the same day that we had our first public nuisance hearing, we received our second incomplete list letter from our planning application. So this clearly surprised us, as again, we had been working with the city to find solutions. So our request for you is to give us the time to work on the plans, return in June with a progress report and not to declare us as a nuisance. Allow us to implement these measures and work with the city to entitle and permit the plans that have been with the city since January of 2021. We believe that this plan works and that these are significant improvements to the site. We are betting on these improvements because we know that they will work based on our analysis, our similar sites, our investment to the operator and to the community. As I indicated, Chick-fil-A cares, and we have cared, and we have been working with the city since August of 2019, finding solutions. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I will turn it back to Beth Collins, who will wrap up our presentation.
Thank you, Jen. So in conclusion, staff is asking you to declare this drive-through a nuisance. This is a very serious proposition. We admit there have been issues with queuing on State Street over the last couple of years. Chick-fil-A, the operator, Travis Collins, the landlord, all want to minimize these issues. They are laser focused on minimizing these issues. I'm also, as a side note, a neighbor. I'm a new member to this team, but I too want to help minimize these issues. That said, declaring the drive-through a nuisance is not a solution. Some may feel that declaring this business a public nuisance is an appropriate step in the right direction at this point. But actually, it sets a terrible precedent for this city council to declare a public nuisance of a very popular local restaurant. And it's a terrible practical and legal precedent. So why? First, I agree with the property owner's attorney, Joe Billings. It's a dangerous precedent to declare a popular local business a nuisance. There are many popular businesses, institutions all around town that we can think of that we all frequently go to that cause minor issues. Even MTD buses stop and block traffic for periods of time at certain spots around town. We can all think of them. There are places that we are experiencing traffic and backups. And by the way, these are on principal arterial streets, like Upper De La Vina is a principal arterial street. And we can think of backups that occur there. Lower Milpas is another principal arterial street, just like State Street, where these types of backups are occurring regularly. But we all recognize that these local coffee shops, grocery stores, schools, and MTD provide critical community benefits.
Excuse me, Ms. Collins, you've gone through the 30 minutes, so you can go into rebuttal time, or you can reserve the entire rebuttal time.
To 2,500 Santa Barbara customers per day.
You're going through the 30 minutes.
Excuse me?
You're going through the 30 minutes.
What did you say?
They said you're going through 30 minutes.
Yes, at the beginning, that's fine. We're gonna reserve the rest for rebuttal. I'm just gonna finish up, and whatever time of our 50 minutes is left, we're gonna reserve that for
Very good,
rebuttal.
go ahead.
Okay, so it kind of blew my hair back when I heard 1,500 to 2,500 people in Santa Barbara are going to this restaurant every day. That is kind of amazing. But you know, we have popular businesses in Santa Barbara that cause these types of issues sometimes. Second, as detailed in the letter submitted yesterday, this restaurant simply does not qualify legally as a nuisance. No one likes traffic, but queuing of private cars on State Street is simply not a legal public nuisance. And again, it's a dangerous precedent for this council to set. Third, there are due process concerns here. We've been working with the city, processing our plan for 14 months without any hint from the city that it didn't support us working through the process. We asked for a chance to finish that process. The landowner didn't even receive notice required by your February 1st resolution or the code. And then just now, today, during the staff presentation for the first time, I heard Police Chief Melican, I think he was explaining some accident and traffic information. But to the extent that this council is going to rely on any traffic data, we need to hear about that. We need to have that data. This is the first we heard of the evidence. The staff report only cited one accident that had occurred in November 5th, 2018. We'd like an opportunity to see the data. We'd also like to see similar traffic or accident data from other locations in the city so that we can really have context here on what that data means. Finally, closing the drive-through is not the least burdensome abatement measure. The city simply has no evidence that closing the drive-through will ensure free flow of traffic on State Street. But there is evidence that less draconian measures are in fact working. The interim measures are working, as you heard, the traffic control officer, the kitchen upgrades, staff management of queue, the park and wait spaces. Just like Mr. Bailey said, it's a factor. All these factors go in, and we are finding the magic formula. As you heard from our traffic expert, we aren't creating material queuing at this time. Furthermore, we have a proposed plan that will work. The expanded curb cut, that's huge. Moving the ADA spaces, forcing the right turn at the exit. These are not minor things. These are major changes that will change the way that the traffic flows on this site. So thus, next slide, oh, there, here we are. In conclusion, we are asking that this council please just give us a bit more time. We're asking that city staff work with us. We are asking that you not declare this valuable community business a nuisance. That would be a very dangerous precedent. And instead, order us to work with staff. Have us come back in your first meeting in June in 90 days. Let us report to you on how we're doing in processing the plan. Hopefully it will be approved by then. And then also report to you on how we're doing on these interim measures. You do not have to declare us a nuisance now. You have the power to put that off, and we'd like you to do that if you in the future are dissatisfied with our process. With that, I reserve the rest of our 50 minutes for rebuttal, and I thank you again, Council, for your careful attention to this important matter. Thank you.
Thank you. You will have 16 minutes and 22 seconds left on rebuttal. And with that, we will go to public comment. And we set this back up here.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
can I just ask a procedural question? There was nothing in the staff report that indicated when questions would happen. We're going to go right to deliberations on that outline. I'm just wondering when that will happen.
So we will do public comment, and then after public comment, then the council will have the opportunity to ask the questions and reserve those answers to the questions for rebuttal.
Perfect.
So we can do it all kind of at once, and that way we'll get the chance to include the public comment. Ms. Gutierrez, did you have a question? Okay, very good. Let me reset the clock here. I'm out of practice. Okay, and Madam Clerk, may we have the first speaker?
Yes, we have a number of speakers lined up, and I'll list out the first several speakers. And we're going to have a 2-minute timer, please.
Yes.
2-minute timer. Our speakers are going to be Rick Clausen, Greg Molokov, Barry Remis, Anna Marie Gott, Chris Hartman, Barbara Bastini, Mark Patterson, Nancy Wilstatter. I would remind those that wish to comment on this item to please raise your hand within the app right now. If you had indicated when you registered that you wish to speak on this item, please still go ahead and
Yes.
raise your hand.
And Madam Clerk, we will accept raised hands for the next 15 minutes. So at 5:45, we will stop taking raised hands for public comment on this item.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
First speaker, please.
First speaker is Rick Clausen. Rick Clausen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the council. You've got a couple of my emails in your agenda attachment 6, and I won't rehash those comments except to say that they include facts and evidence germane to your deliberations and decision today. I call your attention to the dates. It was in mid-2018 that I discussed the vehicle problem with the Chick-fil-A owner-operator at the time, Ms. Carol Ruiz. It was a flaming topic on a social media platform at the time. She told me her corporate team was working on solutions for the traffic problem. That was almost 4 years ago, and to address the property owner's representative long before the pandemic. To its credit, during that time, the business has tried everything within its power to remedy the problem, as the staff report and Mr. Bailey have documented. However, as I understand it, some of the steps may be a business intensification. For example, widening the street entrance beyond the limits of its initial permitted legal non-conforming status. Further, the current owner-operator comes from a franchise he proudly admits is the most lucrative in the entire Chick-fil-A organization. His intent is to grow this business. I'm afraid you, the council, staff, the city attorney, and we, the public, are being played. Chick-fil-A representatives act as though you are Andy, Barney, Aunt Bee, and Opie, and Santa Barbara is Mayberry. You will believe whatever they tell you, just give them more time. I believe there's no humanly possible remedy, no matter how long it gets extended, that can abate the business volume on this inadequate parcel, much less accommodate the latent demand mentioned by Mr. Bailey. This operation has been a widely recognized public nuisance for 4 years. It now needs to be officially declared one. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Greg Molotov. Greg Molotov, please go ahead.
Hello. The reason we are here is because there's a huge contingent of religious bigots in our community. The reason I say this is because whenever this is brought up on social media about the queuing issue, most of the comments are directed toward the founder, Mr. Cathays. They hate his religious beliefs. They hate that he's a Christian. That's all you hear in the comments in social media. It's not about the queuing. The reason I know this is because that used to be a Burger King. And I used to drive by there almost every day on my way home to lunch. And sometimes I would try to go to Burger King. And guess what? It had a 1-lane drive-through, and 6 to 7 cars would be queued onto the street when it was Burger King. And nobody gave a darn that there was cars in the street. What's the difference? The difference is now it's Chick-fil-A and Mr. Cathy's a Christian. That's why you're talking about this, okay? And I have a solution. Why don't we build 2 or 3 more Chick-fil-A's so everybody can enjoy the wonderful food that comes from Mr. Cathay and Chick-fil-A. Good night.
Thank you. May I have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Barry Remus. Barry Remus, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Barry Remus, and I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the advocacy group at Santa Barbara Bicycle Coalition and the Coalition for Sustainable Transportation, SP Bike Plus Coast. It's clear that the problems that have been faced as a result of the operation of the drive-through at this establishment have presented clear and evident risk to human safety. And it is unfortunate that due to the popularity of the establishment, that the queuing of the drive-through line has increased tenfold over what used to be from the former business that was there. And so we just want to ask you to trust the expertise of your traffic engineer, of your city attorney's office, of your police chief, and the evidence that they've presented to you, because no matter how tasty the chicken sandwiches may be, the precedent and the setting of a precedent for dangerousness is that if one pedestrian or one cyclist that's swerving around cars, or one skateboarder, or one wheelchair user, or one transit rider has to suffer an injury or worse, then that is a recipe for disaster. So we do want to urge you to declare that the operation of the drive-through, not the entire business, but the drive-through operation is a public nuisance and should either be relocated or cease to operate. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Chris Hartman. Chris Hartman, go ahead. Chris Hartman, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. I am a family member of the property owners of 3707 State Street, Chick-fil-A. My children's great-grandparents purchased this undeveloped lot in the early 50s, and my family has proudly continued to own this property since then. We are Santa Barbara County locals who care deeply about the safety of our community and the success of local businesses. Chick-fil-A provides great food and a convenient source of popular food pickup, especially through the drive-through. The drive-through has been necessary and important during the pandemic, especially for people who may rely on it, such as the elderly, disabled, and those with small children. Chick-fil-A is an asset to our community. We were aware that Chick-fil-A and the City of Santa Barbara were working together on a plan to improve the drive-through to prevent traffic from spilling onto State Street. We have copies of the plans that were submitted to the city in January of 2021. However, we were unaware that the city was considering the drive-through issue a public nuisance and possibly revoking the drive-through permit. In fact, the city never contacted us directly as property owners regarding the drive-through, and we were never copied on correspondence from the city to Chick-fil-A. So the hearing on February 1, 2022 came as quite a surprise. The drive-through permit resides with the property owners, and we should have been properly notified by the city. Chick-fil-A is working diligently on changes to the drive-through to remedy the traffic concerns on State Street. We have observed that traffic congestion has decreased as a direct result of these efforts. We have not seen traffic spilling onto State Street with the added security and staff and feel that the problem has been addressed. We urge the City Council to direct staff to continue to work with Chick-fil-A to improve the situation and not label this drive-through a public nuisance. I believe the city has only 3 drive-throughs. If we lose this drive-through, we will have a negative impact on our community. Employees will lose their jobs. The community will lose a good, convenient source of food pickup, and the local Chick-fil-A operator franchisee will lose significant source of revenue from the drive-through. As property owners, taking
Thank you very
away
much.
the
You got the
drive,
time up.
we will dramatically and negatively affect our property value and our ability to attract tenants in the space. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Hang on. Mr. Gutierrez, you have something?
Yeah, is it okay if I ask him a question?
No.
No?
Not during public comment.
Never mind.
All right, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Barbara Battistini. After that, Mark Patterson, Nancy Willstatter, Scott Dupar, Mary Denny, Hunter Thompson, Larry Bickford, Matthew Stern. I also wanted to note that those who are on the call via phone only, as opposed to through Zoom, you can raise your hand using *9, press *9 on your phone as it indicates on the agenda. Okay, Barbara Battistini, please go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Rouse and members of the council. The drive-through Chick-fil-A has been a huge addition to our community here on Upper State Street. During COVID, when 1/3 of all California businesses were devastated and we were forced to shut down, and then locally, over 50 restaurants were forced to shut down, Chick-fil-A continued to feed us. And by the way, those businesses are gone and are not coming back. Our Santa Barbara has recently resembled a ghost town other than the bar community on Lower State Street. Our kids need a place to eat and that is reasonable and safe. When a gallon of gas costs almost $5 a gallon and you can get a sandwich for $3 at Chick-fil-A, does it make sense to punish this company because it is so popular? We as a community need to find a way to keep this drive-through going. It is busy because there's a demand. It's busy because it's affordable. It's busy because people love the food. We as a community need to help businesses thrive. Please, I ask for the many families that eat there and can still afford it, for our businesses that hire students as their first experience working and trains these students to be outstanding citizens. For our college community that's on the go, we need to find a way to keep Chick-fil-A, and it should not be removed because it is labeled a nuisance. Please do not take away business that gives so much to Santa Barbara and has worked so hard to correct the problems. We cannot afford to lose another drive-through business. Let Chick-fil-A keep giving and fix the problem for a win-win. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Mark Patterson. Mark Patterson, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor Rouse and council members, for the privilege of speaking to you this evening. My name is Mark Patterson, and I am a 35-year resident of Santa Barbara. The city is my home, where I work, where I met my wife, and where I'm raising my family. I am thrilled to speak to you of the importance of the local Chick-fil-A and my observations on how it has impacted this community and my family. I've been a customer of Chick-fil-A since it first opened and have seen how this business over the years has provided good food, hundreds of jobs, and tax revenue to our wonderful city. Over the years, I've had nothing but positive experiences with this business and the way they treat me as a person, and especially so in the last 2 years during a stressful pandemic. This business is also very personal to me. It employs my wife and my 2 teenage sons. It provided my sons their first jobs. My oldest started in April 2019 and my youngest that following December. Both have worked very hard and have earned raises and promotions. My oldest is now a manager and my youngest is thriving and desires to move into a leadership role soon. I have seen my sons grow leaps and bounds in their work ethic and values. I never once had to worry about them during the pandemic as the business took extraordinary measures to protect their health and other employees and the well-being of its employees and customers. This business provided an opportunity to my wife to re-enter the professional workforce after spending 15 years being the most amazing mom to our boys. I have seen my wife treated so incredibly well, and she loves her job and the people she works with. The operator of this business, Travis Collins, and his young family live in Santa Barbara. He has a passion to serve our community with a desire to make Santa Barbara a better place. Travis has poured into my wife to help, to grow, and to encourage her in her new career. I'm asking you to vote to help this essential business to improve the plans I know they have submitted that will help solve any traffic problems that frankly other businesses in this city face too. I've seen in the last couple months alone that they have more employees and the lines for the drive-through are significantly better. Please do not punish a business. Instead, work with it to help it be even better. Thank you very much for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Nancy Wilstatter. Nancy Wilstatter, please go ahead.
Am I on?
Yes, we can hear you.
I don't have a scripted speech like these other people do, but I too am a very long time resident of San Roque, and anybody with eyes knows that I'm not passing any value on judgment on the value of the business one way or another, but anyone with eyes who lives around here knows it's a nuisance, that the traffic is backing up every day except Sunday. And I've had to stop short myself. I've seen bikes and pedestrians blocked. It is absolutely a public nuisance and it needs to be declared as such. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Scott Dupar. Scott Dupar, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, I'm a youth pastor in town and been here for over 40 years. And it's just been my pleasure to bring plenty of youth to Chick-fil-A, a great place for them to feel safe and to eat and to help them through the issues. And, you know, one of the things I just want you guys to consider is COVID-19 has destroyed a lot of families, a lot of businesses, you know, mental health of people, the rate of suicide, all these things. In fact, we're on a Zoom meeting right now because we're not even meeting in person. So we're affected right now by COVID-19. And I just wanted to encourage you to give Chick-fil-A the 30 days or 60 days to try to fix the solution. And if that does not work, then of course you can call it a nuisance and you can take that away from them. I mean, that you guys have the power to do that. But because of COVID-19 and all the problems and all the other places that people eat were closed, and so having the drive-through, one of the only places that I could eat food, my family could eat food, and all the people that I worked with eat food, I just think that it would be a loving thing to do to give them the time that they need, because I've been watching this whole thing and I'm seeing Travis and all these plans that they think that this is going to work. And so I just would want you guys to just give them a shot and say, okay, you think this is going to work? All right, we'll give you this much time. And if you can prove to us that this is going to work in this time, then great. If not, then we'll declare it a nuisance. But I feel the honorable thing to do is to at least give them the opportunity to try to make it work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Mary Denny. Mary Denny, please go ahead.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. As a teacher in the community for the past 10 years, I often get to work before the sun rises. Chick-fil-A, having one of the very few drive-thrus offered in town, has provided a very friendly and convenient place to grab a cup of coffee and a bite to eat before I hit the ground running at work. Now, as a busy mother, the Chick-fil-A drive-thru offers another kind of convenience. When mom is out running errands and trying to get to appointments, all while trying to make a living in this town, and the baby is crying, it's amazing to have the drive-thru for a pick-me-up and then continue on with my day without having to leave the car. On top of it being convenient, Chick-fil-A treats its employees with respect and requires excellent customer service. If you Google Chick-fil-A's culture and value statement, you will read, the company's purpose is to have a positive influence on all who come in contact with Chick-fil-A. I would say more than ever that today's society needs to celebrate that kind of positivity and not punish it. Thank you. It has been my pleasure.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Hunter Thompson. Hunter Thompson, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Hunter Thompson. I'm the current hiring coordinator at Chick-fil-A Santa Barbara, and I've been with the company for about 3.5 years now. I've been with this company my entire adult life and for the end of high school into community college, and I just can't explain how much it supported and fostered the growth in me personally. They've given me opportunities to travel, to open up new stores, scholarship opportunities, which gave me the opportunity to go to UCSB, which I recently graduated last summer, working around my schedule so I can graduate on time, and just countless opportunities to grow myself as a leader and as someone who can pour into the people that I work with in the community around me. I love this company. I love the people I work with. I love the team I'm with, and I can't tell you the care that I've seen in each of the director team, in Travis, and the amount of thought that we've been putting into this. This place feels like family to me. And it's a common joke at work that this is my second home and that I have a sleeping bag there. And that might be true. But I know tonight you guys have all heard that opposes us. And I wanted you guys tonight to hear the voices of those who love this business and whose lives are going to be significantly impacted if we lose our drive-through. As a leader of the and as one of the representatives of 100+ person staff, I want you guys to hear and know that we care and are working hard to solve this problem with the city. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. What is the speaker queue like now, Madam Clerk? Who's our final speaker?
Our final speaker is Dennis Luna, was the final hand raised by the time frame.
Very good. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Larry Bickford. Larry Bickford, please go ahead.
Okay. City Council needs to take a clear and immediate action to prevent serious injury to our citizens. Over 2 years of discussions between the city and the restaurant has clearly had no effect. Allowing the Chick-fil-A to use a drive-thru, resulting in cars blocking the sidewalk and the bike lane, is more than a nuisance. It's a clear and present danger to the community, and me personally as a bike rider that goes by there nearly every day. Sooner or later, one of those drivers illegally stopped on State Street, blocking the sidewalk and the bike lane, is going to grab their cell phone and roll over an unsuspecting parent pushing a stroller or hit a bicyclist making their way around the blockage. The representative from Chick-fil-A said they've been working with the city since August of 2019, and yet they want more time through June of this year? Seriously? How much more time is going to make an effective solution? The staff has done an excellent job substantiating the problem and discussing the failure of the restaurant to mitigate the nuisance to this point. Any restaurant modifications to the drive-thru would be a modification of the existing grandfathered Burger King permit, and that should be disallowed. Oh, one more thing. Just yesterday, for the heck of it, I went and drove in there, and there were indeed 3 lines and a ton of staff people directing me into the line that I wanted to park and go into the restaurant. So they directed me into the third line, where I sat for 14 minutes behind 3 cars that were waiting to receive their meals. 14 minutes of my time wasted, and I still didn't get to park. So I don't know what they're talking about in mitigating the problem. Anything they've tried so far has been a failure. I don't think they need until June to try to do it again.
Thank you.
Thanks, and thanks to staff for the great report.
Thank you. May I have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Matthew Stern. Matthew Stern, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Matthew Stern. I'm going to speak real fast, so I apologize if I come off real strong. I appreciate your grace ahead of time. My emotional appeal is set in a petition with over 800 signatures. It's twice those that want to get rid of the drive-through. That's been sent to your clerk. So if you get time, please read it. It's a good argument, I think, for keeping the drive-through. Here is my rebuttal from what I've just picked up from the meeting today. The problem is moot. The problem appears to be resolved in the past few days due to the additional measures that have taken place, and there is no or very minimal queuing at most. And so this issue is now moot from my perspective, and courts generally recognize that moot issues are not justiciable. You know, I'm a reasonable person, or like to think that I am. Bergen v. Department of Health Services states that for there to be sufficient notice and reasonable opportunity for there to be a response, it's a basic constitutional right to due process and common law right to a fair procedure. And as a reasonable person, I don't think the time Chick-fil-A has had since the official notice of the nuisance is fair. So that's just my observation. Here are my rebuttals. Traffic presentation. It was admitted that customer demand exceeds capability of the restaurant and that they have made lots of efforts to address the queue. Therefore, customer demand is an intervening factor, and I don't think Chick-fil-A should be held responsible for this. Also, the metric data is improper and should not be based on delay per vehicle per average. For example, 92 minutes on a Saturday sounds like a problem, but the number is actually cumulative, and the impact is spread out over a course of a day and thousands of people. This means the impact is likely a second per vehicle, and no reasonable person would cite 1 second per vehicle a delay a nuisance. Since opening many years ago, there's only been a few accidents being related to the restaurant. 3 were in the parking lot. We don't have the numbers from before to compare them to, so we don't know if there's been a genuine increase of accidents. So I think there's a lot of data and things that we need to consider before this moves forward.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Greg. Greg, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you for allowing me the time to speak. I just want to emphasize, I used to go to the YMCA there every day before work, and I live right nearby, and it's just become basically unlivable there, the situation. It's almost like we're in LA now, and Santa Barbara has always been a pleasant town, and now it's just become, it feels like we're in LA now, and we're letting these greedy out-of-town businesses come and hurt the local businesses like Rusty's Educated Car Wash that I've been going to for almost 30, 40 years. And I just think it's criminal. And I hope we can stop treating businesses differently than citizens, because we need to care about the citizens of the city again and not just protect, the interests of businesses that hire lawyers and are just trying to make as much money as possible, because the citizens are the people who make Santa Barbara the great city it is. So that's it. I just please treat, businesses and citizens equally, and don't let a business, just try to run people over with lawyers and because they're being greedy and selfish and everything. That's all. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Adrienne Schul. After Adrienne Schul, Robert Bernstein, Terry Palmer, Scott Shripsky, Anna Marie Gott. Adrienne Schul, please go ahead. Adrienne Schul, there you go.
Okay, great.
Mayor Rouse, City Council members and staff. I am Adrian Shuley, and the Upper State Street area is my village. I drive in this area nearly every day and do not have any any affiliation with Chick-fil-A other than it's the one place my mother can drive through and get a decent meal, grilled chicken sandwich, and I am actually very fond of their chicken soup. You are here today to discuss an inconvenience, not a public nuisance. There are many real public nuisances in our town, like the homeless, drug abuse, safety for bicyclists, car break-ins, catalytic converter. There is a lot of important things to be working on. There are traffic issues all around Santa Barbara that are persistent and reoccurring. Have you been on the 101 freeway? How about Coast Village Road, State Street and La Cumbre? Many areas have stoppages. Last week, Coast Village Road was backed up past the roundabout and the 101 freeway to the bird refuge. There are areas that traffic stops unexpectedly or queued, like Henry's Beach on a sunny day, around any school at drop-off and pickup, and turning into any Mesa shopping center, and also the 101 freeway at Mission and Creo off-ramps in the morning. The traffic stops suddenly and it's the slow lane, causing unsafe weaving into oncoming traffic. Chick-fil-A is not a public nuisance since there are cars momentarily stopped on State Street that will be setting the precedent of changing, us to have to go investigate schools as a public nuisance, the beach or the things. They've been a good neighbor, and I hope you will give them the time they need to take care of the problem. Thank you. Woo.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Robert Bernstein. Robert Bernstein, please go ahead.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm transportation chair of the Sierra Club Santa Barbara group. And wait, are you hearing me? Yeah.
Yes,
sorry.
we can.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, engineer Derek Bailey showed that there's no legal configuration that can resolve this problem. We often go to Rusty's for dinner after our Sierra Club hikes and often find that Rusty's driveway is blocked and that all of the parking spaces at Rusty's are taken by people who are running over to Chick-fil-A. I'm also a cyclist. I often cycle past there and deal with that situation. It's a matter of convenience of some versus a terrifying danger to cyclists, and I don't think that those two can be weighed in the same way. Chick-fil-A has had almost 10 years to fix this problem, and they're just trying to ask for more time. And I would ask that you please don't go along with their delay tactics. Please declare it a nuisance. It either needs a new location or it needs to close. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Terry Palmer, then Scott Scripshy, Anna Marie Gott, and then phone caller whose phone number ends in 7774, then phone caller whose name ends in 2001, then Rhonda Hobbs, Brianna Cohen, and Dennis Luna.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Terry Palmer, please go ahead.
Hi, as a mother of a large family in town, I value the drive-thru of Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A provides one of the healthiest drive-thru options to give my family, and is convenient too for those times when I just don't have a meal prepared running around. Most importantly though, I can drive through Chick-fil-A with confidence knowing my kids are going to see smiling faces of the employees that love their job and are cared for as members of their work community. My husband and I have seen this through acquaintances that we know of our family that work for Travis, and also my husband is a teacher at a local high school and he has students that work for Travis, and we have seen that these kids are learning positive lifelong skills. Travis teaches his employees skills of good character and etiquette. So again, as a mother of 6 and in a town already difficult in many ways to raise a family, I just ask you for the opportunity for them to continue the interim measures that they've made that are working. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Scott Skripski. Scott Skripski, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Scott Skripski. I'm blessed to be married to my wife, Sarah. I'm the proud father of 3 wonderful daughters, Josephine 7, Oliviana 5, and Tamsin 2. I'm joined today just to put in our word of encouragement that Chick-fil-A, and particularly this establishment here on State Street, has been a wonderful tool and blessing in our life and a place to be for our homeschooling and a regular treat that we look forward to during our Tuesdays. We do math and have lunch and affectionately refer to it as munch. Even during the craziness of the last couple of years, we've always been able to come in and be greeted by a friendly face in the drive-thru from the people that know how to serve, are intent to learn our names, get to know us, and are excited to see the girls. They intentionally come out to serve us and check on us out on the patio when the interior was closed, and then especially when we move back inside. Everybody's been just like a family. And anybody can tell you that's visited Chick-fil-A or this Chick-fil-A or any other Chick-fil-A around the country that that's just the way Chick-fil-A is. So we waited in a few lines to get food and service and time together? Yeah, sure, but never more than a few minutes before entering the Chick-fil-A property. And that's even in taking into account the few times that we've been facing the mountains at Hitchcock and State before turning the corner. So even with the staffing shortages that I'm sure have come up prior to me reading this, it's been, well, wonderful. And so I really just want to ask a question. Is the reason we're meeting really over a parking issue? Could it be possibly an agenda issue because of what Chick-fil-A stands for? That is really all I would like and ask any of you to consider. If it truly is a parking issue, that situation can be easily and quickly remedied in any number of high-impact solutions. Thank you for your time and consideration of this issue regarding this important and vital Santa Barbara establishment.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. I'm going to list out the names of the final speakers. Anyone else who has raised their hand had raised their hand after the cutoff. So we'll hear from Anna Marie Gott, phone number ending in 7774, phone number ending in 2001, Rhonda Cobbs, Brianna Cohen, and final speaker is Dennis Luna. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Council members, it is really time for the city to declare Chick-fil-A a public nuisance. Staff has clearly demonstrated that a public nuisance exists and that if allowed, all we're going to see is an intensification of use at the location if any additional plans are brought forward. The city made a conscious decision that it was not going to permit any additional drive-thrus. I'm going to make a bet that one of the reasons that we decided to make that decision was because of the environmental issues with idling of vehicles. I would have to say that if there's any current EIR for the property, that this property is no longer in compliance with that. And if you do decide to go ahead and allow them to have 3 lanes, which is against our municipal code, which is under Chapter 30, you probably are not going to be able to get an EIR passed because of the mitigation issues. And the fact of the matter is that if you've got vehicles sitting for 10 and 15 minutes in line trying to get food, do we really want to have that type of business in the city of Santa Barbara, which is the home of the environmental movement? You know, I have personally driven on State Street and been blocked a number of times, accidentally getting into the queuing, you know, into Chick-fil-A because I don't drive up State Street very often. I'm sure that you all have seen either since this issue has been at City Council or in the news, the issues, you know, actually at the site. And I think that it really is time for the city after 10 years to make a decision that we don't want to have queuing in the streets, vehicles idling in parking lots for 10 and 15 minutes so they can pick up their, you know, their fast food, and that this needs to be declared a public nuisance today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is our caller whose number ends in 7774. You can, oh, go ahead. You should be good to go.
Thank you so much. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, so hopefully you can hear. All right, I do want to see if we can find a solution for this. It does seem really, coming from the outside, looking at it, it looks like it's really out of the blue for them. I mean, it looks like they've been working with you for years to try to make it right, and now the public nuisance thing is coming up when there's businesses all over town that have similar situations, or at least in the area. I mean, the Starbucks on Turnpike is, I mean, it's horrible. So if you know, if the conversation's only about Chick-fil-A, that's where it looks bad. It looks like it's a favoritism thing, or the opposite of that. They're being attacked. So I just ask that you try to work with them. This is a good business. They bring a lot of tax revenue to Santa Barbara City. I think that's important, that we are still supporting businesses that are successful. I think it's important for you as a council to look at that. So hopefully you're seeing the politics of this, and not just the safety side of it, which I've seen. You know, there's people that are saying, what if somebody gets hurt? How many people have been hurt? You know, there's people that die on Cathedral Oaks every other day, but we leave Cathedral Oaks just, you know, unlit and trashed. So we need to look at what's really going on here. This is not about the safety. It looks like a political move.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is a caller whose number ends in 2001. And you can unmute yourself by pressing *6. Caller's number ending in 2001, you can unmute yourself by pressing *6. There you go.
Hello. Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Josh, and I would like to comment on Chick-fil-A, and I would like to let you know that I would consider myself a Chick-fil-A expert. If we go back, I was at Chick-fil-A on Monday, and before that, I was at Chick-fil-A on Saturday. And before that, I was at Chick-fil-A on Friday. And before that, on Monday. And then on Friday. And then on Monday. And then on Friday. And then on Monday. Going back 4 years. I can tell you that in the past 2 months, I've seen some big improvements at Chick-fil-A. I've noticed more drive-through workers taking orders. I've seen new signage. For people in the drive-through, they'll like push you off to the side into a parking spot to allow other cars who already have their food to continue out of the parking lot. And to the previous commenter, well, a little while ago, who said they waited for 14 minutes, that's very inaccurate. I've actually tracked the past 8 times that I've been to Chick-fil-A, how long it took, and I could share those exactly with you. Last time took 6.5 minutes. Before that, 3 minutes 45. Before that, 6:45. Before that, 8:45. Before that, 3:45. Before that, 3 minutes. Before that, 6:45. And before that, 4 minutes and 20 seconds. The solutions that I suggest are to simply order ahead of time on the app so that you're not waiting in line for your food to be packaged.
Okay, thank you.
That should cut down on your wait time. That's it. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Rhonda Hobbs. Rhonda Hobbs, please go ahead.
Mayor Rouse and council members. Chick-fil-A is a controversial applicant, and it would be easy for the council to be distracted by social and political controversies. I ask that the council remain focused on the topic. That topic is public nuisance and public safety. If one has read and understood the city's traffic report, there is only one objective conclusion to be drawn. The queue on State Street is a danger to pedestrians, a danger to motorists, a barrier and hazard for people with accessibility issues, and a critical danger to cyclists. For years, our community has been sending letters to the city about the situation, and for years we've been sending photos of it. There also have been multiple articles in our newspapers about the blockage on State Street. But Chick-fil-A had no interest in correcting their nuisance until they were forced by the scheduling of this public hearing. Do not accept Chick-fil-A's claim that new alterations will abate the nuisance. It does not matter what measures are implemented. As city staff has aptly reported, abatement is not likely to happen. And furthermore, if my understanding is correct, it is illegal to intensify the use of a drive-through, and certainly all of these suggestions of Chick-fil-A would do that. Without aggressive action by the council today, this location will remain an endangerment to public safety and a detriment to neighboring businesses. Please retain enforcement authority and do not leave it to the goodwill of Chick-fil-A. It is critical to retain enforcement authority and declare Chick-fil-A a public nuisance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Brianna Cohen, and then the final.
Glad Tom's got home tonight if I go home and watch this.
Whoa. Okay. Brianna Cohen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Brianna Cronin, and I am the executive director at Chick-fil-A Santa Barbara. My family and I moved to Santa Barbara for my previous career, which I had been in for a decade. When I received an opportunity from Travis Collins, I immediately accepted the position at Chick-fil-A Santa Barbara. The reason for this is because Travis is a phenomenal leader and an incredible boss with a desire to care for his team and the guests at Chick-fil-A Santa Barbara. Travis, who is a real person and a resident of Santa Barbara, has done an amazing job running a restaurant through a pandemic. Even when the restaurant shut down, Travis chose to take care of us as a staff despite our closure. Watching the opportunity that Travis has had being the operator at Chick-fil-A Santa Barbara has made a difference. And I hope to one day follow in his footsteps and get to serve an incredible city as a Chick-fil-A operator. As I have served as a director at Chick-fil-A Santa Barbara, I have watched our team, our incredible team of 100+ team members, serve the people of Santa Barbara hot, fresh food while doing it with a smile, even if it has been behind a mask for the last 2 years. Our team, all residents of Santa Barbara, have tirelessly served the guests during a pandemic. They have done it with joy and exuded hospitality while trying to keep the line off the street, doing their best to hustle every day. Please remember that this decision, it not only impacts the restaurant, it impacts the team members at Chick-fil-A Santa Barbara, the team members who are all residents of Santa Barbara County. It impacts our guests who are like our family, who dine with us every day on their way to work, on their way home, to feed their family, for parties. They are our guests. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Final speaker is Dennis Luna. Dennis Luna, please go ahead.
Solo quiero decir que Chick-fil-A Santa Bárbara ha dado muchas oportunidades a mucha gente. Una de ellas soy yo, donde Travis Collins nos ha dado la oportunidad de crecer como personas. Se preocupa no solamente por sus trabajadores, sino también por la gente de afuera.
¿Puede pausar un momentito para poder traducirlo? Hi, I am an employee of Chick-fil-A, and I want to let you all know that Chick-fil-A has given us a lot of opportunities. Puede seguir.
¿sí? No solo nos da oportunidad a los trabajadores, sino también a personas por fuera, al servir comida fresca. Él ha trabajado y sigue
Ok.
trabajando.
¿Puede pausar momentáneamente para que yo pueda traducir, por favor? Not only do they offer our employees good opportunities, but they also are able to offer fresh food to the public. Puede seguir.
Y donde nos da oportunidad de seguir creciendo como personas.
And to be able to grow as people, individuals.
Y él ha trabajado duro, al igual que todos nosotros.
And he has worked hard alongside all of us.
Para continuar sirviendo a tanta persona.
To be able to help all of these people.
Para que esto continúe siendo una gran familia, porque en eso nos hemos convertido.
And for us to continue being a strong family like we truly are.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, very good. We have to give our translators a break. So right now, we're going to recess until 6:30. Mr. Kalam.
And that's all. Never mind. Sorry, Mayor.
Okay, we'll be back with council questions and then a rebuttal. Thank you very much. What we're going to do now is we're going to have, the first thing we're going to do is have staff ask their questions about Chick-fil-A and or staff. Council ask questions about Chick-fil-A and staff. And then identify the concerns. Hopefully we'll keep them concise and brief because you will have a chance to do follow-ups later on. We are not going to have the participants respond at this point in time. We're going to hopefully incorporate some of their answers into their redirects. And then we'll go to Chick-fil-A for their rebuttal. And then we'll do the property owners, if they so desire, for their rebuttal. And then the final would be staff for their up to 20 minutes. So please, try to keep your questions salient and brief and not too long. And yes, I see Ms. Harmon up there. She's already bothered me about it. So I'm going to go ahead and go through the list and have everybody ask their questions. So Ms. Harmon, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be brief. I'm just going to ask two questions because I know our colleagues probably have quite a few. First is on the noticing issue to the property owner. I'm hoping that I could get some detail on what notice was given to the property owner, and then I guess as importantly, what notice is required to be given to the property owner, given that that the right is really runs to him. I mean, what's our exposure if he was not informed? What is our responsibility for informing him as we move forward in a process like this? And did we meet that obligation?
Was that your question? Are you done?
Oh, we're asking all the questions at once. I'm sorry. That's first question.
Yes, once again, this is the initial questions that can be addressed and redress, and then you'll get another shot at the end of the rebuttals.
Thank you. I apologize. That makes sense. And my second question is more of a process question, really. I'm wondering what, I think it's just my misunderstanding, what the options are. Were the council to declare this a public nuisance, does that mean that automatically the drive-through goes away, or can we condition that declaration to give some amount of time for abatement? It's really more of a process question. And I will just leave it at those two. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Next, I'll have Alejandro Gutierrez. Do you have your questions ready?
I don't have any questions right now.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Mike Jordan.
So I understand this, I'm listing all my questions right now? Is that what you want?
That's correct. But once again, list the ones salient to rebuttal because you'll get another shot.
Got it.
It doesn't have to be the Magna Carta right now.
I can't find any definition of nuisance in the municipal code. I just want that confirmed, that is really the case, that we have plenty of examples of what becomes a nuisance, but not what a nuisance is. And so do we just defer to those two sections of the civil code? Is that what we really look at? I want to know if the Chick-fil-A's traffic analysis person that showed the slide with the 3 aisles plus space to come, or 2, I can't remember. But they showed one slide, the traffic analysis guy showed one slide. I'd like to know from staff if the car counts at the 95th percentile and the space in those lanes, including the drive-around lane and the backup space, are a credible analysis. And just one more. Why are we here? This would be for you, Mr. Colon. The legal non-conforming requirement was in reference to one drive-through lane, and 3185-160 specifically says no intensification of use on existing structures developed with a drive-through facility. The addition of the second lane by itself seems to me to be a clear definition of intensification of use, and any of the other options we're looking at seem also like a further intensification. So I'm not understanding why we're even having this discussion as options to pursue. That's it.
I'm going to suggest that when we get to, because Ms. Harmon had a very similar question about the consequences of the meaning of the hearing, and that Mr. Henschke will probably be available along with Mr. Colon to answer those as we get into deliberation. Okay, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is whether or not the property owner and their legal team of both Chick-fil-A and the property owner have physically witnessed the problem at the location. I also would like to know what their individual definitions of notice is, and whether or not they have received correspondence from the public about this issue and what they did to address it. Also, whether or not, this one's for Mr. Colon, it's appropriate for us to encourage the public to directly contact their legal representation and corporate with complaints about this issue.
Okay, very good. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Some of these are similar. So this is to the Chick-fil-A engineer, I suppose. So in the model with the 3 lanes going around where they moved the ADA parking over to the right side on the figure, it seemed that they still had issues of needing to back into the lane to exit. So in both cases, the parking lane and the ADA lane. So the argument was that you wouldn't have to back into traffic anymore if they moved it around the other side, but it still looked like you had to back in to join the traffic to exit. So that's a question, which really may be moot because of the intensification for use question. I have a question for City Attorney. If declining the Chick-fil-A or declaring this as a public nuisance, if it affects the property owner's ability to run another drive-through, or is it just pertaining to the operation of this business at this location with this intensity? Another question, if they did build it, these 3 additional lanes and make these changes substantially, and it doesn't fix the problem, then what would our options be then after all of that investment? And would that fall into more of a takings category? And at your discretion about answering that question or not. And then I thought the question about the EIR of idling vehicles was valid, and it does appear that the only abatement measures intensify the usage, so I have questions about intensifying usage and whether that would be even allowed at this location or not with a drive-through. Those are my questions.
Thank you. And then Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I have a number of questions, so I'm not going to be salient or brief, Mr. Mayor. But
well, like I said, once again, remember that they need to be salient to the rebuttal so that we can get through this. And
so I have a lot of the same questions that were out there, so I'll just add a few others.
Great.
Maybe more than a few. But first, when it was brought up with staff, just for the record, when the rebuttal, the Starbucks on Turnpike is not in the city of Santa Barbara. Can we just confirm that? Because that got brought up a number of times. We had nothing to do with that Starbucks. I just want that for the record. Okay, so my questions are the March 20th or the March 9th, 2020 letter from Ms. Bjork to Chick-fil-A about the specific periodic closures. There was a recommendation in there. Was that ever done prior to the last month? And if not, why not? Or if so, please clarify that. To staff, would an expansion of the drive-through increase the likeliness that there would be an intensification of use? And then I also have questions about the legal non-conforming and if you're expanding it. In particular, one of the proposal is to go from 25 feet to 42, but the code, we must approve a 30-foot. Again, how can that be within the sense of legal non-conforming and expansion of use? The same question about the EIR, if that would be required. And then also in one of the site plans, there's a proposed reduction from 45 spaces to 30 spaces, as I have it. Would also that create more demand, and would it reduce the number of people that are actually able to go into the restaurant? And then, let's see a few more here. And it's to Chick-fil-A, you said a number of additional measures have been taken place in the last month that seem to have very significantly reduced the issue, which I'm thankful for. But what are those measures again, and why weren't they done before, prior to this? And there was issues of staffing that were brought up. So is the current level of staffing that we have out there sustainable in the long term for these changes that seem to, based on what was presented today, are those sustainable to address the reductions that supposedly have been taking place? Let me see here. And what happens if we permit a new drive-through and it doesn't work? I mean, that's a city attorney question, but so we go through all of this, and the issue's not resolved, or it stays the same, or is even worse, or minimally different. What does that affect? How does that affect us? And then, so that one. And can I get some clarification on the option 1 plan? It was mentioned by Chick-fil-A that the McDonald's and the Jack in the Box have a certain configuration where it's allowed to go through, but they're not being allowed to. So I'd like to understand the differences between what they're proposing and what those other two are. And for the property owners, I'd just like to understand back in 2013 when you signed on with them because it was legal non-conforming, and there was likely reasonable expectation, as Chick-fil-A is a popular business, I think we've heard about why today, that there'd be an intensification of use. And did you have any discussions on that intensification? Did Chick-fil-A provide you any data on what their numbers would be? And also to Chick-fil-A prior to coming here, did you run any data on it? On that, because I'm trying to understand if going into this there was an understanding that the site might be too small for the business, and it'd be helpful to understand that. And then definitely I want to understand for the property owners the failure to notify, and almost there. One second. A lot of questions came up during the hearings. I'm just going to throw this out there, but would the property owners be willing to indemnify the city, depending on how this goes, for issues that come from it? I don't know what the answer is, but I'm going to put it out there anyways. And I probably know what the answer is. And then, And then if I could from staff, I'd like to get an understanding of when this was permitted back in 1978, whether it was permitted for this level of use, or was it permitted Or was this site permitted for a walk-in restaurant with a minor drive-through? Versus something that has, based on the data, shifted to primarily a drive-through with some walk-in restaurant, if that's possible. I think that's a big difference in types of use as well. If you're switching from walk-in with a minor component of a drive-through versus you're shifting to a drive-through with a minor walk-in component. But if we don't have that information, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. And then my questions for both sides. First of all would be, we made on our side some assertions that the plans and proposed fixes would not work, and the engineer on the other side had ideas that they said would work, and I'd like to have both engineers address that in their rebuttal. I'd like some clarity on both of those. I'd like to ask the Chick-fil-A people if they are willing to commit, if we do what they've suggested, which is the 90 days for the hearing, if they would be willing to do their interim mitigation programs at the level they're going on today, as they seem to, at least temporarily, have helped to remedy the problem. And those would be my two big questions. So given that, we'll go back to Chick-fil-A for their rebuttal. What's that? I already did with Alejandra. She didn't have any questions. Yeah, thank you. We have some time remaining. We'd certainly like you to answer or to address the questions that we put out there within your rebuttal, if you may, as much as possible. And you have 16 minutes and 22 seconds left in your second. After that, the property owners can have up to 10 minutes, and then finally our staff response. We'll have 10 minutes plus a minute 3, and actually the property owner has a minute 50 left from before as well. So let's go ahead with the Chick-fil-A rebuttal, please.
Mayor, council members, we were furiously writing over here on writing down the various questions that you have. We will endeavor, we were dividing them up, to answer as many of them as possible. The rest, we're hoping that we can answer when you're during deliberations and you have questions. Maybe you'll have to repeat them. We're trying to cover them all, but if we miss anything, please follow up with us. So we're going to start off, and our first rebuttal person will be Kyle.
Hi, Kyle Mayberry, LLG Engineers. I guess I will speak to the final question as it relates to support of our analysis. I guess I would start by saying our evaluation is very current. We collected counts within the last 2 weeks or so, and the data speaks for itself. I don't really have any comment for the city's analysis other than that appears to be based on, during COVID conditions. This is a type of study that we do very often. And Chick-fil-A is really good at managing their queues. And I would expect that the queue value we developed is probably consistent with the number of cars that were in the queue when there was a single drive-through and or an inefficient 2-lane back years back, such that the real queue was probably maybe 20 or 24 then. And that's what we're accommodating on site. So to suggest that the queue would grow exponentially and leak out onto the street, there's no basis for that. So I feel like our analysis is the most current and consistent with what we've done for many other drive-throughs and appropriate.
Good evening again. My name is Jennifer Daw, and I think there's 4 points that I want to quickly highlight. The first comment is about us being here. This has been an ongoing problem for the past 10 years. I just want to reiterate, really, we didn't get a call from the city until August of 2019. And just to kind of think about something a little bit more, when we opened in 2012, to be honest, we were entering in a new market out here in California, and we did not predict that our brand would do this great here in Santa Barbara. And I think that's just a testament about
our brand and our customers and our guests, all of the Santa Barbarans who are eating here, they love our product. Second, some things to remember, the interim and the proposed plan, there's actually the ability to allow the operator to allow our customers to park if their orders aren't ready. So then we can bring in more people onto the site and get them through the drive-through. As Travis and even Mr. Bailey indicated, we are actually increasing the equipment capacity for the growing demand. And by doing this, the food capacity will then, with this newer equipment, will far exceed and help with the demand. Third, I want to highlight the removal of the drive-through. Something to think about, if the city removes the drive-through, this will not change the demand. People are still going to come to Chick-fil-A. And all of these cars, however, all of these cars that would be once sitting in the drive-through will now be waiting in a queue to park, and could potentially still back out onto State Street. I say this because then what do? I know that there's all of these popular businesses in Santa Barbara that don't have drive-throughs, but they also do have parking challenges. And finally, these options 1, 2, and 3 have actually proven to work at some of our locations. Option 1 is our preferred plan because, as I mentioned, it has the dual drive-through lane all the way around, wrapping around the building. And this is something that we are now actually implementing in all of our newer restaurants. Since the city rejected option 1, we moved forward with option 3 by widening the driveway, the dual lane, and the exit right turn lane. And just to kind of think of something, a question that came up is, would we continue this interim plan as we continue to work with the city? The answer is yes. We would still have a traffic cop out there. We will still work with trying to get customers off the street onto the site, getting them through the drive-through. So I really do feel that we are betting on these improvements because we feel, based on our analysis and even future analysis that we will continue to do and provide progress reports to the city, that this plan actually works.
Mayor Rouse, council members, again, my name is Travis Collins. Really quickly, just want to address a couple of things, specifically that of staffing. It come a few times, a few questions. What we are doing now is no longer interim measures, it's the way we do business, right? And so during the pandemic, we struggled with staffing to actually hire people because the level of applicants significantly decreased. That problem, we're slowly climbing out of that. We're now able to hire more and more team members, which that is the normal way of doing business. I hope to never go back into another pandemic and have 22 people leave overnight because they no longer have a place to live because the college is shut down. All right, so what you're seeing now is the normal measures. We expect that to increase in terms of staffing. We are hiring every single day, as many as possible. Traffic cop, all these current measures, this is now our normal way of doing business. And just to speak to the sustainability, that's come up a couple of times, because this is now our normal way of doing business, it is and will be sustainable. These added measures of changing the site will intensify and clarify the sustainability of it. But what we're doing is not just done in Chick-fil-A Santa Barbara. Other operators around the country are doing this exact same thing, able to move cars on lots similar to like ours, moving them around. So yes, this is sustainable. Yes, our team members will only continue to grow. Yes, these solutions that we put into place aren't just temporary things, but are now the way in which we do business. Thank you.
Okay, bringing this home. So thank you again, Mayor Rouse and council members. As explained at the very beginning, we kind of started off this hearing. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. This is not the type of hearing that we usually have at this council, where it's a land use decision that we're making. Any decision made by this council, and specifically a decision to declare a nuisance here, must be based on evidence, not speculation, not personal opinion or politics. This isn't the standard discretionary action where you can just decide, grant the lot line adjustment or not. Here, the city has a burden of proof. The city, you all are the judges sitting in this quasi-judicial hearing. You need to make your decision based on evidence and based on the city meeting that burden of proof. Also, due process rules are critical here. Any evidence or information presented at this hearing, we needed to have notice of and notice First, there's notice of the hearing and the process. You heard from the landowner, they didn't receive that as required under the code. And even the February 1st declaration said it needed to be mailed by first-class mail 15 days before the hearing. Nothing was mailed to his elderly client, which is one of the owners. Okay, so there's notice of the hearing and notice of the process, but there's also notice of the information presented, which we did not receive. Material information that was presented by the police chief, and we also haven't received other information, which I'll go through later. Constitutionally, we need to have an opportunity to review and rebut any evidence that's going to be used against us in this quasi-judicial proceeding. So the city attorney, Mr. Henschke, cited Civil Code Section 3479, and Councilmember Jordan was referring to this. He also quoted from case law. None of those cases were provided to us. They weren't in the staff report. The council's not had an opportunity to review that. That's a problem. But I have done the research. We wrote you a letter. It's a long, detailed legal letter. And to be clear, none of the nuisance cases in the state of California addressing fast food or drive-in restaurants involving persistent conduct by patrons, they're all factually distinguishable. Let me just say it that way. Every single case is factually distinguishable. There is no precedent of a situation like this where a city, county, any local agency has declared a nuisance in a situation like this. Okay, and that's important. That's important for you to know. The standard discussed in our legal letter, however, qualifies the way that this council can apply 3479. Okay, and here's the standard. It's 2 steps. To legally qualify as a nuisance, 1, it has to be substantial, cause significant harm, supported by evidence. 2nd, unreasonable. The social utility of the restaurant must be outweighed by the gravity of the harm inflicted by the restaurant. So let's go through each step in turn. Is there significant harm? There is no evidence that this drive-through is now causing significant harm. Okay, there's no evidence of current harm. The city took down its cameras over a week ago. City staff admits that the conditions have greatly improved and simply speculates about whether they can be maintained. Yet we've heard from the operator that's sustainable, and we've heard from Chick-fil-A that it is sustainable. The staff report says there is routine queuing, citing queuing that is not happening anymore. LG is a third party. They have a report that was attached to my letter that says there is no material queuing on State Street right now. Plus, there's no evidence of harm of accidents. Yes, we have the police chief say some things, but we haven't had a chance to see any of that evidence. And the staff report just cites to 1 accident from November 5th, 2018. There's no context in understanding any of that information, and we need an opportunity to rebut it and look at it, and so does this council. So there's no analysis demonstrating that this site is more dangerous than any other site. So there's no significant harm from this drive-through, and you must judge it on this current condition. The second one, social utility of the drive-through must be outweighed by the gravity of the harm. Okay, that we also don't meet. This restaurant is popular. There are 1,500 to 2,500 customers per day that go to this site. It obviously has huge social utility, and it also provides important local jobs. Over 100 people are employed there. Thus, the social utility of the drive-through of the local restaurant is not outweighed by the gravity of the harm. In sum, please give us a chance to process our plan. With the 19-car queue, or even better, with the 36-car queue. Let us demonstrate that our interim measures will continue to work and that these proposed plans will work. Chick-fil-A will make this work. Travis Collins will make this work. I will do everything I can to help make this work. Please let us demonstrate that to you. Do not declare us a nuisance. I think it's a dangerous precedent, and I also believe that there's no ability under the facts or the law for this council to do so at this time. Thank you very much. We're here if you have any questions.
Thank you. We'll move to property owners' time if they care to take it. Is there further rebuttal from the property owners?
Mayor Allison, members of the council, thank you again.
You have 11 minutes and 50 seconds.
Okay. There were a number of questions addressed from the property owner. I think I wrote them down, but please let me know if I've missed anything. First, to address Councilman Gutierrez's questions. I think he had 3 for the property owner. First was, have the property owner or their counsel actually physically been to the property and witnessed the traffic issue there? I'll just first answer that question personally. I had, until, after the February 1st hearing, I had not been there and I had not witnessed any traffic issues up on State Street. Maybe I just, have my head in the sand. I live on the west side. I work downtown and I don't find myself in that area of town often. So I didn't have personal experience. I did go by the property after that February 1st meeting to, see it for myself. I think it was a Monday at noon. There was no queuing on State Street at the time, which I would expect to be a high volume time. The owner is not here with us today, neither of the owners, but one of the family members did text me after she heard the question. And she said, yes, they have observed State Street. I believe one of them works in the area, but they said not recently. They've been going by lunchtime, evening, have seen the traffic issue has abated. They also confirmed they've not been contacted by anybody in the public about the traffic issue, and neither have I. I think the third question from Councilman Gutierrez was about notice. What's our definition of notice? There's a couple definitions. First is a legal definition of notice, which is procedural. Did the city follow the law? In this instance, they didn't follow the resolution, which required 15 days advanced mailed notice, first class, to the property owners. One of our owners did not receive that notice. There's also notice provisions in the code that require, the municipal code that require notice to all property owners. It wasn't given. But practically, what's notice? When it comes to this issue, to me, the city should send its correspondence regarding this, hugely important issue to the actual property owners. And we weren't copied on any of the correspondence, and legitimately had not ever seen any of those letters that are evidence at this hearing before the February 1st hearing, or preparing for that hearing. Practically, we were not involved. That's the notice that we're expecting from the city. Next, Councilman Friedman had a few questions, which I honestly can't answer some of them. First, did the property owners have discussion of the intensification of the use of this drive-through based on the popularity of Chick-fil-A? I didn't represent the property owners when they negotiated this lease back in 2012 or so. I'd have to ask the owners. Just off the top of my head, based on the fact that it was a new brand into the community, I would expect that they didn't have that discussion. But like I said, I don't really know. I think another question was, in 1978, what was in the permit as far as the level of intensity of use of the drive-through? I just don't know. We'd have to look back in the records. I didn't do that before this hearing. Third, would the property owners be willing to indemnify the city for any accidents at the property? Again, haven't discussed this with my clients, but I think the answer would probably be no. I don't believe there are any questions directed towards me, so I'd just like to, any other questions? Please correct me, anybody, if I'm wrong, but I'd like to wrap up and just briefly address the nuisance declaration. Like Beth said earlier, the drive-through just does not fall under the legal standard of a nuisance. There's a lot of evidence that was presented here at the hearing today of the benefit of the drive-through to the community, but there's been no reliable evidence of a significant harm caused by the drive-through. Staff's report cited one accident at the property, but Chief Malekian cites many. If there's been many accidents, then we should have been provided that evidence. as Beth and Mayor Rouse explained at the beginning of the hearing, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. And it's only reasonable that the city would provide this important evidence of these many accidents to the landowner and its tenant before this hearing. We just weren't provided it. So, in closing, it's just not a legal nuisance. So please do not make that dangerous precedent today. Thank you.
All right, very good, thank you. And then last, we have staff, and staff, you have 21.
Honorable Mayor,
Yes.
if I might, let me pick off the questions that are appropriately directed to me and that were directed to me before the staff gets into it.
Thank you.
The first thing I'd like to address is, I believe Councilmember Jordan's fundamental question about what is a nuisance. And I like less than you hearing a bunch of lawyers argue. So I'm going to read to you from a book called the California Municipal Law Handbook. It's published by a University of California organization called the Continuing Education of the Bar, and it's in every court's chambers in California. It says that a nuisance is anything which is injurious to health or is indecent or offensive to the senses or an obstruction to the free use of property so as to interfere with the comfortable enjoyment of life or property. A public nuisance is one that affects at the same time an entire community or neighborhood or any considerable number of persons. So the fundamental elements of public nuisance are a significant interference in public health and safety that affects a broad group of the public. The next question I wanted to address was also initially from Councilmember Jordan, and that was how our office came to the conclusion that modifying the drive-through lanes would not necessarily be an intensification or expansion of use. That gets fairly technical. The easiest way to say it is that the municipal code section that forbids the expansion or intensification of drive-throughs speaks to the structures, not to the lanes. What's interesting when you read that section is the very next part of it deals with drive-through banks, and that part does speak to the number of lanes. So by omitting consideration of the number of lanes and focusing on structures, it's pretty clear that the council intentionally did not want to get into the number of lanes as far as drive-through restaurants as opposed to banks with ATMs when that was a thing. There are other reasons which we've analyzed and provided as confidential advice to the Community Development Department. The council may ask us to waive privilege on that, and we'll be happy to do it. I'm going to leave initially addressing the notice question to the staff team. Thank you, council.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. So, Mr. Hinchke, are you going to kick off the staff rebuttal?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. First of all, I'd like to start off with just an observation, and that is that accountability will produce results. And you've noticed that there has been a lot of changes that have happened once this council took action to start to hold Chick-fil-A accountable. And accountability has produced some results. We don't know if those results will ultimately be successful in addressing what I believe and staff believes is a clear public nuisance as defined by Mr. Colon. And interestingly, the Municipal Law Handbook largely parrots what I told the council earlier was the definition of a public nuisance. But that observation aside, which is I'm going to come back to in my conclusion when I ask the council what I think the council should do, I want to get to some of the questions. With regard to the notice, there were, Ms. Collins talked about two aspects of notice. One was a judicial concept of everybody seeing everybody as evidence before you go into trial. This is not a trial. Ms. Collins is conflating quasi-judicial proceedings, which due process attaches to, and which we always follow in land use matters that pertain to due process issues, such as the approval of a subdivision or the issuance of a CUP. This is really no different than any of those that this council handles all the time. This is not a judicial proceeding, and yet she would conflate the quasi-judicial action that the council's engaging in with something that would happen in front of a judge. That's just not the case, and the law does not support her conclusion. The other evident notice issue had to do with notice to the property owner. Yes, we dealt directly with Chick-fil-A because it was the Chick-fil-A drive-through and the operation of the Chick-fil-A drive-through in a manner that was producing external impacts. That was the problem. And so we dealt directly with Chick-fil-A because it was the manner in which they were running their business that was creating the issues that Mr. Bailey so adequately discussed in our presentation. The notice with regard to the owners, we did give notice to the owners. We gave notice, the clerk mailed notice to the owner as shown on the document that they filed with the Secretary of State, telling everybody in the world who is the designated agent for service of process. The owner, according to all of our records, is an LLC. And the name of the person on the document that they file is the person that we sent the notices to. In addition, we sent everything to their lawyer. Furthermore, all of the staff information that was presented to the council was given to Beth Collins early. As soon as it was done, we sent it to her. And I have the emails that show that they were sent. So we did go above and beyond what would normally happen in a land use hearing by giving essentially the property owner all of the information. There's a large discussion in Ms. Collins' letter about the municipal code. None of those provisions apply to this proceeding. We are using the common law definition, and we're using our police powers under the Constitution and the government code that give us the direct authority for this council to take the action that it's taking. So they can talk about this section or that section of the municipal code all they want. They're just not relevant to this particular proceeding. There was a question about the options if you declare a public nuisance. If you declare a public nuisance, there are a variety of different options that are taken. And frankly, the council should start with the least burdensome measure. What that least burdensome measure is, there might be a difference of opinion on, and there has been a request for council to authorize staff to work with the applicant over a period of time to see if there is a least burdensome abatement measure other than simply terminating use of the drive-through to sell Chick-fil-A product. Staff has no objection to coming up with a least burdensome abatement measure if it's possible, given the other requirements that would have to be met. That option would have to be analyzed by staff. It would have to be, it would have to go through the ABR process, and it would have to, we'd have to determine whether those changes implicated any other provisions of the code, for example, or stormwater management plan, other provisions of the municipal code to which all businesses must comply. Mr. Klon already addressed the question about the non-conforming use issue, whether that same analysis would apply to the most current proposal. We don't know because we haven't analyzed it precisely. Did we look in evaluating the non-conforming use status? Did we look at the 1979 permit and plan, yes, we have those, they're in the file, and we looked at those. So we've addressed all of those issues. The municipal code definition of a nuisance does not apply, as I previously discussed. I'm going down the questions that I have here. In terms of the question whether the layout is adequate to accommodate ADA parking requirements, that would have to be analyzed during a period the council would give us to analyze that, so we can't answer that. Is the Starbucks on Turnpike in the city limits of Santa Barbara? No, it is not. I apologize for a second. Many of these are repeat questions. In terms of what happens if it doesn't work? Essentially the least burdensome abatement measure doesn't work, this council retains jurisdiction to, of course, do something else to eliminate the nuisance. There is no constitutional right to operate a business in a manner that creates a public nuisance. And the evidence that Mr. Bailey has presented and staff and the police chief has commented on, it's very clear that the operation of a business in a manner that routinely and persistently causes a backup of traffic on a major arterial is, I think, in any estimation, a public nuisance. I have a hard time thinking that reasonable minds could differ that kind of activity is a public nuisance, and I think you can so declare it to be such. I would at this point ask Mr. Bailey or Ms. Brooke if they have any additional rebuttal that they would like to present.
Thanks, Mr. Henschke. There was a question about, do we think the proposed site change would work as proposed by their traffic engineer? And we just saw that for the first time within the last 24 hours. So I don't think we can make an assessment on that yet. And as we've been watching the meeting and listening to the meeting, I have been watching our traffic cameras on Upper State Street. And although the queue has been reduced since we observed last year in 2021, there still is some queuing that's happening. But like I said, it has been reduced, but it's still there. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I believe I'm just responding to one question, but please correct me if I'm wrong. There was a question about whether or not when Chick-fil-A moved into this building in 2012, if there were significant modifications to the site or the building. And I can confirm there were no additions to the building, certainly because being a non-conforming use as a drive-through, no changes to no additions to the building. The changes were primarily exterior. There were interior modifications within the existing building footprint. And then on the exterior, it was largely landscaping, different surface paint treatment to the building, and some modifications to the patio area. So otherwise, more just facelift type improvements to the site.
Thank you. And I think the only question that was left unanswered, there was a lot of questions, but they fell within groups, was if the council did order abatement of the public nuisance by termination of the drive-through operation for Chick-fil-A, would that terminate the non-conforming status of the property as a whole? And the answer to that is we have not analyzed that question. It would have to be analyzed in some detail before I could give an answer. With that, I would just like to go back and come back to where I started, which was accountability will produce results. We think that the staff believes that council should direct the city attorney to prepare the necessary documents to declare a public nuisance and order the abatement. We also think that you ought to direct staff to work with the applicant to see if there is a less burdensome abatement measure than simply terminating the use of the drive-through. Because Ms. Collins is correct that if there is a less burdensome alternative, that would be the one that you would want to try first. And then if it doesn't work, we can still abate the nuisance later. But certainly, people do not have to die because of a traffic accident before you declare a public nuisance, as Ms. Collins seemed to suggest. With that, I'd be happy to answer any further questions.
Mr. Colon has a comment or like to interject.
Well, I neglected to answer Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez's question. As I described in the definition of public nuisance, a public nuisance is really a private nuisance that affects a whole lot of people. So individuals who are aggrieved can certainly communicate with Chick-fil-A and contend that there is a private nuisance that impacts them and their property. So yes, they can communicate if they wish. Thank you. One more piece. I appreciate Mr. Henschke's caution about whether a council action with respect to Chick-fil-A would necessarily impact the property in the future. I'll be a little bit more adventurous without committing. I think the council could probably craft an order that accomplished that kind of result if you wanted to.
All right, very good. Mr. Henschke, is there further from staff?
No, I want to make sure that I answered Councilmember Harmon's question about if the council declares a public nuisance, what is the process? Well, the process is, if you, as recommended by staff, direct the city attorney to prepare an ordinance that contains the appropriate findings, which would then be brought back to council for introduction and adoption. That ordinance would also order some sort of abatement, and the process for the determination of what the abatement is the council deliberations. There is no other additional hearing requirements or those types of requirements for the council to take action if it chooses to do so. Council certainly may, obviously, we will be taking action in a public setting where people would have the opportunity to comment on the council's action, but there's no other additional requirement that would need to be met. I would recommend, however, that if you are going to be determining in the future different kinds of abatement, that we go through a similar kind of process that we did this evening of giving the property owner and the business operator an opportunity to know that we're having hearing, to come and make a presentation, and to be heard.
Thank you. Mr. Colon, do you have anything further? Okay. So what we've got here is we'll go back to council questions. We have about 15 or 16 minutes left in the exhibits that are given. So what I'd like to do is have our questions kind of contained within that, direct them simply and concisely to the participants if you can. And let's do it that way. And I have Ms. Sneddon has her light on first, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just have a couple of quick questions. So there's reference to the 110 employees, and I'm interested in where they park in the neighborhood or what the impacts of that are. And then also this issue of parking at Rusty's and then going into the business, what mitigations does the business foresee being able to handle that issue on top of the queuing.
And if you would you direct to the whom you'd like to have answer that question, please?
I would like the Chick-fil-A representatives to answer those two.
Chick-fil-A, please. I recognize the painting.
Travis Collins again. Thank you for that question. In terms of the 110 employees, where do they park? Currently, they park on sites along that drive-through queue. In the new plan, we have worked out an agreement with the AAA across the street where we do have parking spots with them that team members can park in. And if that is an issue, we can find additional off-site parking that our employees can park in. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Friedman, Ms. Sen.
And then the additional question about the patrons parking in the Rusty's parking lot and what might be done about that.
Mr. Collins?
Sorry. I think that the proposed plan addresses that significantly. So right now, because of the limited access to getting on, people park wherever they want. Once this third lane is fully open and people are able to access our parking lot, they will have plenty of access while on site to park within our lot.
Okay, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I have two questions. This would be for our staff. In the Chick-fil-A rebuttal, they raised the issue that if the drive-through is removed, there could still be such a demand that the queuing problems could be worse because you'd have people waiting for cars to move out of going in and out of the restaurant than through the drive-through. Has there been any analysis by staff to that?
Mr. Bailey.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, no, we haven't analyzed that in any detail.
Is there a way how could we get that data? Because I think it is a valid point that if we go down a path and then all of a sudden the demand from Chick-fil-A is still there, but it's creating that, is there a way to test that, or would that be part of any process through working with them to try to get that data?
If that's information that the council is interested in, let us research that on how to determine that demand and get back to you.
I would be interested in that. And then I have one other question, and this is for Chick-fil-A because I don't think I heard the answer before, and it gets to whether or not you had a security firm managing the traffic prior to the last month. So I'm going to read into the record for the public because this gets to the heart of something I'm interested in, hopefully that we could pursue. So it says a letter dated from Ms. Bjork on March 9th, 2020 to Ms. Daw with Chick-fil-A. And it says, on January 23rd, 2020, I sent you a letter regarding the nuisance created by the failure of Chick-fil-A to adequately manage the queue for drive-through. In that letter, I suggested that Chick-fil-A hire a security firm to manage the parking queue in such a manner as to prevent vehicles from waiting in the street, either by periodic closure or the drive-through lane, or by directing drivers into parking spots when there is no room to safely wait in the drive-through lane, or simply by moving people along when there is no space in your restaurant. You have not only failed to hire a firm to perform this operational function as suggested, nor have you taken any actions to address the off-site nuisance you're creating. So that was in 2020, and what I've heard is in the last month that someone has been hired. So I just want to know, between March 9th, 2020 and in the last month, was there any security that would wave cars on or direct traffic at any point, again, between March 9th, 2020 and within the last month?
Good evening again, Jennifer Daw with Chick-fil-A. So I kind of want a little highlight on that letter. So first of all, one thing I didn't mention is in our meeting in January, with the city attorney and various representatives. And in fact, Anthony Wagner with the police department was at that meeting, and we all decided about hiring off-duty or hiring police officers to kind of help with our traffic flow. And in fact, even in that meeting, we talked about how much it was cost for him to send me an invoice. We kind of geared that up. And then all of a sudden we received an email from the police department saying that they did not have the resources to allow us to utilize their police officers to help with the traffic. So from there, you have COVID that's hit. As Travis indicated, he's had a significant drop in team members because they were out for COVID. Obviously, the health department had COVID rules that we all had to abide to for his team members. But yes, we do now have a security guard out there. And I will agree, and we can say that we will continue to have the security guard out there helping to direct the traffic during this time. Like I said, we did have staff members at the time, but now we are fully committed to have a hired third-party traffic control person out there directing traffic. And I believe Travis or someone even mentioned when some cars are still stacking on the street, though he's been waving them around to tell them to come back. So we are committed for this traffic control.
Okay, so you are committed that if a car starts a queue on State Street, that you would basically move them on and even periodically just temporarily close the drive-through for those cars to get through so they can't just wait in the street for you to let them in?
It's, and I will let Travis talk a little bit more about what exactly the traffic cop has been doing, but it's my understanding, yes, he has been waving them on, telling them to basically go around and come back into the drive-through when we're not stacking out onto the street.
Okay, thank you.
Travis, do you want to speak a little bit more about what the security guard is doing?
You just said exactly what to.
Yeah.
That's all the questions I have, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Collins, that's, okay, we're good. If there are no further questions from council, we can move to deliberations. As we do that, did you have questions or is it deliberations? Okay, Mr. Gutierrez has a question.
So I asked whether any of the legal counsel or property owners, business owners have looked into the local social media. I asked that back in February, and out of everything that's been said so far, none of that has been addressed. And then today I asked whether you've had any public correspondence, and if so, how did you respond? And that was not addressed either. And my other question is, I keep noticing that you all say things like, this was not given to us, we weren't made aware of this. But I just find it hard to believe that you wouldn't be proactive to get this information, to prove your case, instead of waiting for us to force you to do it. For example, the police department information, and I even said it back in February, that you all can ask for public information. But as far as I know, that's not happened. So, yeah, if you just answer those, that'd be much
Are you directing those
appreciated.
to Chick-fil-A?
To both parties, actually. I asked for both parties whether or not they've taken that.
Ms. Collins got her hand up, and so if you would, respond to Mr. Gutierrez and then say whatever you're going to say.
Okay, can you see me? Oh, yes. So I can speak to Councilmember Gutierrez and Mayor. I can speak to a little bit of this. I also have, before you go into close and go into closed deliberations, I have a couple things I'd like to say before you do that. But I can speak to the notice issue. There are legal requirements for the way the notice is supposed to be provided. So I think that's just the point that Mr. Billings was making, and Mr. Henschke kind of highlighted it as well. The property is owned by two LLCs. Mr. Henschke himself said that it was mailed to one of them. Okay, and that's the point that Mr. Billings is making, is that the notice was not provided in the way that the city said they would provide it in this council resolution from February 1st, It said it would provide notice a certain manner to the property owners, and it just wasn't. So that's one point. I live in the neighborhood, so I've been aware of these issues for a while. Yes, that's true, and it's available on social media. Chick-fil-A's been aware of it as well since 2019, and we've been working on this through, you heard from Ms. Daw, all the different ways that Chick-fil-A's been working on it, proposing different plans, adding interim measures. And if, Mayor, if it's okay, I can just say the other little thing I wanted to respond to a couple of questions that had been arisen that had not been addressed, if that's okay.
Yeah,
I'll
just
say that
briefly, we are down to a couple minutes for you guys, so please.
very quickly. Why declare this a nuisance now? We found the interim formula works, okay? We have a plan that makes it better. So why create the legal risk is, to me, the question to you all. We are willing, and we listened to your questions here, and we were talking. This team, Chick-fil-A, the operator, is willing to commit and maintain the traffic control officer and all the other interim measures that are now in place and have been in place for the last 2+ weeks. We're willing to answer Councilmember Gutierrez's comment. We're willing to set up a hotline and make sure that we receive all local concerns. We can publicize that number. We have an existing number. It's a customer care number. We will gather all of those local concerns. Non-customers can use it as well. And then we're also willing to have the offsite parkings activated. And we're willing to commit to monthly reports prepared by LLG and a separate third party that we will come back and we will report to the city each month if you want. We can provide a report each month and explain to you our progress with the interim measures. And remember, these are just for the interim until the proposed plan is approved and implemented. So we are willing to work with you. And in light of that, we hope that you don't find this to be a nuisance now and don't declare it a nuisance now, because we will do all of those things without you needing to take that legal risk and those steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so.
Jen, I'm sorry, Jen had one other point.
To address Oscar.
Yeah.
Mr. Gutierrez.
And again, Jennifer Daw, I want to address Councilmember Gutierrez's comment about the public notice, or had we received public comments about what's going on at our current site. So as Ms. Collins indicated, we actually have a CARES hotline. And as I said, as she indicated, we will post that number more on the site. But when customers have complaints, whether it be about food or traffic or anything that's related to the Chick-fil-A restaurant, they can call this CARES hotline. And we actually polled all of the CARES comments from basically about 2018, I believe, to today. And there hadn't really been any comments on traffic. A lot of it was based on the great service the team had, served the community, the customers, et cetera. That's kind of really what our public response, or that we received from the public about our operations. And I just want to reiterate one thing real quick. We, like I said, have been in this process since 2019, and to date have received 2 incomplete application letters from the city, kind of reminding us the things that we need to further emphasize in our planning application. So we currently are in the city. We are diligently working with the city to try to find a resolution or solution to this location. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we've kind of exhausted the time for questions, but Alejandro Gutierrez did not have a chance to ask a question, if you have one. Or do you want to are you there for deliberation? Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Okay, we're not getting her right now. So we're down to deliberations, and I'd just like to say a couple things very quickly before we go into that, is that we should try to form a simple and easy to follow motion. We should have, I think there are some findings that we need to direct the city attorney to do. We can also give, per Mr. Friedman's last comments, some other staff direction that would also apply to the applicants as well. But I do think that we need to make, our motion this time has to be really, really clear and about what we're doing tonight and make sure we all understand it. All right? With that, I think I have, is Alejandro Gutierrez, are you on the line? I had you on first.
Yes, I'm on
Okay.
the line.
Please go ahead.
I want to thank both parties. I know this has been a long discussions and the community members for coming out and making their voices heard. I am, after listening to tonight, so we're just going to give comments right now, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, this is
Okay.
this is deliberation.
Yeah, that's all I'm going to say for now.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wow, there's a lot of comment here, and it's a major issue, especially in the district. And as many of you know, I live nearby, so I do observe it on my own in addition to the data that we have here. But first, I would like to thank everybody from our staff to Chick-fil-A to the representatives for coming forward and presenting the information for us to consider. And I'd like to just take a step back and just say that on the council, our primary responsibility, at least as I perceive it on council, is for the protection and preservation of public health, safety, and welfare. In this case, there's another high priority for the council when you have quasi-judicial hearings, and that's to ensure that a fair hearing takes place and a transparent process. So we have to ensure that we have both of those as we go forward on this. And so where I'm at right now is that I do believe, based on the staff recommendations, based on MTD, or not recommendations, maybe the staff analysis based on MTD, based on the extensive public comment and other observations going back prior to the pandemic, that there is a nuisance issue there. However, I do understand, based on comment, I do have concerns that there wasn't proper noticing given to some of the owners. I'm hearing conflicting from staff, so what on that, and information. And I'd also like to say that information is a two-way street, and I just want to put for the record that, you know, the council, I personally, we received a nearly 40-page letter last night, which is hard to process that information the night before hearing. And the first time I saw the PowerPoint from Chick-fil-A was at this hearing. If I got it, I apologize in the email, but I don't recall seeing it. So I want to ensure that we're responsive, but we need you to be responsive to us as well on any information. It's a two-way street. And so I think at this point that it would be proper to work with Chick-fil-A for the 90 days, but also give in the staff recommendation, which is to direct the city attorney to prepare appropriate findings for an ordinance for the council to introduce and subsequently adopt, declaring a public nuisance and ordering the abatement. I think that's appropriate to continue down there, but also to give time to direct staff to work with Chick-fil-A and the property owners, because I think we have to go hand in hand with them going forward to come up with remedies, a menu of remedies, and I think it was the least burdensome. And I think there might even be some that are less burdensome than going through an application process. So, such as continuing the work they have. So during that process, Ms. Collins listed a whole host of measures that they're taking. I would expect that those would continue to take place. I like the monthly progress report to us, whether it's a written communication or not. I think Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez raises a very important point on the hotline and other communications. It was mentioned here, but nobody ever gave the number to call during this hearing. And so I think, one, having that, but also having that posted at the store and perhaps on Nextdoor, that to have that information more available to the public, because people might not have been calling because they didn't know it was there. So any communications in terms of that you give the public would be helpful. And then I would like staff to also work with Chick-fil-A to understand what would happen if the drive-through was removed, and is there the possibility that it could actually exacerbate the situation? Because we all know that there are other locations that don't have drive-throughs. There might be different types of businesses, but people come in and they wait. So I want to ensure that we make an informed decision, but I also want to ensure the proper noticing took place, information is exchanged. It's a two-way street. So we just need better communication from us to them, but them to us as well. So I would support the 90 days that's being requested for staff to work with them, and that Chick-fil-A continues what they have. And then, and the last part of it was to come back with recommendations on how to cure it. So I'm kind of rambling now, but I think you got the gist of what I'm saying.
Is that in the form, are you prepared to make that a motion, Mr. Friedman?
I will, but I want to hear what my colleagues
Okay,
have to
very
say
good.
before I make a motion.
I was calling on Ms. Gutierrez because I was seeing her light on, then I realized, you're not Alejandra. You're not even a good imitation of Alejandra. Would you like to say something, Mr. Jordan?
Yeah, I've kind of moved around. Before I start, I just wanted to make a couple comments to the Collins family, not the Beth Collins family, but the owner Collins family. And I spent 10 years on the Planning Commission, and it's easy to see these things get wrapped up in emotion and social context and spiral out of control. I don't know the Collins family at all. But I just feel so ashamed at what I see in social media or in some of our emails, not involving a land use decision, but pursuing past that to whatever somebody's perceived lifestyle or choices they make. I get to vote with my dollars on who I will give my business with. I don't think I get to tell other people to vote with their dollars or tell other people they're less of a human being because of some of the choices they make. And I'm sorry that that became part of the narrative. He showed a nice picture of his wife and child, and I know it becomes very personal after that all starts, and it's unfortunate that occurs. So I echo most of Mr. Friedman's comments. I definitely, based on what I've seen here tonight and what I've experienced personally over the past couple of years, shuttling across State Street to another location close by that rhymes with Whole Foods, that is a totally need to avoid that section of roadway there. I mean, just totally avoid it because it's so bad. And I'm a little at odds with the characterization that we need to show a lot of accident data or we need to show a lot of bicycle collisions or something like that, because I've seen plenty of them that were near misses that don't show up as data. And I think those are just as important. We have an obligation, again, as Mr. Friedman said, to the public health, safety, and welfare, to recognize when there is a problem and to stop the problem. We don't stop the problem after the problem becomes more serious. But I can meet the definition as we've been counseled on nuisance. Using that word, I think there's definitely a situation of harm on the street. It certainly has not been a one-time event. It's been a recurring event over years. It also certainly affects many, not just a few amount of people. And in my opinion, the seriousness of harm far outweighs the social benefit of the business on the ground. And that needs to be corrected. So I will also support moving forward with a declaration of nuisance and moving towards the legal action for that. And then I also agree with, my goal is not to shut the business down or shut this particular operation down. And that's why I was interested in what the restaurant's team, their queuing exhibit that they showed there, their consultant was a little more fixated on number of cars on the lot. I'm a little more fixated on, are all the lanes the right size? Is the backing space there? The young lady that keeps referring us to rejecting their offers is a little bit of a false argument, because if you come in repeatedly with a proposal or a project that doesn't meet our municipal code and then act like you've been harmed by a rejection, that's really not what we're asking. We're asking you to maybe not do it like in Atlanta, maybe not do it like in Downey, but you're going to do it in accordance with Santa Barbara's municipal code, and we're ready to approve that. But I would agree with 90 days to work on what that looks like. I am, however, concerned that we're not back here on day 91. So I am concerned on what this 90 days really means to work on it. And if our streets engineer says they can't do it, then what happens on day 90, that nothing is acceptable according to city standards, then what happens on day 91? And I think it was obvious to me on the, on that exhibit for the queuing, that there's a project there, that there will be some landscaping removed, some parking relocated kind of thing. And I think somebody mentioned, well, there might be stormwater construction to have to go on. There might be other types of construction. So you're really not looking at a 90-day resolution. You're looking at a 90-day time period on what's your project look like, and is it feasible, is it viable, and then you still have a construction period after that, and let's just say that's 6 months. I'll be gracious. It's a 6-month time period. So if everything actually moves in a satisfactory direction, what do we do in those 9 months with the situation on the ground right now? I don't think we leave what's happening on the ground in place for a 6-month construction project at the end of a 3-month discussion session. So I'm not really sure how that works. I'll be interested to hear what everybody else says, but can definitely find the definition of nuisance, definitely support staff moving forward with that process. I'm agreeable to the 90 days. But then on the tail end of that, I have concerns on what happens on day 91 when we can't find a resolution. I don't want to go through this again. I don't think any of the parties want to go through this again. And if we do find a resolution, and it involves, I certainly think it involves a project, as I would call a project, construction on the ground, what happens then to the dynamics on the street during that entire time of the 90 days and say 6 months or however long construction takes? I think that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Ms. Nedden, and then Ms. Harmon after that.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So I'll just make my complete comments here. So this is not about the goodness of the company or the goodness of the owner, and it's certainly not about the goodness of the employees. I wish each of them well. Chick-fil-A has actually what would be a good problem here. They are so successful that they've outgrown their site. And it's possible that they were oversized for that site to begin with. From what I've seen, Chick-fil-A is wildly popular. We heard 1,500 to 2,500 visitors a day. That is astonishing, and good for them that they have this incredible success. I just don't think it fits here in this compact location. I think they have outgrown their site, and we can't mitigate that as a city. They can't mitigate that without intensifying the use with the extra lanes or the larger site and the parking. It's all an intensification that I think there's a tolerance of the patrons of Chick-fil-A for how far back they're willing to queue. So if you make it 3 lanes wide and those 3 lanes fill, there will still be the queue. I've seen Chick-fil-A's at large malls where the queue is going around the block. It is a successful business model that's very popular, and I think much more popular than can be handled at that particular site. And this is based on the observable data. We need to rely on our subject matter experts, our traffic engineer, our city attorneys, our police chief, our city administrator, who's written letters asking for abatement from observable data. Even during this hearing itself, the queue was still lined up. The queue is persistent and recurring, present for a significant period of time, affecting operations on one of the city's most important streets. It affects traffic safety and mobility, safety for cyclists, safety for pedestrians. The access to nearby businesses is a very big issue here. Those are also local businesses who also employ local residents, and they are not being heard today or represented. Affects the transit operations. That's our public transportation. From those who have written letters and called in today, those who are patrons of Chick-fil-A saw no problem. Those who live in the neighborhood, cyclists, pedestrians, and others, a lot of the people we recognize from other neighborhood issues who actually live there are severely impacted to the point of not going to that corner or not riding their bicycles. So I'm prepared that in addition to the years of, 4 years for me and counting, of emails, phone calls, public comment, social media, it is clearly fits the definition of a public nuisance as it is currently operated, particularly with the obstruction and the free use of property, that's our sidewalks, turning lanes, unlawfully obstructs the free passage of use of any public park, highway, street. It clearly fits in that criteria. So I will, willing to listen to the rest of council, and if we think 90 days will make a difference in mitigating these concerns, but I think at the end of that, we're going to find that the successful popularity of this business is just overgrown for this particular site. But if it takes 90 days to get there, I'm willing to go the 90 days, but I just think the intensity of use here is too great a trade-off for what we're asking the rest of the community to shoulder.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. Just a brief question, if I may, direct to Councilmember Friedman. I think he and I are on the same page. I just I'm hoping I could ask him to clarify a little bit what he proposed. Councilmember Friedman, when you started, did you propose initiating the process to declare a nuisance while giving 90 days to abate and including that laundry list of measures that Ms. Collins identified? Is that what your proposal was?
Yes, because we need the city attorney to prepare specific legal findings that we don't have tonight. So that 90 days would give them that analysis, give the city attorney that analysis, and allow these extra measures to continue, and basically require them to continue to take place while we're doing that.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate that clarification. I will try to be very brief, Mr. Mayor. I am on the same page as Councilmember Friedman. I think clearly there's a significant issue here, clearly. We've all seen it, we've heard the evidence of it tonight, but this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. I have concerns about the notice issue in particular, and what I really want to make sure happens out of this is that we resolve the issue. I don't want to exacerbate it in any way, whether by closing the drive-through and creating a bigger problem through parking, or having more litigation to come because of a notice issue that maybe we don't understand. I think the best path forward and the most reasonable path forward is to do exactly as Councilmember Friedman describes, which takes tangible steps to ameliorate the clear issues that exist out of Chick-fil-A, but also gives all the parties adequate notice and opportunity to really take care of this problem once and for all, and to do what this process was intended to do, which was to require compliance so that our neighbors, our community members aren't continually put into a dangerous situation. So with all that said, I think the solution that Councilmember Friedman crafted is a good one, and it allows us to do a good balancing here while prioritizing first and foremost the protection of our citizens. So I will be supporting that motion if he makes it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Colon.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, when you are ready, I would be happy to take what I've heard thus far and try to help you formulate a motion that would address the notice concerns as well.
That'd be very good. And I just have some brief comments from my thing. As we went through this process, I actually was a little alarmed by some of the language in the staff report that seemed a little declarative and had a fair amount of conjecture. So I was a little concerned about that. I do realize this has been an ongoing problem, and some folks have been pretty frustrated with it. Mr. Colon, let me ask you a quick question. Does the term nuisance applied now or applied in the future carry much weight, or is it just a term? In other words, if we said it's a nuisance today, make findings, or make the findings that it may be a nuisance by June, what kind of weight, and is it more than just a label?
Because the motion, as I understand it, would be to direct me to prepare a draft ordinance with nuisance findings, you wouldn't be making a determination tonight.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right. I like the direction that Mr. Friedman has taken, Ms. Harmon. I think that it is important to understand that we're trying to cure, not necessarily trying to punish, and we could be irritated and we could be contemplative of why it hasn't happened before, and there seems to be two sides to that argument. There is some anecdotal results that seem to be positive right now, and what we had the Ms. Collins say that they will indeed, whatever interim period we have, carry on with those very procedures that seem to at least be ameliorating the subject somewhat. It is an important thing because for the property owners as well as the franchisee, it's a matter of real value that taking away the drive-through, number one, may be just a bad idea because maybe people then have a longer transaction who still enjoy Chick-fil-A, and we'd have even a worse problem. As Ms. Sneddon said, it is a pretty good problem to have to solve. We're just so darn busy. But it's not as simple as saying go find a new building or do whatever. So I think we owe it to the city as well as everybody to allow for this time period to really try to find some solutions. And I think within your findings, Mr. Colon, we will try to answer Mr. Jordan's questions as well, which says what happens on day 91. And I think that's important. But I do want to say that this is a time when we've had a very askance glance at the rules during the whole COVID time. Business patterns have been very, very different. Their traffic patterns peaked during COVID. At the same time, they didn't have enough staff to really move people through. And I know from having been in the business and talking to my colleagues, those are absolutely true facts as far as trying to find employees. So this would be an odd time to be punitive on a business when, in fact, we've done it as much as we can to give businesses latitude to get through this period of time. We do need to cure this. We do have a hazard on State Street that's caused by traffic patterns and obviously the popularity of this restaurant. So it does need to happen, but I think the way that Mr. Friedman has laid it out sounds like a pretty reasonable path to go on. I noticed a couple other lights came on while I was speaking, so Mr. Gutierrez, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank everyone who's been involved in this situation. I just have to say that, I'm kind of disappointed in how the property owners and business owners, attorneys just consistently didn't adequately address my points about how much input they've gained from the public or how much attention they gave to it when you all pride yourselves on how much you care about the community, but you're flat out ignoring them. It's just clear because just as my colleagues have pointed out, it's only been this meeting that you all have said that there's a hotline and you're using that hotline, you used it in this meeting to try to claim that there hasn't been much of a complaint about this issue, but yet you've never stated it before. I don't know where to find it. So if you really do care about the community and how they feel about this issue, give us a newsletter that we can share, because we can let you know directly what the sentiment from the public is, like we've been getting, like we've been seeing, because I hear some of you saying that you live here, that you're local, but the fact that you're not acknowledging that this was an issue or a problem makes me question how active you really are and how much you really care about the community that you're serving. One of the attorneys said it best, I think, that your heads are in the sand on purpose, you know? I appreciate the suggestions that were given. I just don't appreciate that it's gotten to this point, because to me, to be honest with all of you, it is a nuisance when it gets to the point where we have to involve the government to cause a response. Like, this is it. This is the proof that you need. Because I'm pretty sure we can all agree that the majority of the public feels like we don't move fast enough, right? But here we are, and you all have actually put in steps to address this issue, but when it gets called out to you, again, like I said earlier, you weren't being proactive, you know? You knew the problem was there, but you waited until someone pushed you to do it. And, you know, I appreciate how successful you all are, and, you know, how you claim that you treat your employees. But, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't hear you say that they get paid a living wage, that they got a pay increase because of how successful you are. You did comment about how successful you are, but I didn't hear how that was addressed with your employees. But yeah, with that tongue lashing, so to speak, I'm willing to support the motion and hopefully see a better outcome in the next 90 days.
Okay, so, thank you. Mr. Jordan and then Mr. Freeman, would you like to try to craft a motion? Or Mr. Colon, okay. Mr. Jordan and then Mr.
Two more
Colon.
quick questions. I've never been accused of getting down in the weeds. All right, Mr. Colon, so, in Mike speak, the 90 days, the carrot, the threat of the ordinance is the stick, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then during that period of time, if we come to agreement, what's the path to that being formal? Whatever then we agree will look like on the ground, what is the format of how that gets put into a condition that carries forward to the future? What does that look like?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan. You saved me having to speak twice, because I think your question lets me bring up what I wanted to suggest to Councilmember Friedman as well. I think there are several pieces of it that we want to address. Rule number one for city attorneys is avoid procedural error. We don't lose cases on a notice issue. I'd advise continuing the public hearing, which is still open, until June 7th. That's step one. We will provide whatever additional notice we think is necessary. Step two would be a direction to me to prepare a draft ordinance with nuisance findings based upon your comments tonight and the evidence presented, and to bring that ordinance back to you ready for adoption on June 7th. Therein lies the, what did Mr. Henschke say? Accountability produces results. Number three, you would include a direction, as you have, to staff to work with Chick-fil-A to develop potential remedies and return with remedial recommendations on June 7th, if feasible. There is a fourth piece that I believe Council has touched on and Ms. Collins raised that I want to remind you of. I believe Ms. Collins offered some commitments about what the Chick-fil-A would continue doing during this interim period. And I also heard an offer of monthly reports from their traffic engineering group, and I think that information would be very valuable. So what I would suggest as action 4 in the motion would be that on or before March 11th, the city attorney receives a letter from Chick-fil-A and the property owners committing to specific identified interim steps that are in effect now and that will be maintained through June 7.
So back up to 3 for me. The remedies get brought to council. What gets adopted that is a equivalent of a condition, a CUP, to set a land use development standard from that point on that they are responsible to meeting?
I want to leave a bit of room for creativity there. You'll notice that the recommendation is to produce an ordinance with findings. I want that because it may help us addressing other issues that we need to related to the site. In other words, rather than doing a resolution that simply made findings, an ordinance can have broader effect in resolving the problem. But it would be my expectation that if the council were dissatisfied with the proposed remedies on June 7th, it would introduce for first reading an ordinance declaring a nuisance and continue to defer the remedial action, or if staff so recommended, take a remedial action at that time or an abatement action.
Still confused. What document gets produced that lists out the remedial actions that they're accountable for after all this is done?
There would be a direction to staff to work with Chick-fil-A to develop the remedies and return with recommendations on June 7th.
And those remedies would end up in what form and where would they be?
Council
So
would-
there's not a project with a set of conditions.
So there would be 2 steps still left June 7th. Council could go forward, introduce the ordinance and declare a nuisance. Secondly, the remedial information would be in front of you, and it might be acceptable, it might not. So that range of options would be in front of you June 7th.
And so that second thing becomes a land use approval following follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I understand that on day 91, there's no way we can guarantee that any construction would be complete. You stated
No,
that.
correct. But so let me just give an example.
But on day 91, what you can guarantee is that you would have introduced an ordinance declaring a nuisance.
Correct. But so I get that. So I'm just confused about what the package looks like that comes back on a successful mitigation. How does that package get codified into applying to their specific land use approval? Because I'm assuming, I'm making the assumption.
I'm being too indirect.
Okay,
We
so-
would use the ordinance to
Okay.
impose those conditions.
All right, that's what I want to hear. So those remediations would become part of that ordinance.
Right. And
Okay, that's good.
I want to say this on behalf of staff and Ms. Bjork over the last few years. We have been very circumspect and very cautious in approaching this out of an interest in fairness, out of recognition of the impacts of COVID. I have to say, I'm hearing a lot more agreement tonight from all parties than I expected.
Thanks. I'm sorry I was so obtuse on that, but thank you.
Okay, Mr. Friedman.
Okay, so I will state the motion, and then if we need to clarify it, so I have part 1, continue this public hearing to June 7th, 2022. Direct the city attorney to prepare a draft ordinance with nuisance findings based upon council's comments and the evidence presented, and return with the ordinance on June 7th. Staff are to work with Chick-fil-A. I'm going to add and the property owners as well, to develop potential remedies and return with remedial recommendations on June 7th. And then the last part is by March 11th, receive a letter from Chick-fil-A outlining the continued mitigations they are producing, plus monthly reports of their traffic surveys. So I'll make that motion.
Any second on that motion? Second by Jordan. Any further discussion on the motion? Madam Clerk, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Friedman. Councilmember Friedman, could I ask you to repeat item 3 of your motion one more time?
Staff are to work with Chick-fil-A and the property owners to develop potential remedies and return with remedial recommendations on June 7th.
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, to continue this public hearing until June 7th, 2022. One moment. To direct the city attorney to prepare a draft ordinance with nuisance findings based on council comments and evidence presented and return on June 7th, 2022. To direct staff to work with Chick-fil-A and property owners to develop potential remedies and remedial recommendations on June 7th, 2022. And by March 11th, 2022, to receive a letter from Chick-fil-A outlining the continued mitigations that they are producing, plus to receive monthly reports of the Chick-fil-A traffic surveys.
Got it.
Okay, one moment. Okay. That's the motion and the second. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Very good, that passed unanimously, and with the proviso, this hearing is continued until June 7th, so we're not closing the hearing, which saves us some noticing issues and not as well. Very good. The last thing is council committee assignment reports. Anybody got something they'd like to say? Mr. Gutierrez and Mrs. Snedden.
I don't think I have my light on.
Oh, I thought you were
I got nothing right now.
tickling your
Thanks.
microphone, no? Okay, very good. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. It's been 2 weeks, so there are quite a few things. And also, the first one, and the Bonnet Park ribbon cutting, which Councilmember Gutierrez was very proudly, and Mayor was also there, and beautiful project. HLC, they heard a presentation on the sunflowers on State, very well received, very excited about that. I will add that my daughter also contributed to painting one of those sunflowers, so I'm looking forward to the ribbon cutting of that, or the unveiling of those on First Thursday this week. Water Commission, heard about wastewater rate studies, and a presentation on direct potable reuse by Dr. Arturo Keller. This is a really excellent Water Commission meeting to watch. Great presentation on the topic, if that's something you've been wondering about. Also, water agencies update and other issues there. I attended a meeting with the Yananali community gardeners, and they're happy with the change in community input that will be coming shortly. Attended the Chamber of Commerce Awards. Great, it was great to see everybody out there, actually. Sustainability Committee, we talked about their environmental policy, purchasing policy, solid waste contract renewal process. This is an important process, and an update on our sea level rise adaptation plan implementation. So after that big plan, now we're talking about how to actually implement it. Community development meeting, where they had their final recommendations, which will be coming to council next week. I just have to say that committee works so diligently and hard and thoroughly. I'm looking forward to those recommendations. COMB, there was a leak at Gibraltar from the earthquake that happened recently, and then they found it. It was all hands on deck, city staff, member unit staff, but the COM staff working around the clock to find where that issue was and to fix it. It's kind of a big deal there. Oh, and this morning, so fun, the La Cumbra Mutual, not ribbon cutting, but valve turn event that is delivering recycled reclaimed water to La Cumbra Mutual, and really excellent example of regional cooperation and using that recycled water to its best uses. And tomorrow is the opening of the film festival, so hopefully our community enjoys.
Thank you very much. Mr. Freeman.
Thank you. Attended the Central Coast Water Authority Board of Directors. We still are at 15% allocation for this year. Don't anticipate much changes, even though it's been super dry, but we're hoping to get that. And we are moving forward with a plan to be able to partake in the new amendments to the water, or to the state water project, so that we can diversify our water supply, including looking at storage and being up to date. Also attended the Burnett Park ribbon cutting. Is a great event, and I'd like to give a shout out to my colleague Oscar Gutierrez for making, there were just the right amount of comments, very heartfelt, but also brief too. So, and everyone who attended there, and I'd like to thank our staff for that. It's a beautiful facility, and it's much needed on the west side. The sea level rise Coastal Commission work group. We did our monthly meeting, and we are planning for a local government workshop with the Coastal Commission tentatively for April, and hopefully that will be in person. And the Chamber Annual Awards Luncheon, the La Cumbra Water District, the turning of the valve, as you mentioned, that was a great event, and great comments as well, Councilmember Sneddon. And then Sustainability Committee as well.
Very good. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. Now my memory's been jogged. I attended the point in time count, and Mayor Rouse was there as well, and I'm not sure if anybody else was there. I got there right before the kickoff event. So tomorrow we're also having the film festival, which I'm really looking forward to, because I've had films in the film festival and won some of the competitions, and it's just a great event that I've been a part of since I was in high school. So I'm glad that they're having something in person. And also I attended the demonstration in unity with the Ukraine yesterday at the courthouse, and it just made me feel pretty inspired to see so many of our Ukrainian residents, and just residents in general, come together to show support about what's happening. And yeah, that's all I got.
All right, very good. Thank you. And with that, we're done.